Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day number 5 of the World Longboard Championships. Yesterday we crowned Honolulu Bloomfield Women's World Longboard Champion. A little word about that, Will.
I think it was like a watershed day for longboard surfing for the WSL. We had huge amount of views on our website and Facebook, and the waves were on fire and the surfing was up to the task, and it was exciting down till the last minute, and I'm really proud to have been a part of it and to have witnessed it, and I hope everyone at home enjoyed it too.
And we still got men to crown, so what's the call for the day, Will?
Yeah, so we've got really great waves again on offer today, but there is a little bit more wind, and there's wind in the forecast for later in the day, so we're just going to go round by round, kind of like what we did yesterday. There's only round 4, then quarters, semis and finals, so it's 11 heats in total till we've got a champion, so we'll just keep in communication with the surfers, but round 4, heat 1, we're going to start in about 5 minutes time.
So there we go. We might be crowning a men's world longboard champion today. We're going to play it by ear. The waves look good, really nice right now. Long right-handers. We're going to be kicking off with Nick Jones, Adam Griffiths, and Phil Rasman surfing in heat number 1, round 4. We're going to have a little recap of all the amazing action yesterday, and we'll be back shortly. And 4 steps to the nose, great control, really good nose riding. Look at that footwork pedaling back to the tail, lovely drop knee turn.
Then we're gonna escalate. I can see the look in your eyes, like a bright fire. I can feel you resonate. I can feel you resonate.
Here, nice footwork to the nose, locked in there, 5, 10 locked with those.
I can see the look in your eyes, like a bright fire. I can feel you resonate. You got the power growing in your heart when you light it up. I can feel you resonate. That little something makes your fire start when you light it up. I can feel you resonate. Sunrise all night, and it feels right. Then we're gonna escalate. I can see the look in your eyes, like a bright fire. I can feel you resonate. I can feel you resonate. I can feel you resonate.
Live action, Lindsay Steinbrody pedals to the nose, gets her hang 5, moves readjust the foot over the fins. A long ride for Chelsea.
You got the power growing in your heart when you light it up. I can feel you resonate.
Our reigning world longboard champion, a beautiful long hang 5.
Sticks that hang 5, man, that was so long, nice and stable.
We've gotten faster and faster, but it can't last. Yeah, we can't accelerate forever. You can run away from your past, but you can't fight it. Yeah, we gotta elevate. Yeah, we gotta elevate. Yeah, we gotta elevate. You can run away from your past, but you can't fight it. Yeah, we gotta elevate.
4 steps to the nose, a beautiful hang 10, pedaling back cleanly, readjust that back foot to get it over the fins, raises the front foot onto the heel edge.
Makes your fire start when you light it up. I can feel you resonate. Yeah, we gotta elevate. Yeah, we gotta elevate.
Honolulu answers back right away with another super long committed nose ride, 5 to 10 to 5. Again, 5 to 10. Oh man, is this going to be an amazing final. Look at that cut back, tight in the pocket. right-hander, cross-stepping 5 to the nose. Look at the amount of time she's able to spend 5 to a 10, critical section of the wave, an overhead wave, and that perfect nose right. There's a 10, very composed. She's so comfortable in these bigger waves with the speed and the power. I think she's showing a little bit of that, growing up in Hawaii.
I can feel you resonate. When you light it up, when you light it up, I can feel you resonate.
And good morning. Welcome to Taiwan for the World Surf League Men's Championship Tour event. This is Wingnut. I'm joined by Sam Bleakley. We're going to bring you round 4 of the men starting in just a minute.
So, Wingnut, can the men live up to the performance of the women yesterday? That was one of the best displays of competitive longboarding I've ever seen. Will the men rise up for the occasion?
I'm pretty sure they're going to put on a performance that's just as impressive. The conditions this morning are fantastic. Surf's a foot or 2 overhead on the sets. There is a nice light offshore breeze. Water temperature is 80. Air temperature in the early morning is about 75 degrees. As we see Phil Rajman getting the first wave, giant floater, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to make it out. Looks like he broke his board.
Wow.
Broke his board
Tail
on the
of the
first maneuver there.
Wow, I've never ever seen only the Rasman, only the 2-time world longboard champion from Brazil could break the board on a floater and stay on the board and pick up the tail and surf in. That was one of the most phenomenal completed board break maneuvers I've ever seen. What will the judges score that, Wingnut?
I think it goes on one of the ultimate highlight reels, that's for sure. But that just shows you the power and the commitment out here. I mean, that airdrop cost him his board. His friends are tossing him his new one right there.
So you can see it broke between the fins, didn't it? It broke between the back center fin and the side fins. And
right.
that's commonly a weak area of a board. So, but it's phenomenal that he was able to just keep riding out of that. So let's see the flow here. Big airdrop, bang, hard on the tail, lands. Board snaps, wow, there's an anchor there. Signals to his teammates to get his backup board. He's got his backup board on the beach ready with a leash, with fins, with wax. These surfers have come prepared. Some of them might have 2 backup boards. As we see Adam Griffiths having a little look at that wave. So 33 minutes remaining, 35-minute heats. This is heat number 1 of round 4 of the Men's World Longboard Championships. The top surfer and the second surfer advance into the man-on-man quarterfinals. As we see Cole Robbins there bringing up the Rasman's board. As we see Nick Jones on the left-hander, big sweeping roundhouse cutback. Little stall there, gets 2 quick steps, runs to the nose, moves back to the tail. Powerful surfing from Nick Jones on the Nick Jones powerhouse model. The Peter White classic Malibu board bangs it off the lip on the inside there. Good surfing from the white singlet. Nick Jones from Australia. As we see Adam Griffiths from Newquay in the UK sitting out there in that morning sunlight. He's got 32 minutes remaining. He's got Phil Rasman waiting to paddle out, collecting his new board. Nick will be on his way out after getting that left-hander. So let's have a little recap there. There's the 5, moves back to the tail. Watch this big roundhouse cutback. Powerful surfing from Nick Jones. Looking like he's opting to go on the 2+1 Wingnut. 2 days ago, we saw him on the single fin. Why do you think he's changed back to the 2+1 board?
Well, I think he's looking at that the surf is a little bit bigger today. There's no wind. I would have rather seen him stick with that single fin. I think he's smoother on it. I think his nose riding is more complete on it, and his footwork is really strong. So, and as you saw, one of those turns didn't quite flow. So I like Nick on that single fin a little bit more. So, and this is important. This is an elimination round. First and second move on to the quarterfinals, and third goes home.
Beautiful morning light there here at Jinzhen Harbor on the east coast of Taiwan. What a pleasure to be here, and what a pleasure it was to bring you the live broadcast from the women's event yesterday. Some of the best longboarding I've ever seen. The footwork, the flow, the nose riding, capped by Honolua's Hang 10 in the final. There's a photo taken by Tim Bain on the WSL website of Honolua's Hang 10 Soul Arch with the back arm up, and for me it's one of the best nose ride shots I've seen all year.
It was, and the commitment and the size of that wave and how comfortable she was. She peaked so perfectly coming into that final.
I think I just did a little typo there. I said Tim Bain, I meant Tim Hain, mixing my Rob Baines with my Tim Hain. So sorry, Tim, you're probably down there working, taking photos. Tim, one of the great photographers of the modern era. He's here with the WSL, bringing you amazing imagery. We're bringing you this amazing footage of the men's World Longboard Championships as we see the fishing boats moving through the lineup. There's rights, there's lefts. The surfers have the opportunity to really mix it up today because the tide's still dropping, so it's low tide in about an hour. We're going to continue to get that kind of broken peak as the tide fills up. It's high tide about 1 later today. It's morning time still in Taiwan. You'll start to get more of a defined A-frame as the tide moves in, but right now you're going to find that some surfers might be drawn to those lefts, others will be drawn to the rights. But what we saw yesterday with the women was occasionally surfers getting drawn too far south and missing that opportunity to get perhaps the more biggest scoring right-handers. So it's very important that these surfers have some communication with land here. They need either a marker point or they need a colleague, a teammate on the shoreline to indicate if they're too far south or too far north.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that during the women's competition where coaches and friends were helping redirect the athletes, and you can kind of see that already this morning. You see a surfer to the right of the sun glare, and that's a pretty far south position. And we just saw Phil Rajman entering from the left and looking like he was moving towards them, as opposed to like holding ground a little, staying on that north peak.
So Phil Rasman gets a 3.83 for landing a floater, breaking the tail and continuing to ride. That's probably the highest scoring broken board wave I've ever seen in my life. I mean, to get a 3.83 is an achievement in itself, but to do that whilst breaking the tail off your board, good effort, Phil. He'll be out straight away, comfortable on his backup board. The chances are it's identical. Phil tends to travel with 2 identical boards and then what he classes as his small wave board, which will be a longer, thicker board, as we see live action here. Replay action of the float there. There's the big airdrop, bang, lands hard, tail breaks, realizes there's an anchor, picks it up, keeps moving, indicates to his teammates, I need my backup board. So a 3.8 drops for Phil Rasman from Brazil in the blue singlet. He's our 2 times world longboard champion. He's not in the front running to win the title this year. He's our defending champion, having won last year at Ryu Bay on the left-hander there in Wanning, Hainan. But his first title was 10 years ago, 2007, Anglet, France, absolutely charging on big right-handers. But last year, Phil reinvented his approach to longboarding by bringing in a lot more of the classic style, the cross step, the footwork, the nose rides, and that cross step turn that Phil developed for the event last year was a kind of, it was reminiscent of the great Kevin Connolly, a move we don't often see in competitive surfing.
And it was also something that we saw Chloe Calmon adapt as well. And you can see it's a little challenging with this morning light to get to be able to see the surfers. The judges have binoculars and spotters up there, so they know which color jersey is up in the air. That was white. That was Nick Jones on a quick second wave. Priority on the outside is being held by Adam Griffiths. Lots of time left in the seat, 28 minutes, just under 28 minutes remaining.
So if you're just tuning in around the world, welcome to the World Longboard Championships. It's late in the UK. It's near midnight there, 11:10. So fans of Adam Griffiths might be tuning in to watch him compete here as we see silhouetted against the morning light Nick Jones on the Peter White Powerhouse model. Adam Griffiths riding his Luke Hart shaped 4th surfboards from the toy factory there. So I know that that factory will be tuning in, listening, watching their teammate, hoping for the best. Adam's just become a father. So Holly and Dad, I'm sure you're listening in, and young Lakey there might be having a little feed at the moment. So I know that you'll be rooting for Adam Griffiths. He's the 3rd seed. So Wingnut, the young man from the UK, has a chance of becoming 2017 World Longboard Champion.
Yeah, we saw that happen yesterday as some top seeds dropped out. It turned out that it was anybody that got 5th or better had a chance to win. So we'll see if some of that occurs here today. I mean, obviously the strong favorite for this event, having been a past winner and with his win in PNG, is Taylor Jensen. So he's the one to watch as we go forward, and Taylor is coming up in heat number 2 against Cole Robbins and Tony Silvani.
And another past winner at this event, the Taiwan Open of Surfing, is Nick Jones. So this is the 7th year of the Taiwan Open of Surfing, but the first year that it's become a title crowning event for the world's best longboarders. And talking to Honolua's dad yesterday, Kalohi, he said that this place is so special, he doesn't need to go to Bali anymore. He's kind of concluded that coming to Taiwan is their annual pilgrimage to Bali. So what a great selling point for surf tourism in Taiwan. If a Hawaiian says something like that, that's a really big statement.
Well, as we were discussing yesterday, between the water the water temperature, the air temperature, it's so much like a lovely summer day in Hawaii. As we see your countryman Adam Griffiths get his first wave, long 5, nice long perch 10, nice footwork back to the tail, up to the nose again, racing the section, trimming. Now a big float at the end. Was not the largest wave we've seen this morning, but one of the better complete rides.
Very impressed with that long hang 5, got the long hang 10, covered a lot of ground, moving very fast, nice floater at the end. Looks like it's going to be the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. We saw Phil putting a lot of variety on that wave face there, but I think the length of Adam Griffiths' hang 5 backed up with a hang 10 will give him a score that might well borderline on the excellent range. The judges are going to be setting a scale early in this day, and I feel as if long critical nose rides like we saw in the women's event will be the maneuvers that get those big scores.
That will be the separation. I completely agree with you, as it should be because of our criteria. And let's remind you that the judges want to see you controlled maneuvers in the critical sections of the wave, utilizing the entire board in a traditional longboard surfing manner. So that's nose riding, good footwork, rail turn, speed, variety, power, commitment. They want to see all those things, but I think nose riding is such a key to get those top scores.
So a little bit of a reminder of where these surfers sat with results in Papua New Guinea, the first event of the tour. Only 2 events on the tour, so it's 50-50. If Kai Salas and Taylor Jensen meet in the final and Kai wins, then they would have to have a surf off to determine who's world champion, because Kai and Taylor are number 1 and 2 seed moving into this event. But Nick Jones, he got a 13th in Papua New Guinea, losing in round 3. Adam Griffiths, he got a 3rd, losing in the semi-finals to Taylor Jensen. As we see the man from Newquay, toes on the nose, a nice bolt upright hang 10, pedals back to the tail, gets another hang 5, a lot of speed. Like the control on this float there, no tail broken on that floater.
Well, and as we look at Phil's wave here, nice turn, big. That was that switch foot cut back that we like so much. The athletes are over on that southern peak, and so they're connecting across that deep section and coming back into the other peak, which is where Phil just did that floater.
Looking forward to hearing the drop of the scores. I feel if you separate those 2 waves, maybe by 1.5 points, perhaps even 2 points. I just sense that there was a little bit more criticalness in Adam's ride. Yes, the wave facilitated that. We saw variety with Phil, but Phil didn't really get much tip time. I do like that cross-step turn, though.
But I think the length of nose ride, the length of the opportunity that that Adam's wave gave him with that long nose riding section and how well he capitalized on it, that's where that score is going to come in for Adam. And we're waiting for those to drop. We're going to be Phil and Adam waiting for scores to drop. I'll let you know in just a second. But the judges like them for sure.
And the fact that he got the 10 in there, so there was the 5, the upright 10, back to the 5. There's a simple recipe to getting big scores. If you can do those critical 5s and 10s, followed up by powerful open face maneuvers, you don't have to surf in a cluttered, rushed way. You can really open things out. The judges are not going to add too much more to your score if you spend too much attention to your tail riding. It's about getting those nose rides. And Adam Griffiths rewarded with an excellent 8.0 wing nut. What a great start for Adam.
And that's sending the message that the judges want to see that commitment to the nose in the critical sections of the wave. That big floater that Phil did on the early on, that was really all you could do in that wave section, but that's only using half the surfboard. And they want to see that differentiation between longboarding and shortboarding, and that's utilizing the nose. And great score there for Adam. And a 6.67 comes in for Phil. So you can see that clear delineation between a great nose ride plus a lot of powerful surfing gets you a score in the excellent range.
So that was really nice to see those 2 riders, on that same set, and Phil coming out with that 6.67, Adam getting that 8.0, just because of that critical pocket riding, that long 5 in the pocket, that 10 back to a 5, that flow. Phil's surfing was really good, but the wave was more peaky and he couldn't get much hold on the nose, but he did do an innovative tail maneuver, that cross step turn that's become one of his trademarks in his repertoire. And Phil Rasman, our 2 times world longboard champion, he got a 9th in Papua New Guinea, losing in round 4 to the Frenchman Antoine Del Perro, but he also suffered a severe injury. He tore his left bicep. He got wiped out, thrown into a kind of little crevasse in the reef, hung onto the reef, and the movement of the wave pulled his arm away from his shoulder, tore his bicep. It was a severe injury, but if anybody can come back from an injury like that, it's the big man, Phil Rasman. He's fit, he's powerful, he's 35, he's a big star in Brazil, and he will be challenging these surfers here. He's currently in the lead, but Adam is with that 8.0. He can be relaxed, he can be selective. Nick with a 5 and a 2.25. Phil with a 6.67 and a 3.83. As we see Wingner, that fantastic view, the morning light really kind of lighting up that landscape, and it really is. It's an incredible place. We had dinner tonight in Donghe, last night in Donghe, the township here, and you came here 10 years ago and you've really seen change. Tell us a little bit about how it's changed.
I mean, right now there are 3 or 4 really lovely little surf hostels right on the main highway in Donghe, right above the trestle road that comes down to the beach. And then there's, you know, the neighborhoods that go behind it up into the hill. It's just a great tiny little surf town, and the vibe is so great. There's the local Taiwanese surfers, and then the traveling surfers that are staying here. I mean, what a fun place it would be with so much surf up and down this coast within a half hour to 45 minutes of here. It's just amazing. What a great destination. Taiwan, the people are great. The crowds in the water are always smiling, and the food is insane. So definitely put it on your bucket list if you're looking for a great surf trip.
And we did hear yesterday during the women's final from the governor of Taitung, Justin Wang. He's just so proud to see world champions being crowned here, and he's worked tirelessly to bring this event. And when you put your neck on the line to do something like an international surf event, relative to sports like golf and tennis and soccer, you might get criticized from some of your colleagues, but he believed, and he saw that he's a visionary really, but he also recognized the strength of the grassroots surf culture here, the likes of Bebe Nui, who competed in the women's event yesterday, that surfing has a future in Taiwan, and Taiwan might one day produce its own world champions.
Absolutely. And, there's just so much to do in this region, and surf tourism is such a lovely part of the economy. What a reusable resource. Putting people in the water, supporting the restaurants and the hotels all in the region, and it helps remind everyone how important the ocean is and taking care of the ocean. If you've got clean water, clean beaches, you're going to have surf tourists that'll come and want to, spend days, weeks at a time and come back year after year.
And it's not just surfing, it's the landscape, it's the culture, it's the food, and there's even a golf course around. Have you had a little chance?
Yeah, we went and played on that little 6-hole course that's in Taitung.
Nice.
And if we get blown out by the wind, that's our afternoon plan. And 6 holes is just enough to keep you interested and have a good time, and you won't lose too many golf balls with only 6 holes.
So we can see Adam Griffiths there. He's going to be able to be patient here. In priority is Nick Jones, our surfer in white, our Australian, a former winner here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Nick Jones, the 23-year-old regular footer. He got a 13th in Papua New Guinea, losing in round 3 to Rodrigo Schweier from Brazil. He's had a good season on the LQS, the so-called Longboard qualifying series events, getting a 4th place at Kingscliff earlier in the year, back in March. He's here with his fiancée, Alicia. He comes from a fantastically talented family. I mean, the accolades of that family are very impressive. And Nick currently studying his yacht masters, so not putting all his eggs in one basket, opting for a balanced life.
Well, and I think that makes really good sense. Everyone's dream is to become a professional surfer. That if we're on the tour, we'll have our sponsors, we'll be able to travel the world, be paid well to do what we love. But the reality of it is, you better have a good backup plan. But you never know what's going to happen. You could have an injury. There could be an economic reason that the sponsorship goes away. So I love the fact that he's following through on his education and knows what he's going to be doing later on.
And similar strategy for Adam Griffiths, 29-year-old originally from a place called Totnes, but based in Newquay in Cornwall. He runs the Slope Beach and Bar in Great Western and the Newquay Surf School there. So I know that that his colleagues will be tuning in, and they'll be proud to see that 8.0. And another big name in surfing, Phil Rasman. He is a full-time professional. He also hosts a show with Chloe Calmon on the Brazilian channel Canal Off. But he's sponsored by Bird and Clothing and GoPro and Hobie Surfboards. Get those beautiful boards crafted by Mark Johnson there. So the Phil Rasman model is available, but last year he won the world title on a Ben Skinner board because he broke the boards that he was using. As we see the footage there, we're on the bottom left-hand side. You can see the judges in the middle of your screen. You can see the spotters there, the priority discs, and you can see that car park behind, the landscape, the green foliage. You can see Cole Robbins in the blue vest looking like he's getting ready for the next heat. Is that correct?
That's Tony Silvani.
Tony Silvani, sorry. Apologies for that. He's getting ready in the blue vest. He was there with his partner Lee. And wow, we really are blessed with these conditions.
Yeah, the conditions are lovely. We love having actually this little bit of cloud cover in the morning. It makes it a little easier on the eyes, staring out there, easier for the competitors as well. And, you know, we've been discussing it. Sometimes they can get pulled a little bit to the south. As you see the peak on the left-hand side of the screen, it's not a big enough wave that you'd want to take off in it in the competition, but it kind of shows you where that bank is out there. And you start to see the athletes getting pulled a little bit down to the side. So I think we're going to see them shift north with the next set.
Yep, I think so. So it's been a bit of a slow heat, and that's very interesting for the other surfers watching who'll be coming up in the next heats. We got Tony Silvani, Cole Robbins, and Taylor T.J. Jensen going for his third world title. Coming up in heat number 2. Heat number 3, we've got Kai Salas going for his first world title. Rodrigo Schreier and Harley Ingleby. Harley's been looking really good in this event. Then in heat 4, we got the 2 Del Pero brothers surfing against one another with the lone South African Stephen Sawyer. That's going to be very interesting. Are the Del Pero brothers going to work together in that heat? All to play for here at the World Longboard Championships. Many people could be world champion. Nick Jones looking for this right-hander. He's going to scramble for this. He's a little bit behind that. Unfortunately, he won't catch that wave. 14 minutes remaining, Wingnut. Are the surfers a little bit out of position, or is it just a little bit inconsistent in this heat?
Yeah, it's probably a little bit of both. And, you know, I like the position that Nick Jones is in with that 5. That's going to end up being, I think, his backup score. He'll get, he's waiting, he's being patient. He will get a wave to drop that 2.50. And with a 5 as your backup score, I think you're in a pretty strong spot. Looking at Phil with a 6.67 and a 3.83. But really, truly, in the catbird seat is Adam Griffiths, dropping that really strong 8 on his one and only wave.
And Adam had a particular formula in Papua New Guinea that got him 3rd place in the event, and it was very simple but very effective, and it was based on the 5, the bolt upright 10, and the powerful drop knee turn. So if he gets out on the open face, we're going to expect to see that trademark drop knee roundhouse turn from Adam Griffiths. I think the judges are going to really like that. I think he can get a score even higher than 8 if he gets out on the open face. But Phil Rasman, he's in priority. So will we see Phil having a go at this wave here? Looks like the surfers a little bit further out. There were some good sets in the free surf this morning, as we see Nick Jones up on the nose, a really nice hang 10 there. Pedals back to the tail. He's going to get that big sweeping wide stance roundhouse cutback. Rebounds off the foam. There's a little drop knee turn. Slices back into the foam. Another rebound off the foam. Is he going to get a section to hit the nose here? He's gone right through to the inside, as we see Adam Griffiths on the outside moving through a foamy section. We don't know what happened early in that wave, but there's the drop knee turn. When Adam gets that on an open face, the judges tend to give it big scores. Solid surfing from Adam Griffiths there in the red singlet. He's going to be pleased to add another score to his campaign. So Phil Rasman will be left outside with priority.
Absolutely, then. That's a good exchange right there. Nice to see Nick get a strong wave there. See if we can drop that 2.5, and we'll see Adam with his second wave. So, and the nice thing also about that is that brought both of those athletes to the northern edge of the comp site. So now they're going to get a clean look back out at that peak and maybe decide that they need to hang a little bit more on the north.
So as far as the statistics go, the only person in this heat who could win a world title this year, unless I'm wrong, is Adam Griffiths. Both Phil and Nick out of the running because of their results in Papua New Guinea. So Adam is a surfer who could go on to win a world title, and what a great achievement that would be. Sadly lost his mum to cancer around this time last year. So this would be such a big moment for Adam. Even to progress into the man-on-man quarters is a very big result. He was an underdog in Papua New Guinea, surprised everyone getting third. But Taylor Jensen coming up in the next heat. How do you think he's going to cope with the pressure here today, Wingnut?
You know, the pressure never seems to get to Taylor Jensen. He's very cool and composed throughout all of it. It's just another day in the water. He takes it heat by heat, very relaxed, just seems to enjoy his surf session, but not put any pressure on it.
And talking about Taylor Jensen, another surfer who has stood out in the event so far for me has been Harley Ingleby from Australia, opting to ride a slightly wider board, the hot dogger model that Jared Neal's been developing with Billy Tolhurst, and Harley looking really good on that wider nose board.
And let's see if he stays with it as the conditions, as the size picked up a little bit today.
Do you think Nick will be regretting not paddling out on the single fin, or do you think he's happy with his strategy?
Well, we'll know at the end of the heat. I mean, I think he's smoother and his footwork is better and more precise when he had that single fin. But those beautiful turns that he just put together on that last wave, I thought were really nice. So we're waiting for scores to come in.
So there's that. There's a wave from Phil Rasman. So he got a very, very quick 10, big roundhouse cutback. This is a peaky wave. This will be frustrating for Phil because he wants the wall to really line up, but he's going to connect with his no, he doesn't connect with that inside section. So we see Adam charging through. That looks like a smaller wave. Good
that's
nose
his
ride.
replay of that earlier wave.
A little bit stretched on the nose ride there, not critical, not in the pocket. So probably not going to come in at a massive score unless there was something spectacular on the outback that we didn't see. So a good backup score, but it might not be good enough to stay in his top two as we see the replay of Nick. This is a really strong ride. Great 5, great 10, powerful turn. See how he really widens his stance to get low in that turn. There's the drop knee turn, slashes, throws some spray, sets himself up for one more section here. The wave starts to back out at this point. The surfer's looking to see if they can get one more nose ride on the inside, but that was a good opening nose ride from Nick Jones.
And a really nice combination of styles there with a progressive, cutback and then a drop knee cutback. So you could see both, mastery of both skill sets there from Nick Jones.
So we expect a decent score to come onto the board. I don't think it's going to go into the excellent range, but it's certainly going to put him in a good position in this heat. Like you said, is that 5 going to be an important score for Nick Jones, or can he replace that 5? Phil Rasman also dropping scores. Adam Griffiths also dropping scores. So will Adam be in the lead after his last score drops? And we didn't get to see the opening of Adam's wave. Here it is. There's the 5. Great surfing. He's gone left. There's the 10. So this is another wave of Adam. What a fantastic nose ride there. Staying loyal to that 5. Gets 2 10s. Goes to the tail. Big hit there. Throws some spray. Hangs on. Good work, Adam Griffiths. Really great nose ride also from Nick Jones. Gets the quick 10. Pedals back to the tail. Vertical turn there. Comes almost gets an aerial, but unfortunately comes unstuck. Interesting. I said to Adam yesterday, you don't need to be too progressive off the tail. It's not going to make much difference between 12 o'clock and an 11 o'clock vertical turns. It's more about those critical nose rides. As we see Phil Rasman getting that 10, he sets up for this sweeping cross-step cutback there from the Kevin Connolly Book of Tricks, but unfortunately Phil not quite looking so comfortable on his backup board, I think.
And it might just be trying to rush a little bit here. He's got a couple of really good scores, but looking for a bigger one. He just dropped a 5.57, so increasing his lead a little bit. We're waiting for Adam Griffith's scores with all those quick exchanges right there. The judges are a little backed up. They're looking at replays, but we're going to get scores for Nick Jones. Nick looking to drop a 2.50, and boy, does he, with a 7.27 for Nick Jones, and that catapults him into first at this time while we're waiting for other scores to drop.
So that must have been Nick's right hander where he got the 5 and the 10, but then he's caught a left-hander as well, so that also will be a good score. But the left-hander that Adam Griffiths got, for me, might go bigger than his excellent 8.0 because the nose work was outstanding, and I really think that that's key today. You've really got to commit to the nose rides. That's where the big scores are going to be delivered.
Yeah, and you can see the athletes with their arms in the air waiting for scores. the beach marshal gives them, the beach announcer gives them the scores as soon as they drop from the judges. So we're still waiting on the last one from Adam Griffiths, but it looks like it's going to come in the mid-sevens. So that will put Adam Griffiths into the lead very quickly.
And one more score also to drop for Adam. So that was the right-hander that he got. So when he drops the score for the left-hander, that might even replace his 8. We'll have to see. So Adam drops a 7.3. So he's now in first position with an 8 and a 7.3. Nick Jones is in second position with a 7.27 and a 5, looking for an 8.03 to move first. But 1 and 2 progress into the man-on-man quarterfinals. Third place is Phil Rasman with a 6.67 and a 5.57.
And look how interesting this is. We've never really seen Phil in this bad of a position at this late in a heat. Now, did snapping that board early on in the heat kind of throw him off his game?
So here we go, replay of Phil's last ride. There's the 5, there's the 10. Nice hold, but doesn't project on that nose ride with much trim. It was a quick nose ride.
And then he gets drifted out the back right there. That just did not have the flow. As we take a look at Nick Jones on one of his last waves there, gets a nice nose ride, gets a nice turn, and then he's going to get a little 5 here, gets a little quick 10, but the wave closes out on that left. I don't know if that's going to be a score that's going to help Nick Jones.
You just get the sense that the momentum is with Nick and Adam in this heat, don't you?
Right now it is. I mean, you can see Phil wants to know the scores. He wants to know what's going on. But you just need good waves. You just need to do something to get – he needs a 5.61 to move into second place. He just needs a 5.61, and that will move him into second place and advancement, and there's 5 minutes and 20 seconds left.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Wingnut, but I still think we're waiting to drop a score for red for Adam Griffiths from a left-hander. I might be wrong. It's difficult. We're seeing exactly what you're seeing at home on your screens, but there's a really nice bolt upright hang 10 replay from Nick Jones and a beautiful sweeping cutback. Nick looking really loose here, really coming alive, staying busy. He's got a lot of waves. Nick's had more waves than any other surfer in this heat. He's looking relaxed. He's looking lively, but is he going to get the scores he needs? Because Phil Rasman currently needs a 5.61 to move into second. Nick is in second with that 5 and the 7.27, but Phil can get scores like that in his sleep. If he gets the opportunity, he will put those scores on the board.
And we're going to get the scores for Nick's last wave here in a minute, and it looks like he's going to replace that 5.0. So he's staying busy, and that seems to be working for him. He's putting up numbers, but still it's very close, and it's not a large number that Phil's going to need to move into second place. So with Nick's next score coming in, it does look like he's going to drop that 5. But it's not a comfortable lead with somebody like Phil Rasman and the potential that he has to score and the set that's coming in on the outside. Priority is with Adam Griffiths right now as we see that set out there.
So here we go. It looks like Adam's in position for this. Well, no, he's not in position, so he's had to leave that to Phil. But is Phil going to be able to catch that? He does. This looks like a great opportunity for Rasman, our 2-time world longboard champion. Gets a long stretch 5 nicely in the pocket. Moves out for his big sweeping cross-step turn, stays in that cross-step. I mean, that is mind-boggling how he does that. The way he doesn't abandon the cross-step. He stays with it and gets a hang 10 there, perched right up high. This is a really good way for Phil Rasman. A lot of variety, a lot of innovation, a high degree of difficulty. I anticipate that that's going to put him back in the game window.
And he is not rattled. Is he nervous? Is he worried? It's not his regular board, but he was just patient, waited for that one, and I do think that's going to be his highest score yet. We're finally getting to see scores for Adam Griffiths' third wave, but I don't know that it's going to be enough to change. That 7.3 is a very high backup wave, and I don't know whether the next score is going to do it. Nick Jones is still waiting for a score coming in as we get a replay of Phil. Nice, long, composed 5 right there. Very controlled, trailing his hand in the water. There's that switch foot drop knee turn that he holds all the way through both changes of direction.
That's mind-boggling.
Yeah, he has really mastered that. And watch him get this 10 here as he uses that forward momentum to drop back into the wave. And this wave's just going to peter out in this deep spot right there, but that was a very strong wave for Phil Rasman that is going to perhaps push him ahead of Nick Jones. Nick getting a 5.93, so Phil needed a 6.54 if he was going to move into second place, and we'll let you know as soon as those scores start to drop.
So Adam hitting the rebound there. He bounces off coming unstuck. He had a good opening 5, a big sweeping roundhouse cutback, set up for that second section, got back to the nose, another turn, and then went for the float. It looked like he hesitated ever so slightly. He was probably thinking, I just need to stick this, but that hesitation, perhaps he needed to push it a bit harder to project out from that bounce, but he's still got that 8 and the 7-3 and drops a 7-2-7 for the previous left-hander. So that's not the score from the wave we've just seen. He gets those 5 toes on the nose. Nice, good footwork from Adam Griffiths. Big sweeping turn here, gets the rebound. So Phil Rasman has just dropped a 7-2-3. So Phil is now moved into second position. The hesitation there from Adam Griffiths just perhaps was not enough to give him the drive and speed to launch over that float section. He got bounced off the board with the rebound, but Phil back in the game, meaning Nick Jones now needs a 6.63. So the Rasman, quintessential Rasman surfing there. 1 minute remaining. This guy never gives up. Wingnut, I'm not sure if you remember the semi-finals last year, World Longboard Championships. Taylor TJ Jensen was leading Phil, and it was Phil's last wave that boosted him into that final. This guy is such a savvy competitor.
Phil just stays composed, does not get rattled, is not worried. He knows if he can find the wave, he can get the score. He has that confidence, and he's just such a powerful surfer. And we're waiting for another score to drop from Phil, and I think it's going to, yeah, there it was. No, that's that score coming in, that 7.23. So Phil is in second place. Adam Griffiths is in the lead. Nick Jones with 40 seconds remaining, looking for a 6.63. Will there be one more wave before the close of this heat for Nick Jones, who has priority to snatch victory away from Phil Rasman?
So 25 minutes, 22 minutes, 22 seconds remaining. So what a cool heat from Adam, getting an 8, a 7-3, a 7-2-3, and a 5-4-4. Phil put himself back in the mix. Here we see a wave being ridden. Is this Adam Griffiths? Or yes, this is Adam Griffiths. Big sweeping turn there. Nice kind of hands above. Not sure this is going to go into his top scores. He comes in, and it looks like Adam Griffiths comes in with the win. What a result for the surfer from Newquay. Commiserations to Nick Jones. You've performed brilliantly here, but congratulations to Rasman, never giving up. We're going to be back very soon with Cole Robbins.
Look at the
Tony
relief on
Silvani.
Phil as he dumps his face in the water. That was close. All right. Thank you so much for joining us to the Taiwan Open of Surfing World Longboard Championships.
Seconds on the clock.
We have some action. It's going to be Carissa Moore.
Setting a big section for the Carissa Moore. This one looks impossible.
She finds the exit.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to heat number 2, round 4, the Men's World Longboard Championships at the beautiful Jinzun Harbor on the east coast of Taiwan, with splendid conditions here as we see Cole Robbins, Tony Silvani and Taylor Jensen, an all-American matchup in heat number 2. Previous heat, Adam Griffiths takes the win. Phil Rasman relieved to get second. Unfortunately, Nick Jones bows out, but he was looking phenomenal all event. Perhaps riding the single fin like he did in the early rounds might have facilitated the types of 10s that would have given him scores in the excellent range, but nevertheless, he was looking red hot. But an all-American matchup here, Wingnut. Who's the favorite?
Well, that's pretty easy. It's always going to be TJ when he's in a heat. There's no way with the Jeep leader jersey on that you cannot be aware of the power and poise of this man right there. Taylor Jensen going for that first nose ride. A quick one as that shoulder drops out underneath him. Very powerful cutback there. We'll see another big drop knee sweeping cutback. And the amount of spray and projection he gets out of those drop knees, I mean, it's impressive. He is a big man.
So
he is 6'4".
He is, but so light-footed, and he's been here so many times. You know, the governor of Taiwan County, Justin Wang, he knows TJ personally because Taylor has been here that many times. He really does love Taiwan. He's been a previous winner here, as Tony Silvani has also been a previous winner. There's those toes on the nose. Tony is a busy surfer. We've learned to expect that from Tony on the Colin McPhillips, Bill Stewart model. Big, powerful roundhouse cutback. Tony and Taylor have surfed against each other many times, and in fact, Tony beat Taylor in one of the finals here. So difference between an East Coast and West surfer. Historically, these two surfers have met so many times in competitive longboarding, as we see Taylor TJ Jensen with a big sweeping roundhouse cutback. And Wingnut, is there classically a difference in approaches of surfing between the East Coast and the West Coast of America?
Well, I think on the East Coast, especially with longboarding, you have smaller waves, sometimes wind and chop, so they tend to get lots of little waves. They have really quick, good footwork, whereas the Californians have been a little bit more fortunate with the point breaks and the longer setups with perhaps maybe a smoother, more relaxed style.
And
so,
talking of smooth, Cole, very silky.
Here. All right, as we finish up Cole, we'll let you know when the scores drop for that. We are now going to throw down to the beach with Shannon.
All right, Adam, well done for winning that first heat. How's the conditions looking this morning?
Yeah, it's pumping. I mean, it's 3-4 foot, super clean. Actually went quite inconsistent in our heat before this. Like this morning's free surf was super consistent, and it felt like it really did calm down a bit. But I was patient and managed to get my 2 waves, and stoked to get through.
Awesome, well done. Can you talk us through that 8-point ride?
Yes, well, took off, got a hang 10. And then my second section on the nose ride, it was quite critical. I almost wasn't sure whether to hit the nose or not. Thought I've got to go for it. And then as I came out of the nose rider, hit the floater. And I was a little bit straight-legged when I landed, but I just about managed to pull it off. So I knew it was going to be a fairly good score.
Awesome, stoked. Well, it's great to see that you guys are in. I'm not going to take you too long. You've got a quarterfinal coming up soon. You want to say hi to Mom and your baby back home?
Yeah, just hi to Holly, Lakey, Dad, boys from Fourth Surfboards. Board's going well. Anybody else back home watching, thanks for watching. It's about 11:30 back home, so it's probably a kind of a reasonable time to be watching.
Stoked. Congratulations. Get ready for that quarterfinal. We'll go back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. Thank you, Adam. Congratulations on that. A reasonable time back home at 11:30. I would have been asleep for 3.5 hours already. But I would say if I was friends of his, we'd be in a pub somewhere perhaps watching.
Yeah, playing darts. So as we see, Tony Silvani, toes on the nose, using the hand to slow himself down. Very interesting technique. A little hand drag, slow down there, gets a 10. Big sweeping roundhouse, widens the stance for those roundhouses. There's a little drop knee turn, little foot adjustment there, some footwork in the foam, kicks out here. So I'm expecting silky moves from this guy, Cole Robbins from Santa Barbara, our Rincon Star Master, looking fast on those Wayne Rich surfboards, the Cole Robbins model. There's a little rail grab as he goes for that roundhouse cutback. Cole creased this board earlier in the week. It's been fixed up by local shaper Joshua Campbell, who's the partner of local surfer Bebe Nui. So what a great opportunity for Cole to stay using his favorite board, now fixed, still in action. Cole Robbins dropping scores. Taylor Jensen kicks off with a score not quite dropped, so 5.83 for Tony's first wave. Taylor Jensen's going to come in with a score very soon as we see him on a nice long hang 5 on the left-hander here. Big bottom turn. Look at the spray as he swept around that turn. The flow of Taylor Jensen is incredible. Again, watch this spray coming flying off the top of the wave as he wraps around. As a big rebound there. So Taylor Jensen opting to go left. Nice to see that the surfers are going both left and right within a heat.
Yeah, that the opportunity is there for a good, strong score going both ways. Taylor's wave, a really nice nose ride there. I'll get to nitpick. There was a bit of a big shuffle coming back off that original nose ride. But when you saw those turns and how vertical that was fantastic.
So smooth, fast flow, that rail surfing. Let's look at these reference points for the judges. Words like nose riding and rail surfing, critical section of the wave, variety, speed and power, commitment, control, footwork. So he has to readjust his feet there, but watch the spray coming off that lip there as he sweeps back round, and look at the flow, the variety using
Good
all of the
footwork
board.
there, and it's this turn that's so impressive.
Bang, hits that really hard, riding a much lighter board than a lot of the surfers here. But Taylor Jensen, he's going for that third world title, joining the ranks of Colin McPhillips and Rusty Kielana, but still playing catch up with the great Nat Young wingnut, who's got 4 world titles in the longboard division.
Yeah, back when he has one from when it was just surfing. And
as well. So that's his 5th world. So well, that makes 5. It's 4 as a longboarder and 5 when it was just surfing.
Yeah, so the scores are going to drop here pretty quickly for Taylor. Two good scores for Tony Silvani in the high 5s, but Taylor's first score is going to come in above that, and I think his second score is also going to be fairly impressive. Great first wave for Cole Robbins as well. So when all these drop, we'll let you know. We've got 26 minutes and 40 seconds left. It's going to be a great day here. I think the wind is going to be pretty favorable for most of the morning. We might be able to finish this today.
So that link with Nat Young, extremely interesting, because that first world title he won in '66, David Nuiva was the favourite, the master of nose riding, but Nat came in with a shorter board, progressive tail surfing, but then Nat was at the forefront of the longboard renaissance in the 1980s and the first ASP events to crown a individual world longboard champion. So Taylor Jensen, he's married to Nava Young, Nat's daughter. He's got some good scores on the board as we see Cole Robbins from Santa Barbara with a long hang 5, readjusting his feet, really wide stance for this power turn there, sets himself up nice and low. This wave getting a little peaky, but Cole Robbins looking lively. So Taylor Jensen gets a 9.33, backed up by a 7.33, so already in a commanding position here. Tony Silvani has a 5.93 and a 5.83. Cole Robbins, now looking to drop another score, has a 5.63. So wow, what a start for TJ Wingnut.
And if you just look at the comparison of Cole's wave and Taylor's wave, both on those lefts, both really good nose rides, but it was the power and flow of Taylor's turns that's going to really separate him from Cole's. As we see Taylor up again, long 5 to a super long 10, readjusts, and here he comes to set up big, sweeping, powerful cutback there. Back to the nose in the whitewater, very difficult work right there. Gets it back with control, banking it off the whitewater, and Taylor looks like he's having a really good time out there.
Yep, you use the word banking off the whitewater, banking another big score that might go into the excellent range. Will it replace his 7.33? I mean, a 9.33. That's one of the highest scores of the tournament thus far.
Yeah, the only thing we saw beat that was Honolulu's scores yesterday. She was fantastic in that win, peaking at just the right time coming into the final. As we see Cole Robbins again, beautiful footwork to the nose, that long locked in 5, nice and composed, readjust, and this cutback is great, swinging it around just before the whitewater. But it was where Taylor was able to bring that cutback up and rebound vertically into the whitewater that separates those two rides.
So let's look at TJ here. There's the 5, there's the 10. Look at the line he takes, very high line, a long nose ride, and then look at the flow, power, speed, precision, sweeps that, throws some spray, sets up for the 5 here. The wave slowing down but accelerating through the rebound off the whitewater there into the fatter section, knowing that there's no more scoring potential. You know, the mastery Taylor possesses. You know, a lot of surfers might have milked one more moment there. He knew he'd done all he could on that wave kicks out.
And it's so rare that there is extra scoring potential on that very inside section. The judges are going to reward you in the critical, most high energy part of the wave, and that's always going to be that first third of the wave.
So if you're just tuning in around the world, your man Taylor Jensen, he's in the lead. If you're a fan of Tony Silvani, he's in second. If you're a fan of Cole Robbins, Cole, you're in third. You need a 6.13 to move into second position. Third place surfer will be eliminated. First and second moving on to the man-on-man quarterfinals here at Jinsun Harbour as we see Cole Robbins from Rincon. Toes on the nose, gets a 10, another nice 5, pulls up for another soul arch 5, pedals back to the tail. Big sweeping roundhouse cutback, rebounds off the foam, using that foam to generate speed to move back into the open face, gets another cutback. Great nose work on the outside wingnut. Really liked what I saw. High degree of difficulty in that opening nose ride.
Absolutely, and you can see where Cole's looking to milk the inside here, where Taylor just jumped out right away. Again, it's going to get soft and deep in there. I do not think that's the type of nose riding they're going to score really well for right there at the end. His nose ride in the opening section, superb, and that's what he's going to get credit for. As we're looking for Taylor Jensen's next score to drop from that last wave, he's putting this heat away. He's got Tony Silvani comboed. Doesn't look like Tony has a chance to get into first place. Cole looking for a 6.13 to move into second. So as we get a replay of Cole's wave here, you'll see this nose ride set up. There's a 5, there's a 10. He's going to go back to 5 and stay trimmed, locked in that high speed line. Big sweeping cut back there, throwing it into the white water. That's where all the points are in this wave. For all the athletes, it's in that first half of the wave.
I think that's going to be a big score for Cole. So Taylor drops a 9.23, so he is absolutely killing it in this heat. 2 scores in the 9 range, and that's got to feel great for the number 1 seed, knowing that he can get scores in the excellent range and probably knowing he's got more to deliver. He's now thinking, I can get a 10 out here, I can get a 10. But Cole Robbins waiting for scores to drop. I anticipate that will be enough to move him into second position.
I agree with you, and it's interesting to see how comfortable and composed Taylor is right now. It's the same type of surfing that we saw from Lindsey Steinreity throughout the rounds yesterday. Will there be anyone that can do what Honolulu did? Build their momentum through these next rounds, peaking in the final, or will Taylor just be still building through these rounds?
That's a very good point, Wingnut, because Lindsey did peak slightly too early, but then she needed to get to that final. But Hono, she just was building, and then her best surfing was in those last 30 minutes.
And I think it was great that we were able to run consistently yesterday, so the athletes, their momentum was smooth. They understood the timing of the sets and the wave. They felt really comfortable out there. So it was great that we were able to run consistently yesterday. And if the wind stays in our favor today, we might be able to do the same with the men.
And we've got that similar cloud pattern to yesterday. We had cloud in the morning, and that seemed to be indicative of this lighter wind, but it did get them very sunny later in the morning. So if the wind stays back, the surfers will want to keep surfing. But even if the wind comes up a little bit, we have got a very windy forecast over the coming days. So it might be better than the coming days, and that might also help determine if the surfers want to keep surfing. They'll be in continual dialogue with our contest director and longboard commissioner, Will Hayden Smith. But right now, it's TJ, Taylor, Jensen, a 9.33 and a 9.23. He could just come in now.
And looks like Cole Robbins got the score he needed, a 6.83, moving him into second place and advancing. So now Tony Silvani is in jeopardy of being sent home. There's 20 minutes left. We're getting a little worked up here. But there'll be a lot of scores. We know Tony stays really busy. But right now, Cole Robbins in second place and Tony Silvani looking for a 6.54 or better. And priority is also with Tony Silvani right now. You see TJ looking over his shoulder, checking out the lineup, both right and left, trying to decide. This is a great wide shot showing you, the big peak where the surfers are at on the right and the other one coming to us on the left.
So it looked like there was an opportunity for a split peak, but TJ took his priority. He went left. Tony was with priority, but Taylor with a big sweeping turn. Look at the spray kicked off out of those fins there. He's riding a 2+1 on a bespoke firewire board here. Nice drop knee turn, sets up for this inside section. So speed, power and flow, and very good rail surfing. Little bounce there, bang, hits that 12 o'clock on the inside. What is separating Taylor from these other two great surfers? Cole and Tony, they really are world-class longboarders, but why, Wingnut, is TJ doing so much more on the scores?
I'll give it to you. It's right here. Speed, power, and flow. Speed, power, and flow. And that is what really is what Taylor is epitomizing here in this heat. When he pulls up and adds his great nose riding skill to it, I think he is going to be unstoppable.
So look at this turn. Wow, look at the spray, the sweep, the flow. And he didn't put too much into that turn. He always knows how he can accelerate out of that rail. So here we go, setting up for that inside section. Uses
and
that
look how
footwork.
small this wave is right here. And watch how much power he puts into this re-entry right here. Bang. I mean, that's power. Power and flow. Taylor Jensen at its best right there. He's looking to drop, his low score is pretty crummy. It's a 9.23.
You see those amazing athletes in the States, those big basketball players who have this kind of light-footed grace. And Taylor, he's 6'4", he's a huge individual, but he has that rare ability to be extremely light-footed. Another good light-footed surfer, one of the greats, Cole Robbins, and a real critical nose ride. High degree of difficulty there, getting the curtain crashing down over him, but what good nose riding from Cole. He's looking to stay in that second position, because at the moment it's all about second. Tony and Cole fighting for second. Taylor's got such a runaway lead that both Cole and Tony are in combination situations, but look at the degree of difficulty on the nose here, Wingnut. There's the 5, pulls up for the quick 10. He's really in the pocket there, moving very fast, but that wave running away from him, getting a little bit peaky. He has to kick out, so it probably won't add to his 2 scores. He's got a 5.63 and a 6.83, but it's Tony who just needs a 6.54 to move into second.
Yeah, it's not a big score that Tony needs to get it. He's going to be selective. He's got priority out there. He knows the separation is going to come from the size of the wave. If he wants to really jump up and get out of the 5s into the 6s or 7s, he's going to need a bigger set wave to do that. So far, Taylor Jensen's been the only one to really capitalize on the largest sets. So I expect to see that from Tony. He's usually a very busy surfer, and right now his wave count is lower than that of Cole and Taylor.
As we arrived this morning, I was wandering around. I like to kind of see how the athletes are preparing. I saw Taylor in the corner by himself. He had his music on. He had his hat down. He looked very focused. There was no way I was going to go over and say hello. He was in the zone. These athletes, they have different plans of attack for their preparation. Taylor likes to stay quite quiet. He likes to keep his eye on the sea. You'll always notice him watching and absorbing and noticing changes in tide, the types of strategies from other surfers. He really does, he kind of doesn't leave it to chance. He has an idea of where he wants to sit for every heat.
He gets in the water really early every morning, figures out his, has anything changed, anything new occurred, makes sure that he's feeling loose, gets a little bit of the rhythm of the swell as that changes every day, changes with the tides, makes sure he knows what it is, and then comes back in on the beach and keeps his eyes on it.
But the challenge being, if he puts all these big numbers on the board and the judges see that full repertoire, how is he going to continue to impress them? What we saw with Lindsay was we saw variety. So Taylor already demonstrating an amazing ability on the nose there with a fantastic hang 10. That's going to be a throwaway score. But he's got to save something to keep getting through these big heats, as we see Tony Silvani chasing a 6.54 with a nice across-the-roof floater. Big little air drop there. He powers through this foam. He's not going to get some open space. Will it be the score he needs? Cole Robbins comes flying through this section. Big re-entry. Can he hang on to that? He does hang on to that. So it's a race between Cole and Tony.
They are doing battle to stay in this competition, trying to maintain a second place so that they can move on to the quarterfinals. But yeah, the performance being put on by Taylor Jensen is putting all the other athletes on notice of what it's going to take to beat him. And you start to how do you pick apart what he's doing? Well, oh, he's a big man. Maybe he's not that good at nose riding. Well, that just proved that he is. That was a nice, tight, clean, composed 10. As we see Cole Robbins go there, get his own nice 10, and then the speed race begins. 5, and remember, hanging 5 sometimes can be the faster way to get down the line of a wave. Instead of having back to the tail and pumping, that speed trim from a good clean 5 will get you through a section like Cole just showed us. And then I'm sure we'll see Tony Silvani's replay coming up again in a second. So
Cole looked really fast on that wave.
Yeah, that board screams, and again, it's that forward trim 5 speed that can make sections. So it'll be fun to watch the scores drop from that, and the judges like that one from Cole as well. I think he's going to add a little pressure on Tony Silvani as Cole gets a 7.70 as we watch Tony's wave, where he had that really big floater after that nose ride, but he's just unable to get ahead of the wave and add any more to it. So now Tony needs an 8.60. He needs an 8.60 to jump up into second place, and that's starting to look like a pretty big number with 13 and a half minutes left.
You can really see the flex in Tony's board, his Stewart board there, as he projected off those lips. You could see that flex, that spring. He likes that lively feel in the board. Cole seems to be riding the flatter board of the 3 boards being used in this heat, and also has a little bit of width like Tony does on his Bill Stewart board. Cole riding the Wayne Rich board. But Taylor Jensen's probably, he's got the least amount of board under his feet. Looks like the narrowest board of the three, but he's the biggest guy. But he's a freak of nature. He's such an athletic individual. And like you said, is he going to be struggling on the nose? But no, he goes and gets a bolt upright hang 10 on a throwaway wave. So this guy is a great all-rounder.
What you wouldn't expect is for him to be as smooth with his footwork, considering how much how little volume that board has compared to how much volume Taylor has. Just the big man can stay so smooth, but I think part of it is that board is an old friend. I love the way that you put it, that it was a bespoke Firewire, that they were playing with some things to try to make it as light as it could, and he has taken care of that good friend for years, and obviously that good friend takes care of him. So I think when you had a board for a long time, you get really comfortable with it, and it just stays glued to your feet.
And I spoke to him when we arrived together in Taipei. We were doing a little bit of work with the WSL and Firewire in the capital of Taiwan, and I asked him, are you gonna use your old favorite? And he said it actually has a psychological edge as well. He gets that out, and the rest of the field go, oh my golly gosh, Taylor's got the kind of grey, silver, black rail board.
Right.
So he knows that there's a psychological edge as well. He's got other boards using the Polonia and the Balsa that we recognize from the TimberTech Firewire that go just as well, but this, he's got a particular relationship with it, and it's the board that he won in Papua New Guinea on. Will it be the board he wins the world title, his third world title? We see a beautiful bit of nose riding, silhouetted, rincon style from the Silky Surfer from Santa Barbara. Cole Robbins looking oh so good there. This to me is the type of surfing that's going to get him through the heat.
That was the best nose ride we've seen so far this morning. So that will be interesting to see what the judges score that. Tony's low score, a 6.83, and I think with that committed nose ride, that long composed 5-10, super critical part of the wave. Let's look at it again. See the way he sets it up with that left go right. Doesn't rush to the nose and then gets locked in. Look at the body language, the body English, and only brings 1 foot back for 5. Tightens it up again. We'll get a really nice cut back right here from Cole. And then as he rides out of it, just comes unglued there. But that was the nicest nose ride we've seen this morning.
So Wingnut, we got West Coast versus East Coast here, and currently West Coast in the lead with Taylor Jensen with a 9.33 and a 9.27. Cole Robbins with a 7.7 and waiting to drop a score. Will it replace his 6.83? I have a feeling it will. Cole Robbins very good on the nose there, but did he back it up with the type of rail surfing that allows him to get that score in the excellent range? But the flow, the finesse, the degree of difficulty, and also the aesthetic. I love to see good style. We saw that relentlessly with the women yesterday, even those that were getting 2s and 3s looking good in trim, as we see Tony Silvani having a little sniff at that wave. He's going to be looking for something in the high 8s to move.
So Cole's score came in at 6.87. It was better than that 6.83. Not a lot, but it was better. Added just another ounce of pressure as we look at Rodrigo Schweier getting some encouragement before going out for his next heat in quarterfinal number 3.
Goofy footer, will he be on the left? Very fast surfer, very progressive, but very good on the hang 10s. But can any of these competitors coming up in the later rounds touch Taylor Jensen, who is on fire here at Jinzun Harbor? But as long as he doesn't peak too early, that will be what he won't want to do. As we see that nice 5, there's the nice 10. Look at the hold in that board and accelerating the speed coming through this section. Functionality, flow, critical surfing, innovation, variety. The acceleration back on the tail there was phenomenal. As we see pulling into that little wave there is Cole Robbins. He kicks out on the nose and a standing island kick out.
Yeah, yep.
What does that score in our scorebook, Wingnut?
Composure. It goes into the composure book.
Because we do score kickouts, don't we?
Yeah, we do. We like to see control. I mean, I still cringe every time I see them pull the eject button and just jump off. I just like...
That's Kevin Scavana doing styling the hair of Connie Stewart there, as we see Aurelia Menu on the inside, and out on the right there's our commentator Shannon Hughes with her partner Aaron, her husband Aaron, and then there's Rachel Tilley. So she was very unlucky yesterday. She got a 3rd place finish, and she nearly beat Hono in that semi-final. So great surfing from Rachel. Another Californian, Taylor Jensen. There's that 10. And then watch the acceleration here. Puts the foot on the fins and accelerates through and then sweeps back into the set. There's something special about this surfer that for me is so much ahead of the rest of the field. But will Kai Salas put on a show? Kai's going to be coming up in the next heat, and Kai is our number 2 seed.
It'll be very interesting to look at the approach of Kai Salas and Harley Ingleby in that next heat, watching 2 more powerful regular footers so we can compare apples to apples with Taylor and see what happens on how they read these conditions. I mean, I saw Taylor looking at that wave and I was wondering if he was going to pull in. You know, there is an opportunity to get covered up on this wave, and maybe that's one of the things that Taylor's going to hold back for the next round.
And there's a nice little tube section at another break just to the south in the harbour there. So if you come here on a free surf trip, it's not only this wave. There's a left just to the north, there's a harbour peak to the south, and there's a variety of waves, a number of point breaks. So it really is a great place to come on a surf adventure here, as we see that lovely right-hander peeling off, that morning light continuing to glare. The wind coming up ever so slightly, but it's certainly not a disadvantage yet. We've seen much windier conditions earlier in the waiting period. We ran a QS 1500 shortboard event, and the shortboarders, they love that wind for the aerials, but the longboarders want it to stay clean.
Well, and you know, when my friends at home are looking at this, so they've been sending me messages on Instagram about how it looks like trestles. It's a very trestles-like setup, and that QS and the shortboarders were having a heyday. Aerials being pulled and landed, barrels being scored. It is a very fun, versatile break here for all types of surfers. So definitely an interesting destination to come for a vacation.
And Wingnut, a few days ago, Harley in an interview described it as trestles with more character.
There you go. I like that. I think that's a really good description of it. There's a little bit more going on. And then to have so many other waves close by, it really is never going to be, you know, a crowded surf trip if you come here. The locals are real friendly, and there's so much surf. Even on this particular break, there's 3 or 4 main peaks you could be working at.
So Tony Silvani, he is still in the game here. He needs an 8.64 to move into second position. So that both Tony and Cole are in a combination situation thanks to Taylor's 2 scores in the mid-9s. But Tony has a chance because he's in priority. There's a small set coming, 5 minutes 50 seconds remaining, looking for an 8.67. So Bill Stewart, if you're tuning in, your team rider Tony Silvani, he needs a score in the high 8s. Is he going to get the chance? As we see Tony, toes on the nose, gets the 10, moves back to the tail, accelerating through this section, getting a little bit behind here. This wave peaky. That will be frustrating for Tony. The wave just didn't really open out for him, Wingnut.
It just didn't give him that opportunity. By trying to get that nose right in early, just didn't carry enough speed, and it was more of those smaller waves get really straight across, and that means they're going to section out on that little shallow spot there. So that jumped close for Tony, so that is not going to help him. We were just looking at Kai Salas walking down to the beach there as we see another streaky speed nose ride from Cole Robbins. Beautifully backlit in this glare here. It's a little challenging. Great roundhouse cut back there from Cole, trying to stall and get in that little cover up. He was the one that got covered earlier in the event. I'm glad he turned into a little mini G.I. Joe and fit in that one again. So great work, Cole Robbins. I'm glad you're eyeballing that. That made me happy.
Yeah, a little hair wash from Cole, bit
yeah.
of shampoo, some conditioner. Not too deep, but he did get covered up. He did get a tube in round 1 as well. It might have even been round 2, I forget. We've been enjoying so much action here. But let's look back at Tony's wave. There's the 10, but this wave just doesn't open up for him.
Just runs away from him, correct.
Still playing catch up for Tony, but Cole looking oh so fast on the nose there. I've learned to really celebrate the particular approach to nose riding from Cole. It's very fast, it's very speedy, and he tends to nose ride very low down in the wave. He likes that more kind of heavy board single fin line of nose riding, so kind of recognizing more of the classic approach to the nose ride line you would get on a log, but riding a more performance board, yet referencing that California style to nose riding. Good flow, good speed. Cole's a very fast surfer, and the fastest surfer often wins, and I think that Cole's going to stay in this event till the later rounds, but he did lose man-on-man to Taylor Jensen in Papua New Guinea. But Cole is also in the running for the world title.
And that wave there to me was very reminiscent about Cole's home waves. It looked like more of a point wave than it did a peaky A-frame beach wave. So that was his C Street, that was his Rincon background there, the way he drew that line in the mid-face, not in that top third, and that mid-face speed line and allowed him to make it through that section and to be able to pull in the end. So really well read, well played, Cole, and I think the judges are going to completely agree with that. And this is going to be a score that really puts it away. I think it's going to be such a separation for Cole that I don't think Tony can get there.
So congratulations, Cole. You're going to drop a decent score. Will it replace your 6.87? You've got a 7.7, so putting even more pressure on Tony, perhaps needing something in the 9 range. As we see Tony there, 4 steps. There's the 10. Nice hang 10 from Tony. Really great nose work from the East Coaster here, and a beautiful sweeping roundhouse cutback. Rebounds off the foam. He'll be looking for another section here. There's that drop knee turn. Tony Silvani looking fantastic on this right-hander, but is it enough? Is it going to get the score in the high 8s that he needs to move into second position? Tony's been on the road since September, traveling to California, Hawaii, Japan. He's here with his partner Lee. He's really performed well at this event, beating Ben Skinner in the last round, getting a beautiful hang 10 on the replay there, pedaling back to the tail, opening out for a nice sweeping roundhouse cutback, rebounding off the foam. But Cole Robbins has just dropped to 7.83, so it means that Tony now needs a near perfect 9.6. I don't think that's going to come close to the 9.6. With just under 2 minutes remaining, Taylor in the lead, Cole in second, Tony in third.
So that's going to be a big upset for Tony Silvani to get bounced out at this point, but this was going to be one of the more difficult heats of this round. I mean, there's not an easy heat here. I wouldn't want to be in any one of these. But
you'd smoke them all, Wingnut. The way you're surfing at the moment. I saw you at Jinzun Harbor
I
2
guarantee
days ago.
I could lose this heat hands down. There's no question about it.
Haven't you got an impeccable 10-year record?
I haven't lost an event in 10 years.
There we go, says it all. The Wingnut bringing you the live commentary. I'm Sam Bleakley. We've got 1 minute remaining, 22 seconds. Taylor Jensen in the lead, Cole Robbins in second. Silvani needing a near perfect 9.6 to move into second position. If Tony does bow out, he's been a previous winner here. He's flown the flag for the Stewart surfboards. He's been surfing phenomenally well, but Taylor just kicked off with those scores in the 9 range, and Cole looking oh so fast and silky on the nose, taking that rink-on line, the master of the point break, Cole Robbins. Can he better his 5th place in Papua New Guinea? He lost man-on-man in the quarterfinals to Taylor. It's very likely that he's going to be surfing against Taylor again, because the seeding probably hasn't changed much. So I'm not sure how the transition will work, but I think he could be surfing against Taylor again as we go down into the last 35 minutes. Little recap there from you, Wingnut.
And if we can see Cole and Taylor come in, head to head again at some point here, will he be able to get redemption for Papua New Guinea? Will he be peaking at the critical time where maybe he can take the big man Taylor Jensen down? It's going to be very exciting, but Taylor really put this heat away very early on. He opened with a 7.33, backed it up with a 9.33, and then a 9.27 in there. I mean, his scores, his lowest score of 5.37 was just an experimental wave where he was just checking it out. So dominant performance, Taylor Jensen. Congratulations, you and Cole Robbins, moving on to the quarterfinals. I'm going to jump down onto the beach for a quick interview with Taylor Jensen, and I'll turn the booth over to Sam and Shannon.
Some action. It's going to be Carissa Moore.
Setting a big section for the Carissa Moore. This one looks impossible.
She finds the exit.
Welcome, surf fans, to heat number 3 of round 4 of the World Longboard Championships at Jinzhou Harbour, as we see those sets welling up with Kai Salas, our number 2 seed, going for his first world title, surfing against the goofy footer from Saquarema, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, Rodrigo Schweier. And in the white singlet, we have Harley Ingleby, our 2-time world longboard champion, on the nose in the replay there. Really good hang 5, gets that hang 10 on the hot dogger model, really using the nose work to get the scores on the board here. Harley looking fantastic on that wide nose board there. This is the board that he rode in the earlier rounds and looked so good, getting scores in the excellent range, and a great hang 10 through to the inside. So what a start for Harley. I'm Sam Bleakley and I'm joined by Shannon Hughes. Good start for Harley there, Shannon.
It was really beautiful surfing. Love seeing that he's surfing something a little bit bigger. We've really seen that helping the guys, you know, with their board selection. If they're riding something a little bit wider and heavier, guys and girls alike, then it's really been smoothing out that style and allowing for those long nose rides, as it just kind of holds the tails, you know, hold that board right into the wave, as opposed to those real high performance thin nose, thin tail models. So that first wave comes through for Harley, a 7.17, so that's a great start for him.
Really good start, and I think he knows he can win this event on the nose. You know, he's one of the great nose riders. He's recognized in competitive longboarding as more of a progressive surfer, but anybody who knows Harley beyond competitive longboarding will know he's one of the great all-rounders. He rides everything. Look at his material online. He's sponsored by GoPro. He gets some of the best GoPro clips I've ever seen on his YouTube channel, and it demonstrates his ability to shortboard, log ride, single fin, quad ride, thruster ride. And Harley is starting to think, wow, I can really win this event on the nose, opting to ride a slightly wider Billy Tolhurst, a board that Jared Neal is been developing with Tolhurst, using the Thunderbolt carbon fiber technology. It's got a lot of kind of kick in the nose, but it's got a wide template. It's a bit thicker than the boards we've seen Harley competing on in the past, but it's facilitating those long nose rides, as we see Kai Salas scrambling for that set. But it's Rodrigo Schweier from Rio de Janeiro, 4 steps to the nose, the goofy footer, having a long smooth hang 5, gets a beautiful hang 10, readjusts his feet. We'll expect some power coming off the bottom, riding the Luffy board. His shape of Luffy is here. Rodrigo on the Sea Captain model, a 9.2, setting up for this section. What do you think about that, Shannon?
Oh, what a beautiful opening wave. Love that back, just the way that it's backlit with the sunshine as he comes through for that last little tap on the inside. So beautiful surfing from Rodrigo. We'll now wait for Kai Salas to get his opening score. And before we see that, we are going to go down for an interview with Taylor Jensen.
I'm here with the winner of the first heat of the day, Taylor Jensen. That was a dominant performance. It looked like you had fun as well.
Yeah, that's the first heat where I've actually figured out where to sit and pick up those ones that run. So yeah, I'm just stoked to get a couple waves.
And even some of the lefts, you were able to score high in both directions.
Yeah, in the past, this was actually more of a left. We didn't really go right the first couple years I went here. I think a lot of sands filled in from what they've done here, but yeah, I just knew that there was an opportunity on the left. Everybody's been watching them, but not very many takers, so I just figured I'd give it a shot.
It looked really comfortable out there. Congratulations, good luck going into the quarterfinals.
Thank you.
So Wingnut, I didn't know you were 6'4". Very interesting. Wingnut's grown. Taylor's 6'4", and they're both exactly the same height. So I think that Wingnut was standing on some rocks.
We've seen that, I think in the morning show the other day, he was also standing on some rocks. Or he was doing some interview with Mark Warren talking about the endless summer too, and he was standing up on this huge rock to try and match Mark Warren's height, who's roughly the same size as Taylor. So
good job, Taylor Jensen. On fire in that heat. I mean, phenomenal surfing, but he'll just be gearing up, you know. But the difficulty when you get those massive scores at this stage in the event is you know, can you continue to impress the judges? Can you keep delivering? We saw Lindsay Steinride just kind of nailing every heat, but then it was Honno Bloomfield who peaked in the final when it really mattered.
Exactly. So Lindsay Steinride had an excellent run the whole morning. Her semi-final was about as good as it got until Honolulu came through in the final, and we saw Honno just peak as she needed to, heat after heat, getting a bit better. So that first wave, here we go for, sorry, that's Harley Ingleby. So wow. Second wave up in the white. Love that fading nose ride for the takeoff. Beautiful rail game. Comes in, looks for that second nose ride, so he knows that's where those points are coming from today. He's a little bit out of the pocket, but he's really sticking with this as it goes a little bit flatter, maintaining lots of control, coming through on the nose, comes in under the lip, Great wave from Harley.
Wow, I want to have a go on that board. That was phenomenal. See the way he set up the stretch 5 and he steered round into the section to trim left, go right, stay high, gets the 10, moves back, gets back on the nose, makes a really long section on the nose ride. So some very innovative nose riding there from Harley Ingleby, really demonstrating that he's using a very functional board for this wave, really saying, I can win this event on the nose. Watch that 5, and uses that arm to steer, gets the 10, pedals back to the tail there, unleashes. This board also really good on the tail, sets up for the second nose ride section there, gets the 5, and look at the long length of 5 here. Yeah, he's a little bit out in the pocket, but he makes this whole section on the nose and gets another 10, and pedals back to the tail, and then gets the boom rebound on the inside, slides some tail. So this board, strong, solid on the nose, but loose on the tail. Harley Ingleby, are you going to be taking this surfing to the final? Looking so good, Shannon.
You know what I love about Harley is that board swap was a really, really good decision. He went down in round 1 in second place, which is really surprising. Harley usually wins that round 1 heat with no problem, but Kevin Scavarna, who was unfortunately knocked out in one of the previous heats, he took that lead over Harley. Kevin in that heat was riding his single fin log, which we know he's a very traditional surfer, excellent on the nose. Harley was riding a different board in that first heat, and he was tail surfing. And I think he was trying to make the statement that tail surfing is still in the mix with professional longboarding, but I love his adjustment to seeing what the criteria was for this contest, what the criteria is for professional longboarding worldwide, and that he made the adjustments to get more nose riding done, and with that he can definitely come through as one of our top competitors for this contest.
And scores dropping for Harley. We haven't yet got the average, but will it be higher than his 717? The judges liking the degree of difficulty on the nose, but it's Kai Salas, our number 2 seed, who's going for that first world title. He's come second twice before. He beat Harley in the final in 2009 at Pasta Point in the Maldives on a 2-event tour, but Harley had already won in Japan earlier in the season and was crowned world champion, and he beat Taylor in the final in 2011, sorry.
Okay.
I forgot my dates there, when Taylor won his first world title. So Kai's come second in the World Tour twice, but both times have been a 2-event tour, and he's won the final event. So can Kai finally win a world title? The 36-year-old regular-footed from Waikiki, who runs an amazing surf school down there, riding the beautiful Michael Takayama boards. And Kai has just been looking ice cool in the free surfs here. He's been a standout in the free surf, Shannon.
He really has, and he was surfing so well in Papua New Guinea. It was sad to see him go down to Taylor, but Taylor, once again, just that step ahead in the final round of that contest. But here we go with live action. Rodrigo's fire on fire as always. Love that opening nose ride. Let's see if he can drive around this. It's a little bit stuck behind. Unfortunately, I was hoping he could get to the flats, drive that bottom turn around, and come up for a clean snap, but he doesn't get it. It's okay though, he's still got 25 minutes on the clock. So waiting for Kai to get that opening ride. Quite slow. I was hearing from Adam Griffiths, who was in that first heat, that even though it looks like it's really pumping, and it is, there's a lot of sets coming through, that it's still a little bit difficult to get the right wave selection. So we can see that from Kai, but that replay from Rodrigo, great opening nose ride, unfortunately just doesn't make it around the section.
He's such a firm favourite in every heat, Rodrigo. He never gives up, as we see drone footage of Kai Salas on the Michael Takayama. What a great, stylish soul arch nose ride there. Amazing footwork, amazing nose riding from our Hawaiian, our number 2 seed with a sweeping roundhouse cutback. There's that drop knee. He has the little hop to get through to this inside section. Is he going to find that chance to get back up on the nose? I think he's just going to come off the back of that wave. So good opening maneuvers from Kai. Beautiful nose ride, gets the close 5, nice soul arch, good body language, a big sweeping roundhouse cutback, looking so fast on this Donald Takayama, Michael Takayama shape. Nice to see some color on Kai's boards. A lot of his favorite boards of late have been white, so he's going for a bit of speed color here, and look at that posture there. That's going to make a beautiful photo, and great critical innovative surfing from the Hawaiian regular footer. The 36-year-old going for that first world title. Doesn't quite connect to this inside section, but I don't think it'll matter, because what he performed on the outside there was really strong, Shannon.
Love that drone footage, that little soul arch on the nose ride. Goes in for that big re-entry, bounces hard off the foam. What a beautiful day it is. Excellent conditions. Kai Salas still going in that drone footage replay, pumping his way through. I'm a little bit sad for him that wave didn't connect because he put in so much effort. We saw with Harley's first wave that it really just kind of connected through. But here we go with live action. So Rodrigo goes for the hang 10. Just comes a bit slipped off there on the nose, but that's okay. So still 23 minutes on the clock. We do have some scores to come through. There's 2 waiting for Rodrigo's fair. We'll have the averages out in just a moment, and we will have a score to come through for first of Kai. Harley Ingleby's first 2 waves in the 7-point range, so those are great starts, but I'm sure these guys would have been paying close attention to the previous heat, knowing that those near perfect scores, those high 9s, are available, and that's what they'll be aiming for.
I was pleased to see Rodrigo going for the hang 10 there. He knows he's got to get those 10s in to get the excellent scores here. So Harley Ingleby is in the lead with a 7-6 and a 7-1-7. So that really innovative bit of nose riding from Harley rewarded a 7-6 as we see perhaps the back of a helicopter there. I have a feeling that just as we cut to Kai, he would have just done a hang 5 nose ride into a helicopter and come round. So you get the impression that if he went for a helicopter, he's done something even more interesting outside. A helicopter isn't necessarily a kind of highly rewarded score from the judges. I might be completely wrong. I'm just guessing. We just got a brief moment there. It just looked like he'd kind of come round from that 360 helicopter from the hang 5. So 2 scores waiting to drop for Harley, for Kai Salas, our surfer in red. So Rodrigo Schweier, he's got a 4.5. And is there an interference call come up? And that was that to do with the first exchange of waves?
So that would have been with Kai Salas
Paddling
trying
out.
to get into that wave. I think when Rodrigo took off in front of him, we'll have to wait to see. I'm actually going to run out and grab our commissioner and see if
it might have been on the face.
Will
because
can give us a little explanation on those interference situations and what that means.
It could have been when Rodrigo was paddling out and got very near Kai. Kai had to readjust his line for a roundhouse cutback. I noticed that on the drone footage. I felt like Rodrigo was too near Kai, but it might have been a paddle situation, but my instinct did say that it was on the paddle out. So an interference call has been made for Rodrigo Schweier. We'll get the accurate update from our commissioner or from Wingnut ASAP, but right now that puts Rodrigo Schweier in a super tricky situation because he will only have 1 scoring ride counted. So Rodrigo Schweier almost certainly is not going to make it through this heat. There is a possibility that he will if scores come out too low, but already Harley with a 7-1-7 and a 7-6, and Kai Salas with a score that's going to come out in the 7s and another score to drop. So at in the moment it's Harley in the driving seat, Kai second. You can see hands being raised from perhaps is that Rodrigo Schweier trying to ask what's happening? We got 22. Wow, well this is interesting, Shannon.
This
what
is
is happening
pretty
here?
crazy, yeah. So we'll have to get that explanation through from our commissioner. He's just let me know that he's going to go talk to the judges and kind of find out what happened. So we will give everyone kind of the update once that comes through. But as far as we know, if there is an interference on a wave, then it means that the surfer with the interference on their score will only have 1 counting wave for the heat. So their backup score will not count. It will only be their first highest score that will count. So the highest possible, I believe, for Rodrigo would be if he got a perfect 10, he'd have that perfect 10.
So Shannon, you can breathe. I'm back.
Okay.
There's nothing more scary than having to man the booth alone. I've done that before, and you look around and there's nobody to talk to, and you know you've got to keep talking, and you're running out of air. I just went to get a little update, and I came back with no update.
Good to know.
So we haven't got the official call yet, but we have got some scores coming through. 7.53 for Kai Salas and a 6.17. So Kai Salas is in second position. Harley Ingleby, he has a 7.6 and a 7.17. So at the moment, Harley in the lead, Kai in second, but both of these surfers will advance. Rodrigo Schweier has an interference call. Only 1 wave will count for the Goofy Foot Brazilian as you see him waving his arms, trying to get some clarity. So Rodrigo doesn't speak fluent English. He actually could really do with someone to get on the PA to announce in Portuguese what's going on. And we can see great footage there from the drone of our surfer in red from Hawaii, Kai Salas, looking for that wave. He doesn't get it. Harley Ingleby is sitting with priority. Very interesting score drop for Harley's second wave, that really innovative bit of nose work, getting a 7.6, higher than his first wave of a 7.17. I really like the scores delivered from the judges there, recognizing the degree of difficulty for the fact that he got that stretch 5 and steered up into the left go right, trimmed right, got the 10. Amazing innovative footwork and nose riding from the Coffs Harbour legend, the 2 times world longboard champion Harley Ingleby. But right now, it's 18 minutes 58 seconds. Rodrigo probably just doesn't know why he got that interference. My instinct still says that it was actually when Kai was on a good right-hander that he got in the way as he was paddling back out. So we're actually getting some news from Will Hayden-Smith right now, talking to Shannon Hughes while I keep you entertained here at the men's world longboard championships, as that drone footage really demonstrates the beauty of that landscape. Blue water, sun now shining. Is this a good sign for light winds? Yesterday we had that cloudy morning and then it cleared up and we had light winds all day. Are we going to continue to have light winds today? 80 minutes remaining. Harley is in the lead with a 7.83 and a 7.6. So Harley's just dropped his highest scoring wave of the heat, a 7.83, backed up now with a 7.6. Kai Salas giving a wave, listening out for situation. He wants to know positions. Kai has a 7.53 and a 6.17. He did do a helicopter on one of those waves. Whether we'll get that again on the replay. Helicopters aren't the big scoring maneuvers that they used to be in the 1990s, Shannon, back when I first started competing. If you did a fin first takeoff or a helicopter, you could get a big score on the board. It was a go-to maneuver if you were desperate to win a heat and you needed a big score. You could just go fin first from the takeoff.
That's pretty funny.
But that doesn't happen anymore. But I like to see a helicopter.
Yeah.
Any news from Will Hayden-Smith?
So I have got the full update. Let's see if a set comes through here, because if these guys get up and riding, we want to be able to pay attention to that one. So just wait 1 second, but it is the official call. There's definitely an interference on Rodrigo. I'll explain that, but I do just want to wait and see if these guys get a piece of that. So you can see them waving there. They're trying to understand what a beautiful set coming through.
Is Rodrigo wide enough to get the left? I think both surfers are a little bit too deep. So duck dives all around. Interesting technique from Kai. He opts not to duck dive that wave. Did you see what he did? That was very interesting. I think just in case of a chance of a crease,
yep.
he jumped. He got on the board and he kicked it over the top of the wave and then swam under. And the reason I think he did that was because that was a big set and he didn't want to crease the board, either duck diving or letting the wave land on the board. So he kicked it over the top of the wave. So Kai Salas there being very sensible, making sure he keeps that beautiful hand shape. Michael Takayama, beach break model, I think. Is it the Air Kai beach break model? I'm not quite sure what model it is, but it's certainly a custom board for Kai there, and it's looking red hot under his feet as we see the drone footage of Harley Ingleby in priority with a 7.83 and a 7.6. Kai Salas looking to replace a 6.17. It looks like Kai's having a look at this right-hander. He's not going to catch that. A little bit too far on the outside. The surfers moving south, Kai moving north. Kai waving to the announcer. All he wants to hear is what score he needs to move into first position, what the situation is. 15 minutes remaining.
All right,
Shannon,
so
let's hear the news.
We've got a lull in the action, which is good to know. So official call, there is an interference on Rodrigo's fair. The result of that interference is that his top wave will count. His second score will be halved. So he'll still get the second score in there, but it will be half of the point, which is why right now we have a 4.5 and a 0.62. So 4.5 is his high wave. His second score is a 1.23. Half of that is 0.62. So he's going to have a full score and a half score. The reason for the interference was at the very beginning of the heat when there was no priority established between Kai Salas and Rodrigo Sfere, red and blue. Rodrigo, being the inside competitor, actually blocked Kai from taking that wave.
I remember.
And although there's no priority established, Will Hayden-Smith, our longboard commissioner, just informed me that the surfer sitting deeper in position actually has priority over that set wave if there's no priority technically established. So because Kai Salas was deeper in the lineup, he was actually in position for that wave over Rodrigo, and Rodrigo blocked him. That counts as an interference wave.
I remember that little hustle at the beginning of the heat. You could see Kai going for the wave and Rodrigo was underneath him. He caught the wave. So there we go. Thank you, Shannon, for the update. That came from Will Hayden-Smith, our contest director and longboard commissioner. So just to confirm, Rodrigo will have his second wave score halved. So it's going to be very difficult for him to get through this heat. But he's up and riding there on the left-hander. 4 steps to the nose. There's the 5. Pedals back to the tail. What a great drone shot here. Following our surfer in blue with a big sweeping roundhouse cutback. Look at the speed. Look at the ground he's covering. Another sweeping roundhouse cutback. Rebounds off the foam and kicks out. And that really was so well timed from the drone there to bring that live footage to you from the team here at the WSL Taiwan Open of Surfing, where we will be crowning a men's world longboard champion. As we see Rodrigo 4 steps to the nose, doesn't go for the 10, stays loyal to the 5, pedals and speeds and pumps, and a big sweeping roundhouse cutback, vertical rebound almost off the foam there, projecting into this second roundhouse rebound on a Sea Captain Luffy model, moving into the fade section there, kicking out cleanly. What a great ride from Rodrigo. Should be his highest score so far. So a little reminder of how it works with the interference, Shannon.
So for this interference call, Rodrigo's top score will come through as normal. His second highest score will be halved.
Got
so
it.
technically, the highest heat total that Rodrigo could walk away with in this heat is a 15 points heat total, because he could essentially get a perfect 10, and if he got a second perfect 10, it would be half of that, which would be 5 points. So that would be, if he actually walked away with a perfect heat, he'd only have a 15-point heat total. That's going to be pretty difficult for him to get 2 perfect 10s, although that's probably at this stage, looking at the total of Kai Salas already being a 13.7, that's almost what it's going to take for Rodrigo to advance into the next round. So he's going to need essentially 2 perfect scores, because that second score will be halved.
So Harley in the lead with a 7.83 and a 7.6. So Kai Salas is looking to replace that 6.17. He's got a 6.53 and a 6.17. Harley with priority. Rodrigo Schweier, he just scored a 6.57. So now he needs a combination situation just of a 10.42. So if he can replace that 6 with something in the 8 range, then he's going to have a much more attainable score on his next ride. So interesting, he's still in the game here. They haven't run away with it, Harley and Kai, yet. But if they start to get scores in the excellent range, which is 8+, then it's going to be really near impossible for Rodrigo to play catch up.
Exactly. So as soon as either competitor, Harley or Kai, actually Harley's already safe because he's got 15.43. As soon as Kai Salas gets anything in the heat total range above 15 points, it's going to be impossible for Rodrigo to take that lead over him, because his second score will be halved.
So there we go. That's the information from our commentator Shannon Hughes. We're here bringing you the Men's World Longboard Championships we've got coming up in heat number 4 of this round 4. The Del Pero brothers, Edouard and Antoine, surfing against South African Stephen Sawyer. Now, Shannon, this is a very interesting situation, because in these 3-man heats, the top 2 surfers go through. So do you think the Del Pero brothers might work together to guarantee slots in the man-on-man quarterfinals, or do you think they'll just let their surfing do the talking?
You know, I honestly think they'll let their surfing do the talking. They're brothers, which is a great bond coming into this, but as we know, watching them come out of those European events. But quickly, we'll go to this live action. So nice couple re-entries from Rodrigo. He's putting all of his effort into this frothy section. Nice driving. Kind of just comes unstuck there, but it went really fat. So between Edouard and Antoine, I really think those guys, they've got the class. They're going to let their surfing do the talking. They know that Stephen Sawyer is an excellent competitor, and they'll be, you know, it'll be tough enough for them to beat him to make it both into the quarters.
So beautiful nose riding from Kai Salas from Hawaii, gets a really lovely 5 into a 10 and a big sweeping turn. This to me looks like it's going to replace his 6.17. Look at the speed, and there's a distinctive layback turn. So Hawaiian flow, power and speed from Kai Salas there. That could be the score he needs to replace that 6.17 and go into that 15+ combination. So if he gets something in the 8 range, then it's very unlikely that Rodrigo is going to be able to play catch up. That was a really good bit of surfing. We got the 5, we got the 10, we got that innovation, we got flow, we got variety, and I love that layback turn he did towards the end of the ride, Shannon.
Oh, absolutely beautiful. We'll check. So here's the replay from Rodrigo. Quick nose ride to start off with. Drives himself off the bottom, goes in almost 12 o'clock on that second re-entry, which is great to see. Drives through the foam, comes up, and this is where he just gets a little bit stuck in that little flat section. So that wave comes through as a 6.57. I believe it might be a different one. But huge score dropping in for this of Kai Salas.
So that nose ride was phenomenal. There's the big sweeping roundhouse cutback. And then watch this layback here. Boom, slash, spray, flow, power, commitment, timing, all in the pocket. Kai Salas looking on form to win the world title in 2017. As we get the replay of the drone footage, there's the 10. Love the body posture there. Pedals back, and look at the timing of this turn. Sweeping, spraying, and then watch this layback here. This is my favorite turn. There we go. Dropping the layback turn, Hawaiian style from Kai Salas, dropping a big score from the judges. It could well go into the 9 range. The judges absolutely loving the degree of difficulty, the speed, power and flow, the pocket riding, the rail surfing, the footwork, the nose riding, all of those elements of the criteria really being rewarded here for Kai Salas as we wait for the average to come out. He needs a 7.9 to move into first position. Harley currently in the lead. It looks likely that he's going to get substantially higher than a 7.9. 8 minutes, 19 seconds remaining. So Harley in the lead. Kai waiting to drop a score. Rodrigo Schweier with an interference. So Kai Salas drops a 9.4. So he's now in the lead. Harley's in second, needing a 9.1. So it means that Rodrigo cannot catch these two surfers now. So he could effectively come out the water.
Yep. So he could effectively, you're right, just come in, which is such a bummer for Rodrigo. He's such a talented surfer. I mean, these two guys, Harley and Kai, dropping some massive scores, so really putting up a good fight to take that lead. But it's really a shame that Rodrigo got that on that first wave. So even looking at that interference, Rodrigo's first score actually just got knocked off completely, and then it was his next 2 scores that would be counting. But here we go. Harley, Ingleby, beautiful footwork, comes in for that big re-entry. Just down on the phone, we have seen, we saw one board snapped this morning early on from a massive floater from Phil Rajman. And I think that technique, as you said, Kai throwing his board over that one wave, those guys are being really preventative now to try to, just take care of their equipment.
So Kai Salas, our heat leader, there's the 5. Is he going to get the 10? Really nice speedy 5 on the Michael Takayama. Donald Takayama shape there. Nice soul arch, arms in the air. Distinctive Hawaiian style from Kai there. Is this a surfing that's going to crown him 2017 world champion? Kai looking amazing. Harley also looking amazing. Taylor was on fire earlier. Adam Griffiths looking really strong. A lot of surfers going for a world title here. Cole Robbins, he's still in the mix. So Kai Salas, will he replace that 7.53? He's got a 9.4. So scores going up into the Taylor Jensen range. Taylor Jensen making a statement in the last heat with 2 scores in the 9s. But look at the nose work from Harley. There's the bolt upright hang 10 staying on the 5. And look at the projection of this turn. Bang, boosts it, hangs on, but doesn't really ride out quite as clean as I was hoping. But he did land that maneuver, so the judges will reward that as we get the replay of this long 5 from Kai Shannon. Really good nose work. Look at the style of Kai Salas on the nose. One of the world's best nose riders.
Oh, absolutely. Love that style. Love that he keeps throwing his hands up in the air. I love that little soul arching bit of surfing coming through from longboarding. Nice little drop knee as he comes through to the inside. So great heat. He knows he's got it. That's a so that comes through as the second highest score, a 7.97. Just not touching the excellent range. Couple scores. Couple of judges did drop 8s, but that average comes out as a 7.97, so that's still an excellent heat total for Kai Salas, coming through at a 17.37.
So Harley's definitely in the mix as well here to take this win, but the difference has been that Kai's got slightly bigger set waves than Harley. Harley to me is looking on fire. I mean, those nose rides, world class, incredible. But the good scores that Harley's got in the 7 ranges, they've been slightly smaller waves. Kai has managed to get some bigger sets, and that's really just given him that extra edge to go into the 9s. But what a great variety of maneuvers performed by Kai Salas. So 5 minutes remaining. It's basically a race between Kai and Harley, and it does actually make a difference, because already we know that in the quarterfinals, quarterfinal number 1, Adam Griffiths will be surfing against Cole Robbins. Quarterfinal number 2, Taylor Jensen will be surfing against Phil Rasman. So the winner of this heat will meet second place in heat 4. Second place in this heat will move down into quarterfinal number 2 and surf the winner of heat 4. So there is a difference between first and second. We don't know who they're going to meet, because we need to get the results of heat 4, but it does make a difference. And I'm quite pleased to see Cole and Taylor still separated, because they met man-on-man in the quarterfinals. So if they progress, they'll meet man-on-man in the semis. But Adam will be pleased to be surfing against Cole Robbins. But Taylor and Phil, they've had some big matchups in the past. They met in the semi-finals in the event in China last year. Phil won that and went on to win the world title. So that's a very, very interesting heat. So all to play for here. 4 minutes remaining. Kai Salas in the lead. Harley Ingleby in second position. Rodrigo Schweier, he's got a 7-1-3, but with that interference, his second scoring wave will be divided in half. So he's not going to be able to beat the 15-point combination scores that Harley and Kai have got better than. So Rodrigo could effectively paddle in, but what a great performance from our goofy foot Brazilian. Commiserations for getting that interference. Oh, how he'll wish he could rewind time and not have got in that paddle battle at the beginning of the heat with Kai, Shannon.
Oh, 100%. But what I did just think, from a technical perspective, it's really good that Rodrigo's still in, because you never know. There could be an interference between Kai and Harley.
Good point.
So if something like that were to go down, now I know those two guys are going to be paying so much attention because there's already been one interference in the water. They're going to avoid that at all costs. But if something went down between Kai and Harley and another interference was in, then Rodrigo's back in the game. So that's highly unlikely, but it's very good for this competitor from a competition perspective to stay in the water, continue surfing, and even so, like you said, he's surfed so well. He's got that 7-1-3. If his backup score wasn't halved, he'd be at a 6.57 for his second highest score. That's still a really solid heat to have come through, and he's going to be looking through to put something into the excellent range. Anyways, highly unlikely there could be another interference call in this heat, as these guys would be very careful about that. But there is a potential.
So, in the bottom side of the draw here, Harley and Kai, they're not going to meet in the quarterfinal, but they could meet in the semi-final. So they're having a chit-chat there. Are they going to be the two surfers in the semi-final, or is it going to be one of the Del Pero brothers or the Stephen Sawyer from South Africa? So coming up in heat number 4 of round 4, we've got Edward Del Pero from France, Stephen Sawyer from South Africa, and Antoine Del Pero also from France. The Del Pero brothers together surfing against Stephen Sawyer. The Del Pero brothers, both regular footers. Stephen, a goofy footer. Do you think he's going to be looking at the lefts, Shannon?
I think that he will, if he's been paying attention, if they've been opening up. We did see Adam Griffiths get a couple of really nice lefts in his heat, and I think Taylor Jensen also had some good lefts. But Stephen, he's really comfortable at his backhand. He's used to surfing rights, and there goes Rodrigo. So staying in the game. Beautiful hang 5 to start off with. Look at this left opening up. Stephen would be paying hard attention to this. Love that rail grab. Massive re-entry bouncing off the foam. Comes in for a second one. Let's see if this lines up for him for another nose ride. He's just looking for some speed, which means he's obviously going for that roundhouse cutback. He'll come through to the inside. He is going to be looking for a big score there, but unfortunately, as of right now, it's not going to be big enough. And what I'm worried about is that because Rodrigo's English is very poor, Portuguese, he really needs to hear that interference situation explained to him in Portuguese. I'm hopeful that the beach commentators got Phil Rajman or one of the other Brazilians to come through and explain that on the PA in Portuguese for him, because Rodrigo's English really isn't good. So for him to really get a full understanding of what's gone down, I would really have loved for him to hear that. Just the fact that he was signaling with his hands on that kind of gives me the feeling that he hasn't been able to understand the English to know what's going down.
What a great ride though from Rodrigo there. Good hang 5, good hang 10, big powerful roundhouse, vertical rebound off the foam, setting up with speed for this inside section. Nice drop knee off the top. Again, picking up speed from that wide stance, attacking tail surfing from the Brazilian. So confused, frustrated. He probably didn't get the Portuguese language articulation he really needed to understand that situation, but is rewarded an 8.2 for that last wave. As we go down into the last seconds, Rodrigo Schweier with that interference call. He's in third position. Kai Salas takes the win. Congratulations, Kai. Your world title hopes are alive. Harley Ingleby in second. We'll be back shortly for heat number 4. Edward Del Pero, Stephen Sawyer, Antoine Del Pero. Wingnut's going to be back in the booth with Shannon Hughes. Stay with us for the World Longboard Championships, Jinzhou Harbor, Taiwan.
some action. It's going to be Carissa Moore.
Setting a big section for the Carissa Motor this one. Looks impossible.
She finds the exit.
And welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing, round 4, heat 4. 3-man heats, 35 minutes long in the water. The Del Perro brothers, Edouard in red and Tuan in white. And joining them is young Stephen Steezy Sawyer, your countryman, Shannon, from South Africa.
From South Africa. So the local J-Bay boy, he's used to surfing on his backhand at those right-hand point breaks, but he is also excellent on his forehand. So going to be pretty interesting to see where he sits in the lineup. Those last couple lefts that came through were really just reeling through. So.
And I was talking with Stephen just before the heat because
Okay.
we had a little, give and take on the right versus the left.
Yep.
And today, as Taylor Jensen said earlier, and as we just saw with Rodrigo, there's some good scoring opportunity finally on those lefts, and we'll see if he takes advantage of it. But drawing first blood is a Del Perro. Fairly confident on that, seeing as they're both regular foots. It's Edouard Del Perro with that nice nose ride, that big carving grab rail cut back. See that very low compressed body style. Drop knee turn right there. So showing both the classic and the progressive as he gets a nice 5 in there. Pumping through onto the inside, see if that little zone is going to work for him on the inside for more scores. It gets a little deep there. Sometimes it doesn't work, and so he's going to kick out. And I think behind him, his brother took off on a wave. But that one looked like a lot shorter watching Antoine paddle back out there. So with priority out the back, Stephen Sawyer. And we'll see how this one shakes out. Pretty interesting in that last heat with the interference call paddling before the first wave priority was established. So that will take some explanation to the athletes.
For sure. And that's a shame because with that last score for Rodrigo, if his second wave hadn't been halved, he actually would have taken second position over Harley. So that's going to be a bit, those guys, they're going to have to understand exactly what went down there. But it's good to know our judges are on their game. They're paying attention to these things, and these guys know that those priority things are really, really important. But going back to current heat, Edouard Del Perro opens up with an 8.77. This is so cool. We have seen so many excellent scores already this morning. It's really exciting for me to see in this round 4 that we're getting into those really, really good scores. And with that, we are going to go down for an interview with Kai Salas, our previous heat winner.
So Kai Salas looking so smooth out there. How are you feeling?
Oh, super stoked to make that. That looked like a tough heat on paper, so a couple days I was a little bit nervous about it, but ended up good.
A little hustle at the beginning there. What about this interference call on Rodrigo? Did you know about that?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what they saw. I wasn't paying attention to him at all. Kind of a bummer for him. It definitely wasn't in my plan. I didn't even realize what was going on. I didn't even notice him, so it was definitely not a tactic that I did at all. And then after the call, I kind of wanted to, I was either go sit on him and make it hard for him, which would have been pretty easy for me to do, or, I wanted to beat him, with numbers, whether he got the interference or not, just to make it fair.
And what you really performed there was variety. I mean, let's talk about the difference of some of the turns you were doing. We had the roundhouse, the drop knees, and that layback. Why do you sometimes go for the layback turn as opposed to the roundhouse or the drop knee?
Exactly for what you just said, to check the variety box on the criteria. And like towards the end of the wave, anytime you get a wave where you got like a little bend at you, it kind of is perfect it allows you leverage to kind of lean back and push on your turn. So, if it's a straight wall or kind of bending out to sea, you're definitely not going to want to try and do those. So that wave I did it on was bending at me a lot. So just came natural.
Well, it's working, looking great on the nose as well on those Michael Takeyamas. And I know you got to get ready. Donald Takeyamas, yeah. So tell us a little bit about the board you're riding.
Yeah, it's in the pink model that Donald's made since way back in the day. Of course, it's a little fine-tuned and to my preference, slightly different rocker, but waves like this, it's amazing.
Message for the fans back home, your family in Hawaii?
Yeah, just want to say what's up to everyone back home. Hope you're watching. Got some awesome waves out here, and hi to my girls back home.
Thanks very much, Kai. So we got France surfing against South Africa right now. Back to you, Shannon and Wingnut.
Well, thank you so much, Sam, and congratulations, Kai. I know his family at home in Hawaii is all watching this as well. Everybody down at Surf Garage, Toru and the family, I know you're watching along. It's one of Kai's big sponsors. It's just such a fun shop there. Glad to see one of your little shop riders, Kai Salas, doing so well at the World Championships. As we pick up this replay of Antoine Del Perro with those big sweeping turns, almost loses his footing right there, was able to drive along with another big floater move there at the end. That big re-entry got him a 7.67. As we see Steven Sawyer on his, hanging on through that first right, that big sweeping turn, the good tight footwork, big on-rail cutback, rebound into the white water, and just gets eaten up by it right there. So Steven Sawyer's wave only a 4.17, Edouard Del Perro with an 8.77. So although Antoine is in the lead, it is Edouard who has put up the highest score so far with 28.5 minutes left.
So we do have the official announcement. We'll be going straight into the quarterfinals after this round 4 heat finishes. I think that's a great decision. The wind is still pretty mellow out there. It's really beautiful conditions. And if it stays like this, we may well crown our men's world champion today. So we'll just have to go heat by heat for those calls, but we'll definitely be going into the quarterfinals next.
We've already got our first quarterfinal draw. Adam Griffiths will be facing Cole Robbins in quarterfinal number 1. Taylor Jensen against Phil Rajman in quarterfinal number 2. That is a big one. 2 past current world champion and a past world champion. And then we're still waiting to see who Kai Salas and Harley Ingleby will be facing.
That's going to be an interesting between Taylor and Phil, with the reigning world champion Phil Rajman and the current number 1 in the world, Taylor Jensen. So both some big titles and big pressure, I feel like, on their shoulders. Both those guys, I think, surf pretty well under pressure. It doesn't seem to affect them too much.
They've got big shoulders. They can handle this pressure.
They've got big shoulders. Very true. So out in the lineup, Antoine and Edouard Del Perro, the brothers, up against each other, with Steven Sawyer from South Africa in the lineup. My predictions out of this heat: Edouard has been on fire. I've really loved his surfing. He's connected so many maneuvers really beautifully, throwing in that classic style, those low bottom turns, really crouched down on his knees, looks beautiful, as well as his nose riding combinations. Antoine, excellent competitor, but what I think we're going to see is that we're going to like the footwork of Steven Sawyer the best, really tight cross steps. He has focused so hard in his training back home to make sure that he's getting those tight, more cross steps to the nose rather than less, where with the other brothers we might see those a little bit still tight footwork but maybe a little bit bigger steps. So tighter footwork from Steven, never a shuffle. I think it's going to be really surprising if we see any shuffling coming through from Steven, especially getting back to the tail.
He has been so consistent, and that is such a point of honor for him. And we'll definitely be able to notice that. It's Edouard Del Perro whose nose riding became very impressive in the first rounds. And that is so important at this stage, trying to advance and go forward. Being able to showcase that classic nose riding with the 5s and 10s in the critical, steepest part of the waves. And that's where Edouard has really set himself apart so far early on in the competition. 26 minutes remaining. Lots of time left. Everybody just needs second backup waves. Sawyer looking to drop that 4.17 as both Del Perro brothers have really strong first waves.
So this is a great bit of information coming through from the brothers. Antoine won the WSL European Longboard title in Newquay, England in August, and he recently won the French title in Hauscore. Both finals were against Edouard. So that's pretty cool. So Antoine getting the better in both major finals in the European LQS events.
Older brother taking the kid brother down. But it's the kid brother who's looking really sharp here in Taiwan. It's about when are you peaking? When does your technique match the wave style the best? And right now, of the two of them, I definitely like Edouard's chances.
Yep. And Edouard won this event last year as a longboard QS here at the Taiwan Open. So that's kind of an interesting one. Yesterday, we crowned our women's world longboard champion, Honolulu Bloomfield, who also won this as an LQS last year. So it's great for her. Back-to-back wins for the Taiwan Open of surfing. Of course, a lot more to it this year, being that it's the World Championships. But that's a pretty exciting little bit of information on Honolulu. It'll be great to see how Edouard goes. I would love to see Edouard make the final.
It would be what the performance we've seen so far, I would say it is deserved. But again, as we saw yesterday, who is peaking at what point throughout the competition? When do the conditions suit which athlete best? Stephen Sawyer looking for a call for time and scores. So we'll get that to him soon, I'm sure. So 4 waves have been ridden, an 8.77 from Edouard Del Perro, a 4.17 of Stephen Sawyer, a quick 3.33 for Antoine, and then that big 7.67.
So 25 minutes on the clock. A little bit slow, couple waves ridden, good scores on the board for the Del Perro brothers, but we're really waiting for Stevie to get a good start here.
We're waiting.
Well, I'm waiting. I know Des and Cara back home are waiting. Everyone back in J-Bay is definitely tuned in. Even though it's the middle of the night, I know Cara will be up and watching Des shape Steven's board. Steven does a lot of shaping himself too, but what he's riding out here is from his dad. He's my shaper as well, so we really miss you guys, and I really miss you guys. Wingnut just doesn't care.
I think it's absolutely okay that you claim him. I would do the same if I was from South Africa. He's a lovely man, great surfer. But like, go ahead, go out on the limb. He's your favorite. Should be no question about it. You want to see him win? Absolutely. I've got a soft spot in my heart for little Cole Robbins. Come on.
There you go.
We all have our favorites for special reasons, and we love seeing them do really well. and just look at this, the glimmer factor here as we're looking into that morning sun. It's just 9 a.m. here in Taiwan. The wind is a side offshore, more offshore than side, and as long as it stays in this direction, I think we'll be able to continue on. We're definitely going to run the quarterfinals. Will the conditions hold up for the semis and the finals? We won't know until later in the morning. But we also know that if we just wait till tomorrow morning, we'd only have 3 heats to run, and we could have it in those pristine wind conditions. So stay with us all day, and if you are in a part of the world that is going to bed, you can watch the replays on the World Surf League Facebook. You can catch up online with us, and we thank you so much for joining us. Feel free to comment on that Facebook page. Let us know what you think. Let us know who your favorite surfers are. Let's see which country can be represented the most with comments on our social media. If you want to beat me up, I'm at The Wingnut on Instagram. Please let me know what I've done wrong. Again, it shouldn't just be my mom who doesn't like what I do. It can be you at home as well. So with just under 22 minutes, Antoine Del Perro in the lead with a 7.67 and a 3.33. His brother, Edouard Del Perro, trying to show the older brother what he's got with an 8.77, and Stephen Sawyer looking to get busy out there with only a 4.17.
So speaking of parents, my dad, he is always watching. He watches the replays if he's asleep, and he's constantly sending me little video clips of interviews and things like that we're doing. But here we go with live action. Stephen Sawyer out of J-Bay, South Africa, now up and riding on his forehand. Beautiful nose ride to start off with. Nice big layback. Love that style coming through. Goes in for a huge re-entry and nails it. So that's going to be a solid start for Steven.
There we go. That was the wave that he wanted. He was hoping he'd find some lefts that he could perform on, and that one set up for him nicely. Really critical nose ride right in the start of that wave. And when we see that replay, you'll be able to see all the bumps and lumps on the face of that wave that he was able to negotiate while on the tip. So that should come through with that cutback and that re-entry. That should come in as a very strong score. And then we're off to the races. Here we go. Here's that replay. Setting it up high. Nice footwork to the nose. There's a 10 locked in the pocket. Back to a 5. We can actually bust him on that little bit of a shuffle there. We've been so good about it. But you can see with that lump and bump. And look at that big floater re-entry there. Almost completely coming out of the water with that one there. But with that wind bump, with that chop, maybe a little, just a hair of nerves.
Oh, of course.
Knowing that he doesn't, he's battling the Del Perros who are in the 7s and 8s. But, it'll be something I can just tease him about mercilessly when he comes in. That will be great.
I'll be doing the same.
Yeah.
He'll be watching that. He'll be watching those replays later on next week, the next few weeks when he gets home, and he's going to be kicking himself.
Dad will be pointing it out to him.
So will the whole crew. Ludi, this one of the best loggers out of South Africa that's ever existed, he'll be hounding him when he gets back home. This is great, actually. Although, Steven, he's the man. We're waiting for that score to come through.
When you have surfers competing at this level, we're going to celebrate the amazing things they can do. We're going to nitpick the tiny little flaws, the chinks in their armor. But it is just an impressive display of surfing here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing in the Jinsun Harbor, the Taidong region of Taiwan. What a great place to come and visit. The surf is so consistent. As Edward gives that wave a look, looks like there's a bigger one behind him. He's got priority. I wonder if that little bit of a paddle would change anything. That'd be great if he got an argument with his brother about priority. That would go over well at Christmas. There he goes, Edward Del Perro. Nice 5-nose ride, top third of the wave there. Has to.
Oh, that's interesting. Just goes down. Man, that was a bit of a speed wobble. So interesting one. Edward usually riding the white and red striped board, but his brother Antoine broke it, so he might also be a little bit bummed on that one. But here we go, Steven Sawyer answering back. Another left. Man, just gets taken down. So that section, maybe with that wind, it's starting to crumble a little bit quicker. But I did find it quite funny when Edward told me that his brother snapped his favorite board, which is really unfortunate. So he's riding something different, but he's looking really comfortable on the equipment that he has out there, and it's obviously been paying off. He's been making those heats, winning those heats so far, and in my opinion, Edward is one of the favorites going into this event. He is feeling really comfortable out here at Jinsun Harbor on this cobblestone reef. It's a bit of a Trestles-like peak. There's lots of good A-frames, and today the lefts and rights are cranking, which has been absolutely amazing. We've got just under 20 minutes, 18 minutes on the clock, still lots of time. Looks like Edward is holding on to priority, but that should change because he just took off on a wave. So I have a feeling that Antoine is actually sitting with priority out the back. We've got scores to come through for last of red and last of blue, and there's that nice widescreen angle on the reef out in front. So a bit of texture on the water now with that wind, but the sun is shining. It's a beautiful day, and the conditions are still so good that we're going to go straight into the quarterfinals after this. Scores through an 8.3 for Steven. That is so great. I'm so excited. So Steven Sawyer moves up into the lead. Antoine into second. Edward down into third. So Edward and Steven getting those excellent range scores on the board. Steven's sitting with a 4.17. He'll be looking to drop to increase that, and he is going to be feeling so confident going into that. I'm pretty sure he's going to be looking for that left again.
Absolutely. He was hoping that they would show up at some point in this event. Taylor was saying earlier that in previous years the left had been the dominant high-scoring opportunity, that this great right is somewhat new, and now we're seeing that left come back into preeminence here as a scoring opportunity, and so that's going to make Steven very, very happy. So Antoine Del Perro needs a 4.81 to move into first, and Edward Del Perro just needs a 2.23 to move into second place. But everybody's got really strong scores in the high 7s and low 8s, so it's not going to take much to flip this whole thing on its head.
So 16 minutes, 45 seconds to go. Steven from South Africa now sitting in the lead up against the Del Perro brothers. What a face-off. The goofy foot up against the two regulars. Still just really small requirements to change up the full situation. So I would expect those situations to kind of flip-flop throughout the rest of this heat. And it's definitely going to, as there's a score coming through for Antoine. So pretty sure with this score, Antoine will go back into lead. He only requires a 4.81. It's going to go into probably the high 7 range. I don't know that it's going to hit the excellence, but we'll see when that average comes through. So Antoine will most likely jump into the lead, but it's still early days and small requirements all around. And with these kind of conditions, we have seen excellent scores being that 8-point plus, so an excellent range is 8 to 10 points. If you're tuning in, maybe you're new to surfing, competition surfing, that's what these guys are looking for, and we've seen a lot of excellent scores drop today.
Yeah, Taylor Jensen putting on such a commanding performance in that first quarter, in that first round for heat. Sorry, that second round for heat. So we know that there are some big scores. Athletes out there waiting to hear what they got. Antoine Del Perro drops a 7.80. 7.80 and a 7.67 has him in the lead. Steven Sawyer needs a 7.17 or better to go into the lead, and Edward Del Perro just needs a 3.7 to move into second. So a lot of time left to get rid of those 2 lower scores. Del Perro trying to drop a 2, Sawyer trying to drop a 4.17.
Exciting days, 15 minutes on the clock. This is our final heat of round 4, which is what we kicked off with this morning. The guys had the day off yesterday as we crowned our women's world longboard champion, Honolulu Bloomfield. Runner-up was Lindsay Steinreity. They put on one of the most excellent finals I have ever witnessed at the World Longboard Championships. And we started with round 2 yesterday morning for the girls. So some of those girls had to surf like 4 heats, maybe 5 even, if they'd advanced through from round 2. So that's really exciting. We had such perfect conditions. The girls continued opting to keep going. It was up to them if they wanted to surf. We would continue going. They wanted to, and I think it was a great decision.
Absolutely. The commissioner was all ears all day if they had wanted to make any changes throughout it, and they didn't, and it worked out well. You stayed, in the rhythm with what the swell was doing, what the tide was doing by being able to continue on, and it's going to be the same opportunity for the men.
Yep, so if the guys would like to continue surfing throughout the day, we will run this thing up into the finals, but they will have that option. Our commissioner, Will Hayden-Smith, doing an excellent job out here. He's one of the best bosses I could imagine having. He's consulting with those guys after every heat. He wants to know the feeling from the surfers. He doesn't want to force them into anything that they're not comfortable with, but if the guys are on fire and if they're liking the way the ocean's feeling today, they're going to keep going. So here we go. Steven has a look, doesn't go into it. Edward, straight to the nose. So that little tight 5, keeping that back foot just to keep himself poised and in position. Love that big floater comes in. Love that he's connecting that together. There was no stumble amongst that first combination.
There's that speed, power, and flow that the judges are looking for. Big, deep, sweeping drop knee turn there. Will the wave give him some scoring potential here at the end? This is where it gets kind of deep out there in those nose rides on the fat part of the shoulder. There's no points for that. The points were in that great nose ride at the start of that wave.
And aesthetically, Wingnut and I were paying attention a lot of times, not necessarily to the scores that are going to be dropped, but how something looks. I love that Edward got that last touch to the tail, but he kicked out really clean rather than trying to fight it and put something else to it. That beautiful long hang 5 to start off with. Look at this. Gets speed coming out of that floater, which is really nice to see. Hangs on through the whitewash, maybe grabs the rail for a second there. Looks beautiful. Goes for this drop knee cut back. Everything is connecting so much, that speed, power, flow, the grace of longboarding coming through together. Once again, everything's just flowing really nice. Gets that tap, and I love that he kicks out here and doesn't try and fight with it, putting those pumps in to try and connect something. He didn't need to.
Right, and we saw that with Taylor earlier where he would just, he knows that end part of the wave has such a small opportunity that he'd rather come out clean out at the end of the power and head back out. It was a real good display also from Edward. Priority is now with Steven Sawyer in blue.
And with that last score, a 6.5 for Edward, he's moved up into second. So now the Del Perro brothers leading with heat totals in the 15-point range, but Steven Sawyer up and riding. He's only looking to drop a 4.1. Here we go. Quick nose ride. Oh, just kind of doesn't stick his footing on the landing down. Gets caught behind that section, which is unfortunate. But there's still lots of time.
And hits the ejecta. He's starting to really look at that left as his scoring potential. The Del Perro brothers are really looking at the right, so maybe that'll give him some separation and give him a chance to just get into a routine and a rhythm with those lefts. Because even on the rights, we'll see it again. He gets here on the nose. There's a 5, there's a 10. Gets a little hung behind that section, and it's just not going to let him get ahead of it, and he ejects.
So wave selection going to be super important. Some of those lefts opening up, some of them are still shutting down, which is what we've seen throughout the event.
And we've seen it on some of the nose rides going both right and left. If you climb on it a little too soon, you lose your forward momentum. If you get very high in the face of the wave with that wind coming up the face of the wave, it restricts your ability to maintain momentum down the line, and then you get stuck behind a section. You'll watch him close out in front of you. So that's what just happened to Steven Sawyer.
Exactly. So 11 minutes on the clock. We're in our last heat of round 4. You can see both the brothers waving their hands there. They want to know what the situations are. Edward's looking for a 6.7. Sometimes I really wish I was just the beach commentator because I love letting these guys know what they need. I love when it can be clear enough for them that they feel relaxed in the lineup and they're not stressing just trying to figure those things out. But we can't actually communicate with him at all.
And you can see how the wind is picked up again, another notch out there. You can see that wind chop starting to work its way across, even tiny little white caps starting to break. So it'll be interesting going into the quarterfinals whether we call it on right away or whether we're going to take a break, maybe take a break after the quarters before the semis. So there's 10 minutes left. Steven Sawyer looking for a 6.98, but up and riding right there in white. That's Antoine Del Perro locking in on a really nice left. That was one of the waves that I think Steven Sawyer was hoping he would connect with. See how much smooth power that wave has and the way that Antoine's adapting his style to it. Fitting that board into those curves, staying really smooth, really powerful, and then kick out right there at the end.
So great score for Antoine to come through. He's a really stylish surfer, and he's got to be one of the friendliest faces around. He's always up for a good conversation. And I love that most of the time he travels with other boards in his quiver. So he's not just coming with a longboard, but he's kind of mixing it up to get to know the waves better. Goes for that hang 5. Gets a little bit tighter there, not quite a full hang 10, but gets that nice, stylish hang 5 going. Drives himself off the bottom. Love that low approach. Comes in under the lip and goes in for the second one. Love that little bit of spray you can see coming off of his bottom turns. Looking so beautiful. Cross steps once again. Great footwork from Antoine and comes in under the lip there. Hits eject.
And the judges really liking that score, giving him a 9.33 for that committed nose ride in the steep part of the wave. Big, smooth, powerful turns. You know, not the best footwork we've seen. There was some shuffling involved in that one. The turns weren't quite wrapped all the way back around into the whitewater like we saw from Taylor Jensen, but that was an excellent score, excellent use of one of the lefts, and now we're seeing that left start to become a viable heat-winning option.
And I think, like, you know, his speed, power, and flow connecting all those maneuvers together is what did it for him.
Very good, yes. The way that was all linked together, there was no, never once looked like he had to think about where he was going to go.
Exactly.
He flowed through every single maneuver, and that's what the judges rewarded.
Really beautiful line coming through on that one. So Steven would have heard that score. He now knows those excellent, excellent scores, again, are available. He's already got an 8.3 on the board. Steven's looking for a 6.98 to get the lead. Steven doesn't always do the best under pressure, I'll admit. Sometimes he gets a bit flustered, so I really hope that with this last 8 minutes, he's able to stay calm and wait for the right wave, that he doesn't just rush into something that's not going to give him the right score.
And the other challenge is that he's got Edouard Del Perro with priority sitting right next to him. So the next really good wave that comes in will probably go to Edouard. So that's going to add a little level of pressure. And being South Africans, pressure makes diamonds. Diamonds come from South Africa. Let's see if the pressure can produce a diamond of a ride from Steven Sawyer.
I like that little analogy.
Yeah,
That's beautiful.
I just came up with that.
Yeah.
I'm good in the morning.
It was really just right out of your heart, you know?
I'm good in the mornings.
Yeah.
Not like some people.
I'm feeling so much better today than I did yesterday. That rooster didn't wake me up at 3 a.m. today, which was really nice.
It is nice staying in the more rural countryside right around here.
It's been the experience, that's
Edouard
for sure.
Del Perro using his priority right there, taking a left just like his brother, but sort of facing the same situation that Sawyer did on a couple of those, getting stuck behind it. But he's able to get ahead of it. Will there be scoring opportunity at the end? No. He's just going to give himself a better angle to paddle back out. So now Steven Sawyer has priority. Now he's in a very good position to jump up into second place. And this would be actually quite a shocker if Sawyer goes into second, only needing a 6.98. He knocks Edouard Del Perro, one of our favorites, out.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. 6.5 minutes on the clock. Still time for things to shift around. It's really consistent. There's a lot of good set waves coming through. I am curious, even just from a time perspective, going into the quarters, it's just going to be man-on-man. We might drop down to 30 minutes. We'll get that call in a moment. But we might go down to 30 minutes just because there's plenty of waves coming through.
Absolutely.
The guys don't need that extra 5. Keeps us from having to talk for an extra 5 minutes, which is always kind of nice. It's great to have that quick turnover, keep things fresh.
Well, yeah, if you talk to my family, there's no 5 minutes when I'm not talking. So it really is of no matter. It's just whether somebody's listening. As we see Steven Sawyer find one of the long scoring lefts, and look at that full wraparound cut back into the whitewater. Nice footwork there. We're going to watch him get a quick little 5 at the end. Looking forward to getting a replay of that one from the start. So I know the judges will be looking at that. Looks like we've got a nice little bit of cloud cover coming out there, making it a little easier, but that will be an interesting score. Will he get the 7 that he needs to move into second place? There's still plenty of time left.
So here we go with the replay. Straight to the nose, sticks that hang 5, drags that hand back just to slow him down, which gives him the opportunity for a 10. Love that. Comes through, nice big wraparound bottom turn. Bounces off the foam. Little soul arch there as he comes through. Good footwork back to the nose and answering straight back. So Edouard keeping really busy on an inside wave. He's clapping, so I'm assuming he had something great at the start of that one. We'll have to wait for the replay as we just caught the tail end, but he did seem pretty excited.
We got the 5-minute horn just going off here.
So there we go on the inside. These guys with a bit of paddle. It's definitely a difficult paddle coming through from that left, but here we go with the replay. So straight to the hang 5. That was nice. Dags that nose just a tiny bit, but doesn't fluster him in the slightest. Comes through. Big floater re-entry. Comes through for another bottom turn. As he hits that frothy section, this is where we picked up from on that last little bit.
For me, I've got an issue with that. Like, he's trying to sell that wave as being better than it was. I mean, that was a good ride, but nowhere near as good as his 8.77. So that, you know, it's interesting when you see them claiming and looking back at the judges. What are you trying to tell me that I didn't see? I don't know. There was the footwork coming back off the nose wasn't that good. We've seen so much better surfing from Edouard Del Perro. I think he knows Sawyer just put up a really good score on a left. So it's really tight here. There's 4 minutes left. We've got Antoine Del Perro with priority outside, and it will be interesting to see those scores come in. So Sawyer was looking for a 6.98. I don't think that wave that he got was big enough to give him that high enough of a score, and I think the judges are there too. So,
and I think what might have penalized him was the nose ride at the start. Even though he had that nice long 5, he wasn't quite in the critical part of the wave the whole time on it, and that's the only penalty I would give him.
And that's where the judges are being super critical about it. Has to be in the most critical part of the wave, not a little bit too far out on the shoulder.
And and I think they've stayed true to that this entire event. They've done an excellent job. I really commend the work that they put into this. So I think Steven would know that was the reason he didn't get that score.
But it's tight now. We've got just over 3 minutes left. Sawyer looking for a 6.98. And Edouard Del Perro waiting to drop a score as well, looking for an 8.37 to move into first. So right now the dominant surfer in this heat has been Antoine Del Perro, the older of the two brothers. We're waiting for scores to drop. Priority is with Antoine Del Perro. 2 minutes, 45 seconds left. And it's going to be a minute or so till we get our scores, and we'll see what happens. But will Edouard put more pressure on? Will he drop that 6.5? We're going to have to find out. Here we go. We're looking at Antoine again.
Nope, this is Steven.
Oh, Steve.
So here we go. On his backhand. Beautiful hang 5 to start with. Great wave selection, in my opinion, to go for this right-hander. He's really talented on his backhand. Nice, big driving re-entries. Goes for another one. Sticks the landing there. Will it open up for anything else? He's looking for that nose ride. He's got the tight footwork. Nails that hang 5 to the inside. I like that he sticks with it because it's offering that. Goes for the switch stance. I see him doing this so often at home. Half the time he surfs just as well on his left as he does on his right, which is pretty ridiculous. But we'll have another score coming through. That's not going to add to his scoring potential by any means.
The switch. No, but that was fun. It shows that he's loose out there, that he's enjoying it. So a lot of scores we're waiting on right here as we get the replay. Good size wave, critical nose ride, steep section of the wave. So a lot of scoring potential there. And then this big move off the top there, full rail surfing, setting it up for another little section there, trying to get around it. So we're waiting for the scores to drop in. It'll be very interesting to see what happens here.
So what a tight heat. I love the fact that each of these guys has an excellent score to their name and that lead has bounced back and forth between each of them. So scores come through for Steven. We are counting down into the final minute. Priority sitting with the leader, Antoine Del Perro. He's sitting fairly confidently in the lead. Steven's now looking for an 8.25 as Edouard dropped a 7.77. So that's a big requirement for Steven to take the advancing position over Edouard. 55 seconds on the clock.
So it looks like the Del Perro brothers are 1 and 2. I do not think that an 8.25 is going to come from that last wave of Stevens. So we're running out of time as we see our surfer in white, Antoine Del Perro. Little victory lap wave here, a nice left. just jumping off that bed. He didn't need it. That 9.33 setting up the win for him.
So 20 seconds, counting down. We're waiting for those scores from that last exchange. Steven Sawyer requiring an excellent score to advance into the next round. A round 4 finish is pretty decent, but these guys really looking for those finals, those quarters, semis, and that final round, of course, to take the victory, but of course also to just set them up for rankings going into next year, a little extra prize money and those kind of things. So we're not sure what that score has come through for Steven. We've got a feeling Antoine and Edouard, the Del Perro brothers, are advancing into the quarters, but we'll have that officially in just a few moments.
All right, so we'll be back after this heat recap with the final results.
Some action. It's going to be Carissa Moore.
Setting a big section for the Carissa Moto this one. Looks impossible.
She finds the exit. And welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing, where we will be crowning the WSL Men's World Longboard Champion Wingnut in the booth here, joined by Sam Bleakley. A lot of excitement at the end of that last heat, but I think it's going to stand with Antoine Del Perro in first and Edouard Del Perro in second.
Great surfing from the French brothers there, and to have two brothers progressing through that heat, very interesting. Were they working together a little bit, or were they just letting their surfing do the talking?
I think they were just surfing, and there's so many waves coming through. Priority is one thing. I don't think you can really use somebody else to block, to sit on anyone else. I don't think it has an effect. It's just choosing the right waves, and that's what we've seen that has made the difference through all of these heats, finding the high-scoring waves.
So Antoine takes the win. He's going to be surfing in the last quarterfinal against Harley Ingleby. Edouard gets second. He's going to be surfing in the third quarterfinal against Kai Salas. But right now we've got Adam Griffiths from the UK surfing against Cole Robbins from California. So man on man, winners progressing to the semi-finals, losers getting a 5th place and $2,500 prize money. Both of these surfers, Wingnut, are still in contention for the world title.
Absolutely, and you know what makes this heat even more fun? You're obviously rooting for Adam Griffiths, and I'm obviously rooting for Cole Robbins. So that gives it one little level of personal, battle here. We love both surfers. There's nothing against either one of those, but we definitely have our own little local favorites. So this is going to be great. So both fantastic surfers.
Yeah,
so.
Both regular footers, both been really good in the event so far. The difference likely to be that we'll see perhaps a bit more speed from Cole. He's a faster surfer. What we'll see from Adam is that distinctive upright hang 10 if he gets those opportunities. Adam likes to use the drop knee for his cutback.
His drop knee turn is really a thing of beauty, that's for sure. Cole has it as well, but Cole's compression and small stature, I think I like him because he's one of the only other surfers that are about my size here. Seem to be looking up at everyone here.
So were you wearing platforms then when you were doing that interview with Taylor Jensen to come up 6'4"?
I was standing on a sandbag. I was for sure thought that they were going to pan down to my feet because Taylor looked at me in the eye and he was like this look of confusion on his face, and then he just started laughing when he looked down. So
that was a good interview. I spotted it immediately. Did you hear me talking about it afterwards? Were you still on the earpiece?
No.
I did actually spot that. So Wingnut raising the gain there. with Taylor TJ Jensen putting on a great performance. Kai Salas also looking good. The Del Pero brothers looking very sharp. But right now, it's UK versus USA. In the blue singlet, our Rincon Star Master, the silky surfing regular footer, Cole Robbins. He's going to be looking to book a berth in the semi-final. He'll be surfing either against Phil Rasman or Taylor Jensen, but if Adam Griffiths gets to that semi-final, he will be surfing either against TJ.
Well, and it's interesting looking at the second part of the quarters. If Edouard wins his heat and Antoine wins his quarterfinal heat, they'll face off in semifinal number 2.
Very interesting.
So that would be great. So only one of them has an opportunity to make it to the final.
Famous surfing brothers. We've obviously got the Hobgoods,
the Hose,
Damon,
Michael and Derek Ho.
Any famous surfing sisters you know of who've competed?
The Calhouns, but that was in the early days. Joyce Hoffman, and I'm definitely dating myself. But as far as other sisters in competition, I don't have that one right now.
So that's Taylor Jensen. He's got the music on. He's getting the rhythm going. He's going to be surfing against Phil Rasman. That's a massive heat. They met in the semi-finals at the World Longboard Championships in China in 2016 at Ryu Bay, and Phil got the score he needed on the last wave. So those surfers have met many times before. I don't think Cole and Adam have met before man on man. So the first time that these two are meeting, all to play for here. That wind has come up. So do you think the lefts are starting to look slightly more favorable, Wingnut, than the rights, or do you think it's still about those long, fast right-handers?
Well, I think it's going to be heat by heat, athlete by athlete is how we're going to be able to see that, because some of them look for those better lefts. Some of them don't want to know about them at all. So now we'll see what's going on. It's about 2 minutes. We just heard from the beach announcer. Within 2 minutes, we are going to start this quarterfinal heat number 1 with Cole and Adam.
So we've got 35-minute heats, best 2 waves. Each wave scored out of 10. Top 2 scores make a total. Looking back at that judging criteria, sorry, Wingnut.
It might only be a 30-minute quarterfinal heat. They haven't put up the time yet. It's 30 minutes, yes. Just got the word. It'll be a 30-minute quarterfinals, which is plenty of time for these surfers to get just a couple of super high scoring
So let's look at the criteria here. The surfer must use the Wingnut Rainbow single fin model and perform.
Only if they want to win. Okay, hang on. We'll go to that live interview. We'll be right back. It's not in the criteria.
All right, here with Antoine. Congratulations, taking the win over Stevie and your brother Edouard. How did it feel to have a heat against him?
Well, it's always intense and a big pleasure to surf against my brother. He pushed me so hard, and that's probably thanks to him that I'm still here doing contests and stuff. So he's always pushing me up, and I like kicking his butt sometime.
And you did in Europe this year at New Quay with the Board Masters, which was the European title, and in France in Hoscore, you took the win over your brother.
Yeah, well, you know, we just travel together and competing together. It's such a good energy, and we push each other. And yeah, we don't count how many heats he has won against me and how many I get, but I guess, yeah, it's just a double power to be 2 and just pushing each other as much and just helping each other. Here he is.
All right, well, that's great. Edouard, how did the conditions feel out there today?
It was tough. It was tough. Tough hit. So
yeah,
I'm glad we did it together. So.
And you guys both looking for that left instead of the right today?
Yeah, I guess Edouard was more sitting down for the rights at the beginning. He had a really good score on his first ride, on his first right-hander. Yeah. But I guess with I think with this wind, this crosswind going on, the lefts are cleaner and easier to surf because you have the wind on your back, so it pushes you a little bit more. So that was my option, because I'm a light boy and I need the wind to push me a little bit more on the back.
Awesome. And you guys want to give a quick shout out to everyone watching back home?
Yeah, sure. Je sais pas qui n'est pas couché à cette heure-ci, mais ceux qui regardent, peut-être papa, Agatha, je pense que tu dors, tout ça, mais voilà, on vous embrasse très fort et on va essayer de tout donner jusqu'au bout.
Awesome. Go get ready for those quarterfinals. Well done, guys. And we'll go back to you in the booth for live action.
Thanks, Shannon.
Yeah,
sorry, Wingnut.
Classic brothers right there, talking all over each other.
Brother language.
Yeah, exactly. And I love the way, my brother, he pushes me, but it's good to beat him. It must feel really good to beat him.
So there we go, the Del Pero brothers looking good. They might well meet man-on-man in the semi-finals. They're going to be surfing respectively against Kai and Harley. So Edouard, he's in heat number 3 against Kai. Antoine, he's in heat number 4 against Harley. We've got 2 computers to share here. California, you can have the computer on the left. UK, I'll have the computer on the right. So
I'll go with the Apple. You go with the Samsung.
I think it's a Spectrum ZX20 there. So
it looks like an Atari game board. Okay, here we go. The replay of Cole Robbins. Nice footwork right to the nose there. Nice and composed. Backpedaling there as he starts to drop down the face. You can see the wind chop and the effect that that's having. As Antoine was talking about being very lightweight and the wind posing a bit of a challenge using that whitewater. And now, Adam.
So gets that quick 10 there, pedals back to the tail. Is he going to get the chance for that drop knee turn? There's that trademark drop knee turn. Powers off that foam, but look at the wind. Is he going to get a second section? He kicks out sensibly. Is he further out than Cole, or Cole looks like he's won the paddle battle? But Adam Griffiths, according to the board there, has priority. So I'm not quite sure how that paddle battle went, but I got a feeling that Cole would have gone further to the inside. So Adam sitting with priority. It's a 30-minute heat. We've just had a couple of minutes down. So scores waiting to drop. Likely to be quite similar scores, Wingnut. Both quite similar types of waves. The difference being that Adam had that drop knee turn. Cole had that kind of more open leg, more classic rail roundhouse turn. Adam got the quick 10. Cole had the long fast 5. Cole's board a little bit flatter, so perhaps he's going to be going faster. Adam a little bit more rocker, so perhaps he can be more radical.
More that curve suiting the turns more. And then I think Adam might have a slight weight advantage in this heat.
Yep, Adam lives off pasties and darts, as all British surfers do. We have castles in front of every surf break.
Yeah, which is traditional. I love And does the Queen Mum come down and watch?
She's a good nose rider. I've seen her hanging heels.
Very few people know that her footwork was legendary in the late 1950s, and the pioneer of the bikini was Queen Elizabeth.
So Wingnut, brilliant commentary there. So anyway, we're going slightly mad here in the booth, but we're loving being here, bringing you the World Longboard Championships at Jinzhou Harbor, Taiwan, as we see the blue singlet surfing against the red singlet. Adam Griffiths against Cole Robbins. Adam's got a few years on Cole. Adam, the 29-year-old regular footer, he's going for his second wave here. He sets up a nice high line, 2 steps to the nose. There's the 5. Strong nose riding from the Grifter, as his nickname is, from his fans and his family and his friends back home in the UK. He gets a little bit chandeliered with that section. He's got some space here. There's that drop knee turn that got him so many good points in the event in Papua New Guinea, where he finished 3rd in the world. Cole Robbins got a 5th in Papua New Guinea. So both of these surfers still in contention for the world title, as Adam gets a 10 on the inside. Can he hang on to this? He does hang on to that. Great surfing from the red singlet, as we see Cole moving through to the inside. Cole's going to have the priority on the paddle battle here, because Adam moved much further down the break. So very interesting. Another good score for Adam. We haven't got scores dropped yet for those first rides, but both surfers now with 2 rides very evenly poised this.
All right, as we look at Adams getting that nice long 5, now he's got to drive through this section here. I'm waiting to see another surfer try to pull into that. That looks like there's just enough space in there. Maybe you have to be Cole Robbins' size to fit in. We'll find out. With that big sweeping drop knee turn. And Adam is one of the first surfer this morning that has been able to connect into this inside section and score another critical nose ride. So that little added value there, that's the first time there's been truly added value in connecting all the way to the inside. So the scores are coming in for the first exchange. Still dropping, still waiting for it, but it looks like Cole's going to get the better of the 2.
So the judges using the video replay whenever they want to, and there's a big screen behind the judges. They have the opportunity to look at the waves. As we see, Cole Robbins, a beautiful opening nose ride. Look at the speed. Look at the positioning there. He's quite long on the 5 there. The judges will really reward the length of the nose ride. Swooping back into the foam here. He's going to kick out. He knows he's done the masterwork on the outside there. So great surfing from Cole Robbins. A very long nose ride. I imagine that at last exchange that's going to come out with the higher score than Adams, just because of that critical section out back in the first part of the wave. It was more innovative, it was more radical on the nose, but Adam did have a lot of good work through the end section of the wave. So perhaps they're still going to be quite similar on the scores. This is really going to perhaps come down to who's lucky enough to get those slightly bigger waves.
And so there it was. The scores drop, a 6.5 for Cole Robbins and a 5.5 for Adam Griffiths. So that first exchange going to Cole, but so close still. Nobody really has a strong hold on this with those first waves. We've seen some heats where those first numbers drop and they're 8s, 9s, and that puts so much pressure on the other surfer. So this one is a pretty even opening exchange, and we will see what happens for the second scores for these surfers.
I think both of these surfers will have been pleased to draw one another. I think if either of them had Phil or Taylor, let's go to that in a minute, but look at that beautiful hang 10 from Cole Robbins from Santa Barbara as he comes charging through to this wide section here. Is he going to get the chance for the cutback? There's the cutback. Little rebound off the foam. I really like that opening nose ride. Long 5. Good hang 10. He's got a nice wall ahead here, Wingnut. Is he going to get the reform here? It's not going to add too much to the scoreboard. He kicks out. So great surfing from Cole Robbins. At the moment, it's looking like Cole has got the edge. He kicks off with a 6.5. Adam kicks off with a 5.5. So right now, the judges just giving those bigger scores in favor of Cole for the more critical nose riding on those opening sections. So second score coming in soon for Adam, and there's 2 more scores coming in for Cole. So I'm pretty certain that he's got 3 waves. His second score comes in at an excellent 8.0. Adam's second score comes in at a 6.33. Over to you, Wingnut, for the replay of the third wave. So you look at it again.
There is that nice, tall, composed hang 5 to hang 10, and then he has to drive around this. So the critical nose ride in that steepest part of the wave, and then his body language, and then these nice, smooth cutbacks here on the inside, trying to set it up. And he's going to kick out, and he beat Adam back out for the priority. So
that was his third wave. I think that we're waiting for that score to drop. So Cole's...
Yep, here it comes.
Yes,
I'm sorry. Yeah,
and that's going to be a good score. Will it replace his 6.5? So he's got a 6.5 and an 8. The third wave waiting to drop. I love that nose ride. Speed, positioning, real good in the pocket. That Wayne Rich model looking so good under his feet. A very flat board, a very fast board.
And so a slight improvement there, a 6.73, so better than that first wave, but not as high as his second. But now he's put the pressure on. Once somebody drops a score in the excellent range, that adds a little bit of gravitas to the situation for the other surfer. So now Adam Griffiths needs an 8.40. He needs an 8.4. Which is definitely within his grasp with the power that he has, the nose riding chops, and those great big drop knee turns.
So Adam kicked off his last heat with an 8.0, so he knows he can get those scores in the excellent range. He's got priority. Is he going to get on the open face? You'll expect the nose ride. There's the 5. Is he going to get the 10? There's the 10. But is he a little bit behind the chandelier here? He comes unstuck. I got the sense from that there was a chance he was going to get slightly behind when he pedaled back to the tail, and that's unfortunate.
That's they know they need to score. The nose riding opportunity points are at the very start of the wave, but it also can slow you down just a little bit. When you stand up as vertically as he does right here, the wind resistance on him holds him back just a hair, and he's unable to project ahead of that wave.
So good strategy going for the radical nose ride, but we have to remember that the hang 10 is often a stalling maneuver, and it will slow you down. And the fact that he went for the 10 slowed him down, so when he pedaled back for the tail, he didn't quite have the acceleration to stay in that pocket. However, good to see Adam putting it all on the line. He knows he's got to go for that critical hang 10 early in the wave to get the scores in the excellent range. Cole Robbins already with an 8 and a 6.73. Cole in the driving seat. Adam with a 6.33 and a 5.5. I'm just going to refresh the scoring page there to see what Adam needs. He needs an 8.4 to move into first position. Cole with priority. Very, very interesting. I was saying earlier, Wingner, I think both of these surfers will be pleased they've met, because although they know they could beat Taylor and Phil at the top of their game, I think just the presence of those names maybe would make them doubt if they can win. But both of these surfers, they'll be thinking they can beat one another. Cole thinks, I can beat Adam. Adam thinks, I can beat Cole.
Yeah, and you're looking back, and Cole was in that heat in round 4 where he beat Tony Silvani. He's beat Kevin Skvarna. He was ahead of Ned Snow in round number 1. So there's been a lot of positive, high-scoring heats that Cole's been a part of early on in this.
So, Wingnut, you've just drawn an interesting kind of spider diagram there on the heat sheets. What mathematical equation are you producing here?
Well, I've got a mortgage I'm trying to pay off. I'm doing the maths. No, I'm just looking at who they beat. We saw Nick, Adam Griffiths defeated Nick Jones, beat Connie Stewart. So you're looking at who they've faced and how if their strategies have changed at all throughout
competition. And I think it's not so much strategy as it's just trying to get in tune and in rhythm with this wave that changes throughout the day, with the wind, with the tide, and the swell changes a little bit each day as well. As we see your country look right, goes left, Adam gets on the nose.
Nice 5 there. Good decision to get this left. Really long on the nose. Can he get a 10 in there? Stays on the 5. That's a very, very long nose ride. Gets the 10. The judges will like the fact that he committed to that 10. Can he stick this turn? He doesn't want to fall here. He sticks that turn. Could have so easily come unstuck. Hangs on. Very long 5. Got the 10. Interesting to see how the judges reward. Only on the replay can we see how much he was in the pocket. Was he slightly on the shoulder, or was he right in the pocket?
Well, the real thing looking is how much open face there is underneath him, that he's not on the shoulder of the wave. He might be a little bit in front of the pocket, but if it's still steep underneath you, that's still a critical nose ride. I liked every bit of that 5 going left. You know, to me, I actually was happier with him locked in that 5 than when he went to get the quick little bit of a 10. It seemed to make that board go off speed.
Yeah, the 10 being a stalling maneuver, and that's why he got behind the section on that last ride.
Previous wave, correct.
So judges will be studying that. What they'll be looking is they know the criteria off by heart, but they'll be looking at the video replay, and they'll be looking for pocket surfing. There wasn't a massive amount of variety. It was basically 3 maneuvers, 5 to 10, back to 5, and then the turn. So variety not big, but degree of difficulty and nose riding in the pocket, that's where the scores could go into the good range. Will it be the excellent range? I'm not quite sure. As we go to the replay here, he sets it up high. There's the 5, stays on the 5. He's definitely in the pocket section of the wave, but will the judges be wanting him to be a little bit deeper here? But look at the trim line, look at the commitment, and there's the 10. Pedals back in a minute and then lands this hit. Powerful surfing from Adam, looking good with that 4th board under his feet. So interesting strategy out of priority, gets a left. It'll certainly go into his key scores. I imagine it's going to replace that 5.5. Will it be higher than the 6.33? Scores soon coming in for Adam Griffiths. As we see Cole Robbins out there in the blue singlet, he has got priority. Scores coming in. We don't know what the average is yet, but will it be the highest score of his campaign so far? Probably not going to be the 8.4 he needs to move into first position, but certainly going to be perhaps a keeper to work on to get that slot in the semi-finals, Wingnut.
Yeah, to make it a much closer race. You know, we'll not be getting that 8.4, but we'll definitely be getting rid of the 5.5. And that is the key. Make it within graphs. So here comes the score, a 7.47. So the highest score for Adam yet with that left. Now it's a very reasonable 7.27. He needs a 7.27. So now Cole's sweating a little bit. Cole has priority with 16 minutes left.
So good thing for Adam was he got that wave out of priority. So very good strategy from Adam. Staying busy, recognizing a chance to go left. He did have a look right. He steered off left, set up, just committed for that long nose ride. But I think on studying that footage, the judges rewarded the fact that he was in the pocket for that nose ride.
Absolutely, and that strong finishing maneuver, as you said, so important to have a complete ride coming out of that one. So Cole Robbins with priority with the lead, looking to drop a 6.73, get that out of his scoring range and maintain this lead above Adam Griffiths. So we see that wind is still a factor out there. That left was a lot smoother than the right. But again, maybe that wind is going to help open up that pocket on the right. So perhaps we'll be able to see one of the surfers get a little cover up out there, as Cole did earlier in the event.
So a little bit biography on these two surfers. Cole Robbins, sponsored by Procore, an online construction software company. Sexwax, A-Frame, Avasol. He's riding the Wayne Rich Cole Robbins model. Adam Griffiths, sponsored by Seaskins, GoPro, and Sharps Brewery. He's riding a Luke Hart-shaped 4th surfboards from the Toy Factory in Newquay. So both of these surfers evenly poised for a position in that semi-final, both going for the 2017 World Longboard Championships. Is out of priority again. Can Adam get this wave? He can't scratch into that one. He was probably looking to sneak a right-hander, maybe replace his 6.33. Cole sitting patiently with this stronger wind, Wingnut. Will it be easy to get moved to too far south as we see Adam on the inside. Gets that 5. Is he going to get the 10? I'm looking for the 10. It's going to come. It's not going to come. There it is. There's the quick 10. It wasn't a long 10, but he's got out on the open face. Will we see that drop knee? Powerful surfing. Perhaps a lack of control in that turn, but still hanging on. Gets a little bit of a shampoo, maybe some conditioner. Nice surfing from Adam.
I think that's going to be a wave he's happy to have snuck under priority as we watch Cole Robbins move forward on the inside. And again, it's that wind. It's a side offshore actually pushing you out, pushing you over. So maybe Cole just a tad out of position and Adam taking advantage of it. And I really like the way Adam's drop knee turn off the lip, the way that combination of power and flow. We see a set on the outside coming, Cole with priority, and we'll see, we'll catch a replay of Adam in just a minute, or we'll have the live action if that set pops up for Cole.
So looking to replace a 6.33, but I doubt he's going to get, well, he needs a 7.23, could 7.47.
So here's that nice 5. He's dragging his hand to slow himself down a little bit. Then he resets here, and there's powerful off the lip into a drop knee. I like that combination there. Comes around it, gets a little bit of a head dip right there at the end of that wave. So a lot of potential there for a wave caught under priority. And Cole's realizing he's a little farther out. You've got priority. You might as well move inside where you are really in position to take advantage of the waves. So will Adam drop that 6.33? Will he get the 7.27 that he needs to move into first place? Still a lot of time left in this heat, but it's really close, really nervous. Will my Californian beat your Brit?
Well, we're going to have to see. We've got 12 minutes remaining, Wingnut, here, as the blue singlet Cole Robbins, our silky Santa Barbara surfer, is in pole position, surfing against our Newquay legend, Adam Griffiths, 29 years old. Cole, 3 years his junior there. Cole, 26-year-old. Got a twin brother. Brett, if you're watching, I know you'll be rooting for your brother. Twins. Wow. I mean, we've seen some brothers already surfing, but Brett is a great longboarder. I don't know if you've seen him surf.
I met Brett at Malibu at the Relic event, and I actually like him better than Cole. I mean, it's shocking, you know. Good parents. It just goes to good parenting. All right, there we go. A 7.10. A 7.10. So he dropped his 6.33, but it was not enough to propel him into the lead. He needs a 7.27. Not surprising, it was a wave under priority. It wasn't quite big enough, but surfed extremely well.
So I can see Adam talking to Cole there. Very interesting.
They were talking earlier in the heat. I don't think there's any animosity. I can see Cole smiling from here. He's like, hey, that was a pretty good score you got for, you know, under priority. You're a dog. And Adam's going, I know.
So Adam, the Grifter Griffiths, Bear Man as he's called, his model board that he's riding is the Bear Man Pro. So he's a big burly surfer. He's from the UK. He's doing well, but he's not in the lead. It's the silky Californian from Santa Barbara who surfs at one of the best point breaks on the planet, Rincon. But talking of the best, one of the best up-and-coming travel destinations, got to be Taiwan. The fact that our reigning women's world longboard champion, Honno Bloomfield, her father saying, you know, I'm not going to go to Bali anymore. Taiwan has everything I need for that subtropical surf trip.
As I mentioned yesterday, the biggest problem with going to Indonesia for a surf trip is all the Australians. They're really good, and there's a lot of them. It's like Mexico for them. They can get there in about 2 or 3 hours, and it's cheap as dirt to get there for them, whereas we have to travel halfway around the world. Using his priority, Cole Robbins setting up this left. Nice cross-step footwork. You can see those toes wrapped over the nose, maintaining the integrity of that nose ride as the wave starts to sink below him. Nice wraparound cut back. He's going to get another one right here. Smooth, silky. You can see how the left is a lot cleaner on the inside. Nice big re-entry, answering back. Just comes a little unstuck there. I would like to have seen him ride that one out.
That would have helped, just that statement at the end. But Adam now left out back, looking for a score in the high 7s as we go live to Adam Griffiths. He's going to move off into the direction of the right. So I wasn't sure if he was going to stay on the left there.
I don't think he was sure he was going to stay on the left there.
Good nose ride here. Nice section. He's going to kick out. Sensible decision. For me, that wave was never going to go into the excellent range.
I think he was trying to go left on that one. He got a little caught up in it, but it was able to ride back down into
Paddle?
To the right.
Paddle battle wingnut?
Not
Can you
at
see
all.
Cole?
Not at all. Adam's got this one. Adam's got it by a long shot as he goes over the right-hand corner that way. That's the problem with those longer lefts. Watch Cole cross-step to the nose, wrap those toes over, and stay there as his angle changes down.
Sex wax. That's the sex wax for you. He's sponsored by Sex Wax.
Allowing him to stay there. Thank you, Zog, for taking very good care of Cole Robbins and of myself. I have been a sex wax user forever. Zog is taking. Watch Adam here. He's looking at that left, and it's like, I think we're going to go right instead. So enjoyable, but not a score I think he's going to keep. But that was great versatility and taking advantage of the opportunity.
And very sensible to kick out there, realizing, I've got to get back out.
And
so good move.
And to get the priority, because that's going to become very important here as we're coming down to less than 10 minutes left in this heat. So that score coming in for Adam will not go into his high-scoring line. It'll be interesting to see what Cole Robbins gets as Adam picks up a quick left.
Beautiful rail work there. Nice use of the drop knee to come out of that. Nearly took a fall, but kept his poise, his composure. Is he going to get one more section here to finish off? It looks like it's fading out. Can he get one more nose ride? He kicks out. So that wave, more of a peaky wave. I'm not quite sure it's going to be the 727 he needs. I'd like to get a chance to have a little study of the replay there, but I think Adam wants to have a look at a right-hander to get the score in the excellent range that he needs. So scores dropping for Adam's wave where he did the right go left, left go right nose ride and then kicked out. That was a 417. Last for Cole Robbins gets a 5.6. So neither of those scores going into their top two, but we got one more score to drop for Adam. Looking for a 727. It was great surfing from Adam there, but is it going to be the score he needs? There's the 5, gets that quick 10, pedals back to the tail. I love the start of this, but then nearly dags a rail there, but just holds on. But that wave was really dying out. But I love the use of the drop knee to come out of that cutback. It didn't reform. Don't think it's going to be the score he needs, but Cole's going to be sitting out there with priority. 7 minutes to go.
Right, Adam was looking for a 7.27. I think the quality nose ride at the beginning was very high, steep, critical part of the wave. That cutback started out very, very good, and it just lost speed, so that's not going to help him. Right, so that score is not going to go into his scoring line either. It's going to be under a 6. So
it was a peaky wave, wasn't
very
it?
Peaky. Situation unchanged. 7 minutes left. Cole Robbins in the lead. Adam Griffiths needing a 7.27. No lack of waves in this heat, that's for sure.
Both of these surfers lost to Taylor Jensen in Papua New Guinea. Cole lost to Taylor Jensen in this same situation, man-on-man, quarterfinals, giving him a number 5 seed for this event. And then in the semi-finals, Adam lost to Taylor Jensen. So interesting that they both surfed against Taylor in Papua New Guinea. Both still in contention for the world title. That depends on the results of some of the other surfers. But we've got Kai Salas going for a world title. We've got Harley going for one. We've got Taylor Jensen going for one. We've got both the Del Pero brothers going for one. And these two chaps going for one. So really is going to be interesting to see who we're going to have in these semi-finals. As 6 minutes on the clock, Adam Griffiths still needing that 7.27. If you're just joining us in California, if you're just joining us in the UK, it's 6 p.m. in LA. It's
2 a.m. in the UK.
So you're really up late to watch your man Adam Griffiths. Is very close here. Is Adam going to get a chance to get this smaller wave wingnut? He has a look. He's not going to choose that one. 5 minutes remaining. I think what he needs is a big set to really get the score on the board. 5 minutes. Cole with priority. What's your feeling coming into this last 5 minutes, wingnut?
You know, we haven't seen a lot of the big sets yet for this heat, so to me it almost says that we're due for one. I mean, I think there's enough time left to have one big set come through and really shake this up. So I am in no way comfortable with the lead that Cole has. That 6.73 is a number that he needs to get rid of to put more pressure on Adam Griffiths.
So that wind did start to blow quite hard, but it's not it doesn't seem to be increasing. Do you think it's going to get worse, or do you think it's peaked?
Well, knowing that I am in such command of the weather forecaster, I've been right every day. I'm going to say I have no clue at all what the wind is going to do. It's starting to change. The problem with the wind is as it comes more from the north,
it starts to create more chop into the face. That is the fear. The speed increase isn't too bad if it stays in that more offshore angle, but the side shore is the trouble.
So Adam might have a look at this one. Cole a little bit too far. He's opted to go left. Is this going to be too peaky for him to get the critical nose rise? A really nice hang 10. He's going to set himself up for some tail work. Is he going to use the drop knee? He doesn't use the drop knee, just the classic wrap around roundhouse, rebounding off the foam. Is he going to get a section on the inside? There's another 5. Can he finish this cleanly? He does finish it cleanly. I would kick out. No, he gets one more turn there. So great surfing from Adam as we see Cole Robbins with priority having a look at that smaller wave there. Cole perhaps a little bit south for the rights. I still felt like Adam needed to go further north and look for the rights, but from our position we can't see the strength of that wind. So what do you think of this wingnut?
The only problem with it is the face of the wave on the left is not very steep, so you tend to be a little bit on the shoulder, on the top of the wave for your nose ride. You're not in the steep face of the wave as you would be on the right. So I don't think they're as critical a nose rides that you're getting on the left, so I don't think they can be as high scoring.
And we've also got to compare it to the 7s he's been dropping. He's got a 747 and a 710. So if you can remember some of those rides, they did look a bit more lively. The waves were bigger, the pocket was steeper, the wall was more ruler edge. So the peakiness of that wave perhaps is going to be the criticism from the judges.
And the other problem is by riding that left so long, so far inside, it's a lot of energy expended to try to get back out for the next set. With 3 minutes left, we can see Cole Robbins moving south in your screen. He likes the look of this wave. Is he going to go left on it? Looks like he is. Cross-stepping to the nose, hanging that 5, hanging 10 over there. And then he has to backpedal off of it as it gets steep. A nice big vertical re-entry. Lays back and is unable to stay with his board. It looked like he was monkey-toeing his way back onto that board. And look at the rest of the set. Remember I was saying that we were due for a set. Adam Griffiths still caught inside after that last wave. There's the penalty for that left. If he had not chosen to go on it, would he be outside for the rest of this set? Nice nose ride there. Has to quickly scramble back. Big re-entry maneuver there. Goes into a layback and just cannot pull himself forward out of it, whereas Adam did that so well earlier in the heat. So with 2 minutes left, I don't think that's going to go into Cole's score line. I don't know that that will be better than that 6.73, but I know that the last wave of Adam is also not going to go in his score line. So both surfers scrambling back. Will there be one final exchange in the final 2 minutes of this heat?
So Adam drops a 6.1. It's not enough. He should get priority here. Cole looking to drop that 6.73. You could criticize Cole for perhaps taking that wave, but he's conscious that he wants to replace that 6.73 and put more pressure on Adam, so he needs more than a 7.27. So it looks like Adam's going to be, he's got priority. That's official. Is he too far south? I get the feeling he needs to work north and go for one of these rights. He's tried to get the scores on the left twice. I think he needs to look for those right-handers.
I was not criticizing Cole for choosing that wave. I just know that if his brother was here, he would have gone right and gotten a better score. That is what I was thinking. Now look at the widescreen shot. Now you can see the peak, the main wave we've been talking about, on the very left-hand edge of your screen where the competitors for the next heat are paddling out. To me, I still think that's where your scoring potential is.
So will Adam make his way north? He's got very little time left. It looks like there is a small set coming through. Is it going to be big enough to give Adam an opportunity? You'll get a sense about if he thinks it's worth going for when he just pops over this next wave. We can see a little line there. To me, it doesn't look like anything special. So Adam's going to have to scramble for this. Is he going to get an opportunity to get a score on the board? Only 32 seconds remaining. California currently beating UK. Wingnut, if we do lose, I'll challenge you to a game of chess and smoke you any day.
That was a very interesting challenge, Sam. I guess you don't know about my background in the chess team that I was on in high school and college. I'll gladly take that challenge, and we will televise it. If you think you're bored between heats, wait till you watch us play chess.
So there we go. So down to the last few seconds. So congratulations, Cole Robbins. The Silky Santa Barbara. California takes the win. UK bowing out, but a great result for Adam Griffiths. A third and a fifth on these events in the tour. So he's going to be delighted with that performance. But we're going to be moving on to the big man, Taylor Jensen, surfing against 2-time world longboard champion Phil Rasman. Don't leave us at the World Longboard Championships, Jinzun Harbor, Taiwan. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Longboard Championships. We've just seen Cole Robbins win quarterfinal number 1, beating Adam Griffiths. So the USA took the win over the UK, but me and Wingnut are going to challenge each other to a game of chess, and I'm going to beat him. So I'm joined now by Shannon Hughes. Wingnut's gone out to interview Cole Robbins. We'll be bringing you that quite soon once Cole gets in. But right now, Shannon, we've got an absolute beauty on our hands. TJ Taylor Jensen, the big man, 2-time world longboard champion, going for his 3rd world title, surfing against a Brazilian powerhouse. Also, he has 2 world titles, Phil Rasman.
Wow, what an exciting heat we have ahead of us. Conditions still looking really fun. There's a bit of wind chop on there. You can see that texture on the water. Lots of little sun rays kind of coming through, but the surf is still excellent. The guys maybe looking a little bit more for those lefts as we see first blood drawn from Phil Rasman. Goes straight to that hang 5 in that critical pocket. Beautiful composed as he comes through for this big roundhouse. Dags the rail just a little bit. Love that he puts those feet close together. A little bit of style points as he comes through. Little pig dog stance. Driving off the bottom, under the top, throws lots of spray off of that last one. Hopefully we can see him get another little nose ride at the end here. But lots of big re-entry, powerful maneuvers.
That was a huge wave, and the length of ride, the wave quality, but what I didn't see was the critical surfing for a score in the excellent range. So as much as the wave quality was exceptional, I don't think this is going to go up into the excellent range. There was the 5, really good pocket riding, but shuffling to readjust his feet there. Here, nice swooping turn, but just here, he looked like he wanted to do his trademark cross step, and then he just lost it a little bit, had to grab the rail. So as much as this is a phenomenal ride, I don't think it's going to go up into the excellent range. What's your feelings about this, Shannon?
I would agree with you. You know, great wave selection. I think that was key. But again, just didn't quite capitalize on the opportunity he was given the size of it. Maybe that wind also being a little bit of a factor. His heat earlier today, he was first in the water, so it would have been really clean and glassy. So he's going to have a bit of an adjustment coming back into these windier conditions. And that might take him a wave or 2 to kind of find his feet. Hopefully with that one, he got a little feeling for what the conditions are like currently, being that it is a few hours past our start. We're now 10 a.m. local time. We are in the 2nd quarter final of our men's World Longboard Championships. Taylor Jensen waiting for him to get his first score. He also surfed a little bit earlier on. He was in heat 2 of the day, which would have run right about 7:30 this morning. Also would have been really clean when he was in the lineup, but he dropped some major scores in that heat.
He really did. So welcome if you're joining us from Brazil. It's midnight there in Brazil. Welcome if you're joining us from America. LA, it's 6 p.m. So if you're a Californian fan of Taylor, then you're going to be hoping for some big scores from our hopeful for a 3rd world title. And if you're joining us from the east coast of Australia, it's midday there. Taylor spends his time between California and the east coast of Australia, based there with Nava Young for half the year. So Taylor was getting some massive scores in the last round 9. So interesting. Phil drops a 7.67, and that's kind of where I thought it would sit. Not quite in the excellent range. The wave was excellent, but he just misread that middle section of the wave. So didn't get anything critical through that middle part. Nice opening 5, but didn't get the 10, and then looked like he thought he was going to use his trademark cross step turn to set up Didn't quite allow him to do that, but kicking off with a 7.67, so really putting the pressure on Taylor TJ Jensen. And talking about big wins, Cole Robbins just defeated Adam Griffiths. He's down there with the wingnut.
All right, I'm on the beach here with the heat winner. Fantastic performance. It was the UK versus California. Sam and I were doing battle in there. You were my boy. You did it for me. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for the support. And everybody back home, I love you guys so much. Mom, Dad, Allie, my brother, all my friends, sponsors. It was the best result I've ever had. I'm unbelievably stoked right now. I don't even have words for how I feel. It's unreal.
Well, and you earned it. You surfed really well. I mean, I saw you communicating out there. You guys looked like you were having a good time. I mean, if you're going to lose, you want to lose to somebody you like and respect.
Yeah, Adam is such a great surfer, a really good friend of mine, and we were chatting out there, having fun, joking with each other, and going back and forth. There's no tension. It was great.
And you started capitalizing on the left.
Yeah, I noticed that the wind is kind of blowing in my face on the right, so the lefts were clean. I saw Antoine Del Perro get a couple 9s in the heat before going left, so I figure maybe start looking over there.
I see that, but I'm still looking for you to start capitalizing on that hollow right-hand section.
Yeah, those are the ones, those bowly waves that come at you. Those are great.
Well, I still stand by saying I think I like Brett better, but fantastic.
Yeah, I don't blame you. He's a good guy. Thank you so
All right,
much.
Congratulations. Look forward to seeing the next heat.
And then one big shout out to my sponsors, CrossFit Boathouse, A-Frame Surf Shop, Wayne Rich, True Ames, Sex Wax. You guys are the best. Thank you so much.
And especially Wayne, because without that craft, we wouldn't be surfers, we'd be swimmers.
Yeah, Wayne Rich, you're the best. Thank you so much.
All right, back to you guys in the booth.
Well, congratulations, Cole. That at least a third place finish coming up might move all the way to the final. But what Cole is forgetting is he's got a chance of winning the world title. He's still in the race. He got a 5th in Papua New Guinea. He's now got at least a 3rd. If he gets a win, he could be world title, depending on how the other surfers do. Phil Rasman, he didn't get a good enough result in PNG to win the event, so he's not going to get a 3rd world title this year. But he is our reigning world champion, and in the semi-finals, when he won that title last year in Ryu Bay in Hainan, he beat Taylor Jensen in the semis. Can you remember that, Shannon? He got the score on the very last wave. Taylor was in the lead, looking for a place in the final. Phil absolutely nailed it on a really long left that connected to a reform on the right hand. It was a big stormy day, and he got the score he needed. So these two guys have come up against each other many a times.
That's right. The surf was really solid that year in Ryu Bay, wasn't it? Especially that day. I do remember that wave. I think I was the beach announcer actually during that heat, and it was really exciting to see him get it. Remember the heartbreak in Taylor's eyes as he came out of the water thinking he'd taken the heat, but Phil got it right at the last moment.
Taylor's got a good hashtag he sometimes uses of late on his Instagram. If you're not turning, you're not learning. Likes to put that board on rail, but incredible on the nose as well. So light-footed, so fast, so lively, and he looked unstoppable in the fourth round earlier, beating Tony Silvani and Cole Robbins with a combination of 16.6. So Taylor really on fire earlier today. Sorry, 18.6 it was. It was 2.9, so it was near perfect heat score. 18.6, perhaps one of the highest heat scores of the event. So Taylor Jensen looking to get a wave on the board. Phil's backed up his 7.67 with a 0.5. That won't matter. He was just staying busy. The wind really blowing quite hard. So are the lefts the highest scoring waves? Yesterday was so lucky for the wind staying light. We just got a little clip there of Nava's mum and Nava Young there having a watching their man Taylor in the water. They'll be anxious for Taylor, but Taylor's a cool customer. He's very patient. He never takes his eyes off the water when he's watching other heats. So he's gonna have a strategy. He knows about the lefts. He knows about the wind, and it looks like the way he's paddling south, he's thinking, I'm more interested in the lefts than the rights.
Yep, he would have been paying close attention to those previous heats, knowing that it might be just a little bit cleaner to take that backhand wave. 21 minutes on the clock, so lots of time still. Phil Rajman sitting with that 7.67 for his starting score. He would have been bummed to not get into excellent range with that one, but I'm sure he knows the reasons why. These guys have been competing for so many years. They'll know, for the most part, exactly what the judges are putting down as they kick out of a lot of their waves, I think.
So Phil Rasman, he tore his bicep earlier in the year competing in Papua New Guinea. So if you do see Phil, just get him to flex that left muscle, and you'll see that he's got like a torn bicep. So that will stay with him for life, but it hasn't affected the movement of his arm or his strength. So he's come back strong as the other. Phil, the 35-year-old regular footer from Rio in Brazil. He is the 2007 and 2016 World Longboard Champion. So 10 years ago, he won that first world title in Anglet in France. And then last year, he got his second world title, and that was at Ryu Bay in China. In Papua New Guinea earlier in the season, he got a 9th, losing in round 4 to Antoine Del Piero, but he's won an LQS event this year in Huanchaco, Peru in July. So he's got some good results this season. He's riding his Mark Johnson Hobie surfboards. He's sponsored by Burden Clothing and GoPro, and he hosts a fantastic show on their channel Canal Off with Chloe Calmon in Brazil. Taylor Jensen, 33, regular footer from Oceanside, world champion in 2011 and 2012, so going for his 3rd world title. He's had some great results on the LQS this year. He got a 4th in Chiba, Japan very recently, and also won the single fin event at that competition. In 2016 he came 3rd on the world tour, 2015 he came 2nd. He's using his Dan Man shaped Firewire custom board, so going for that 3rd world title. Taylor Jensen, no wave yet ridden for him, sitting there in that wind. These guys have surfed against each other so much. Shannon, what do you think will be going through their heads? Do you think they'll be talking with each other or just completely blanking one another?
As of right now, it looks like they're totally blanking each other, just having a look in opposite directions. Those two very serious competitors, of course, friendly as can be outside of the water. Great guys to have a good conversation with, but they are here to win. They both know that. They're very much at the top. They're just the top of their competitive game, and both have been dropping some big scores. I was just thinking back to that result for Phil and PNG, coming off of his win in Hainan, being the world champion. But let's go to live action as we see him paddle into this. So takes off on the lift, just a quick in and out, so that's not going to do anything for him. But he'd come off of the win just a couple months before in China, and in PNG he got a pretty gnarly injury. So he tore that bicep, and he'd actually hit the reef and put some damage into his face. And so I think, that was probably the reason that he lost out early, because he definitely wasn't at the top of his physical game, being that he was injured, and that's why we saw that low knockout from Phil, which was really unfortunate. I think if he'd been on top of his, if he hadn't had those couple of injuries, just being out there in the lineup in those free surfs and gotten smacked around a little bit, then he would have been a top contender up with Taylor in that event.
So Phil has come 2nd before. In 2014, when Harley Ingleby won his 2nd world title in China, Phil got a 2nd there, and the year after that, Taylor got a 2nd in 2015 in China. So both of these surfers have won world titles in Hainan, but they've also had that bittersweet experience of getting to the final and coming 2nd. And Taylor said once that coming 2nd is worse than coming 9th. When you get into that final, all you want to do is win. So both of these surfers won't settle for anything other than numero uno, as we have 17 minutes remaining. So a slow start for Taylor. He got off to a very quick start in the last heat, so pressure's on Taylor here. He's got priority. Is he going to be taking this wave? You saw Phil having a look. Is Taylor up and riding somewhere? We can't find him right now. No, he's not up and riding. So Taylor's still sitting out there with priority. Is he going to go for this left? He's making a little bit of movement. He's having a look. It looks like he'll definitely need to go left, because he's going to be too deep for the right-hander. Is he going to swing and take it? He's not. Being very, very patient, being super selective, knowing he only needs 2 scores. Wise decision as well. Other surfers at this stage might be panicking, but that clearly wasn't going to be a high-scoring wave. It looks like there's a little set on the horizon here, Shannon. Definitely chance for this left-hander, as we got that wide view, and you can see how strong that wind is, and that's why a lot of these surfers are now thinking more about the left, because the wind's coming from the northeast, blowing into them on the rights.
Yeah, and I really like that Taylor's being patient. I know Wingnuts, he's been kind of continuously going back to that keeping busy, which is smart to get those starting scores, but Taylor is such an experienced competitor. He just needs 2 big scores to win. His previous heat, he dropped 3 9s, which was absolutely ridiculous. So he knows how to get the big scores. He is being so patient to wait for the right wave to come through. He doesn't want to take the lead or take the win with a small margin. He really wants to finish off strong.
But you could see a little bit of anxiety and frustration on his face then. Moving back in, this is difficult. He hasn't got a score on the board yet. We've got 16 minutes remaining, which isn't that much time, but this is where he's really got to stay cool, and Taylor is one of the coolest customers when it comes to competitions. So he will be patient, but he can't be so patient. There's a little set welling up here. Is this going to be a chance for Taylor to get a score on the board. You can really see the wind blowing on the leaderboard jerseys, yellow singlet, the Jeep leaderboard jersey, Taylor Jensen. He's our number 1 seed. He won in Papua New Guinea, beating Kai Salas. He's having a look, but he's making it very clear to the priority disc person that he's not going for that wave and thus losing his priority. So when you are in priority, if you make it look like you're going for a wave, you're going to lose your priority. The other surfer is going to have right of way. Taylor needs to navigate this lineup very carefully. He doesn't want to get too much out of position. This wind is going to move you slightly to the south, isn't it, Shannon?
It really is. We've seen that. You know, we felt that being in those little free surfs in the late evenings, trying to just wash the day of work off of us, and it really is a strong current that pulls you all the way to the south, and the wind blows you. You know, we're a lot of us sitting on longboards out there, sitting on something that gives us a lot of float. Our body almost acts like a sail and starts blowing us down. I think shortboarders have a better chance of not getting moved around too much because their body's sitting a bit lower in the water, unless those currents are really strong, of course. But so these guys, they're going to be fighting to stay in the right position, and that's going to be tough having sat for so long. Taylor there, you can see him having a look at Phil. I do wonder what Phil's doing. If Phil's, there he is. He's looking to keep active. He's going for that right. Beautiful cross step takeoff. Goes for that hang 10. Goes for the drop knee cut back. Again, though, it's that switch stance cut back, that trademark kind of move of Phil. So he's putting a second score on the board. He'll be feeling comfortable with that one, of course, looking for some bigger improvements, but at least he's got 2 solid scores now.
So hard to know if that was the right strategy of Phil. It all depends on if Taylor gets his campaign off with a good start here. So only 14 minutes remaining. Is Taylor going to be able to get one of these waves? That wave just got so much wind on it. Earlier sets like that would have been very easy to navigate. So Taylor not going for a wave there. So he's really going to put even more pressure on himself. And is Phil's strategy going to pay off? A nice sweeping cross step takeoff there. 4 steps up to the nose. A beautiful hang 10. A drop knee cross step turn. Setting up for this section here. Wave dying out. But Phil staying busy. So adding a 4.5 to his 7.67 with a commanding lead, but Taylor has not caught a wave yet. So what an interesting situation here in the second quarterfinal at the World Longboard Championships. Is Taylor going to get a look at this one? He's lining himself up. He's not going to go for it. He might have been tempted to scramble for that, but he's staying patient. 13 minutes remaining here. What an interesting heat this is, Shannon. Are we about to see a big upset, or is Taylor Jensen going to get the 2 scores he needs?
Man, I really hope a couple waves come through for him and he has the opportunity to get some good scores. But this is really interesting. He's been sitting quiet now for over 15 minutes, which is a very long time before catching an opening wave. I'm sure he's starting to feel that pressure. He would hear the announcements. He's probably wearing a watch out there, so he knows the exact time from when the heat started. Nava, his wife, sitting out here with her daughter Jagger and her mom Ty. They will be stressing more than Taylor at this stage, I'm sure. And the whole Jensen family tuning in back in California. So this is really, really interesting.
So welcome if you're just joining us to the World Longboard Championships. Big thank you to the Taiwan County Government and Governor Justin Wang for bringing this event to the forefront, and also a big thank you to our list of brilliant sponsors: the Taiwan Government and Tourism Board, Taiwan Beer, the Gaia Hotel, Ford, Taipei 101 Building, Fin Sports, Peace Marketing, and Oasis Union, as we see our number 1 seed, a regular here in Taiwan, someone who's been coming here for 7 years in a row, Taylor TJ Jensen, with priority, still yet to get a wave on the board. Is he paddling too far south? It looks like this set welling up ever so slightly to the north. This wind has really become a factor in the last hour. Taylor really needs to get a score on the board if he wants to have a chance of winning his 3rd world title. It looks like this set is dissolving, it's disappearing. You can sense the frustration in the body language of Taylor, but he's just got to stay patient. Or is it going to come to the point where he needs to start scrapping for scores? Because Phil Rasman is sitting just with a 4.5 as his backup score. But that 7.67, really the only decent shaped wave that's come through all heat. It's just really slowed down, hasn't it, in this heat, Shannon?
The conditions have changed so much from what we had in those opening rounds this morning. Taylor looking a little bit farther south. Phil's also headed farther south. So something that we've noticed between the 2 peaks, if they're sitting on the north end, they need to sit true to the north end, which is actually up the beach from the tower, our tower set up here. So the markers those surfers are paying attention to, they really need to sit far north to get the scoring, those big right hand waves. The ones in that middle section haven't been delivering. Same with the lefts, they need to be sitting way far to the south. I like that I'm seeing them paddle farther down. I haven't been paying attention in my off heats to that left-hand peak down the beach, but that has been where the scores have been coming through in our previous days. It's looked a little different today.
I'm suddenly thinking that, remember that situation in the women's event where we worked out the stats, Will Hayden-Smith, that if Tori Gilkison won the event, then she would tie with Chloe Calmon for points. Chloe went down in the quarterfinals. Am I correct, or she'd go down?
So Chloe went down in round 3,
right?
Which is what Tori had knocked out in PNG.
So Taylor could still win a world title if he goes down in this round, depending on the situation of the other surfers.
Exactly. So that would depend. Now, Phil Rodgman still won't be in the title race because he had an earlier knockout. He would have had a round 4 knockout, I believe. So he's already out of the running because Taylor's made it past round 4.
So live action now. Taylor Jensen, 2 steps to the nose. There's a long hang 5, fast, powerful. This is his first wave. He needs to get busy. Big sweeping roundhouse. Bang! Powers off the foam. Keeps his balance there. Sets up for the inside section. 2 steps to the nose. Nice 5 and a nice cross step kick out. So Taylor Jensen, he's got his campaign underway. He needs to scramble out for more. We got a set perhaps welling up. Phil Rasman with priority. A 7, 6, 7 and a 4, 5 for Phil. Taylor's going to drop a score. I think it's going to be a good score. I'm not sure it's going to go in the excellent range, but it's certainly going to give him a chance to get the score he needs. So, Shannon, what have you got to share?
Okay, so what I'm thinking from a points perspective, we'll get those definite numbers from Will Hayden-Smith, but what I'm looking at, if Phil Rodgman wins this heat and he wins the event, he gets 10,000 points. Let's go to that replay really quick. So, nice big stretch 5. Love the style, those hands up in the air. Puts it right on rail, really low composure as he comes into that rebound and gets that one last little touch to the nose on the inside and a very stylish little cross step cutout. So we'll see what that score comes through for. Looks like Phil had another look. But from a points perspective, Phil Rodgman had 4,000 points from a round 4 knockout in Papua New Guinea. Taylor Jensen, if he knocks out in the quarterfinals, automatically gets 5,200 to back up his 10,000. So Phil Rodgman cannot win the title because he's only got a 4,000 from PNG. But if Phil Rodgman wins the event, that puts Taylor Jensen with the title regardless of who comes in second, I think.
So there's Phil Rasman takes a nosedive, and here's another wave of Phil. So Phil had a fall on that replay. What happened on this wave? A big vertical attacking top turn there. There's the sweep. Another fall. So the bumps are really getting to these surfers. And I think that has been the key thing in this heat, is the adaptability. The conditions have changed. It's got worse. It's bumpier. It's more broken up. There's more variety out there. The surfers have been struggling ever so slightly. For Taylor, he's been very patient, but it's taken him until the last 8 minutes to get a score on the board. Phil's been busier, but 2 falls on 2 decent waves. So scores waiting to drop. This is really interesting because if Taylor gets something in the 7 range, he's only going to need something in the 6 range to move into that semi-final and keep his world title hopes alive. If he gets something in the 6 range, it's going to be more pressure on him to get the score he needs. But Phil will know he can drop that 4.5. The priority is with Taylor. 7 minutes, 18 seconds remaining. It's bumpy, it's bouncy, it's windy. There's a little set coming up. Is it going to be good enough to tempt Taylor? I think Taylor will want to get 2 more waves. He's not going to leave it just to the last ride, as it looks like he's leaving that one for the Rasman, our 2-times world longboard champion from Rio. Pedals to the nose, gets to 5, gets to 10, widens his stance, attacks that foam there, gets a little air under the fins, doesn't break the board like he did first thing this morning, stays on his feet. Phil Rasman might be replacing the 4.5 with that score, putting more pressure on Taylor, but the judges still waiting to drop the scores for that last ride. We're going to go to a very short piece between Mark and Tippy, and then we'll exchange more information, but just letting you know that Taylor got a 5.17, so he needs a 7 to move into first position. We'll be back after this little bit of banter between Mark Warren and Tippy Jabrik.
Yeah, sitting out here amongst the athletes with a man I call the Indonesian surfing guru, and more commonly known as Tippy, and he's a fantastic commentator, but I've heard the word great in relation to his dancing skills as Phil Rasman tears up the dance floor at the moment and the wind picks up out of the northeast. These athletes are doing a wonderful job from Jinsung Harbour. Tippy, wow, this is awesome.
Yeah, it's been great working here with you, Mark, and we're here. Hopefully this is our final day. We don't know, but the action is still hot out there.
Yeah, so last year's reigning and defending champion and the top-ranked seed, Taylor Jensen, doing battle out there. Mate, you run the Asian circuit. Tell me about the region. Tell me about the expansion of the region. And we're sitting right here as we look out at Jinsan Harbour. Fantastic. A young man that comes from Bali, but now experiencing that same surf culture here at Jinsan.
Yeah, one of our mission is to grow surfing in Asia, and then probably like 6 or 7 years ago, we did come here and help the local community here also to run their events here. So the AAC tour has been here since day one, and we're really happy to work with the, like the crew, like Justin Huang, the governor, and also Cathy. It's been great working with a lot of people from the region. Especially our mission is just to to grow the surfing in Asia, and that's our main mission because we want to catch up. We don't want to left behind like other region. Asia is the emerging region, and we want to be on the top also.
And yesterday, don't worry about surfing. I've covered a lot of sport, whether it's rugby league or boxing. Yesterday, watching the young lady from Hawaii, Honolulu Bloomfield, take out the women's title and then come back to shore and say it was the happiest day of her life. It was a great sporting moment. It was a wonderful backdrop. And you mentioned Justin Huang. Wow, what a job he has done pulling this event together.
Oh yeah, for sure. With the name like Taylor Jensen, Phil Rasman. Now Honolulu Bloomfield is crowning here in Taiwan. I think Taiwan and Justin Huang should be proud, with what they have and what they deliver to the world. Spotlight is in Asia, in Taiwan. So they should take all the credit for it.
And finally, turning to the weather, Mount Agung. For all the Australians, for anyone travelling via Bali, what's the latest from back home?
Yeah, all the boys in Bali have been sending me a lot of news about the Mount Agung. It has been erupting since the last, I would say like 3 to 4 days. It's been throwing a lot of ashes and it affecting the flight. So there's no flight coming and going out to Bali, and then hopefully this thing gonna come down a little bit because without flight, without people coming into Bali, it's a bit hard. Wow. because Bali is really depending on the tourists, really depending on a lot of Australians come to Bali, and hopefully the Australian always going to come to Bali because we have really good connection with all the tourists around, all over the world.
And you've got a championship tour coming there in 2018. We better get back to this quarterfinal action with the team in the broadcast area. He's a legend. He's the Indonesian guru, and it's back to you.
Thanks very much, Mark and Tippy. So a lot of things have happened whilst that interview has been going down. Taylor Jensen is waiting to drop a score. It might well replace his 5.17, but it won't be the 8.67 he needs to move into first position. But it might mean he needs a lower score. Yet, we had a really good ride, a right-hander from Phil Rasman. So currently Phil's still in the lead. Taylor looking for a very big score. This is his second ride. Scores coming in perhaps in the mid-6 or low-6 range. So great surfing from Taylor, but he's now going to need a 7.48. So he drops a 6.37. He adds to his 5.17. Now needs a 7.48 as we see Phil Rasman out back on the right-hander on this replay with a powerful cross-step turn setting up for this section. This is going to be a good score for Phil. His scores are a 7.67 and a 6.17. He falls at the end there. So we've got 2 minutes remaining. Taylor Jensen has got priority but needs a 7.48 to keep his hopes alive of winning the Taiwan Open of Surfing. There is a possibility that he could still win the world title if he gets knocked out in this man-on-man quarterfinal, but he won't want to be leaving it to that. He will want to win this event. He's got priority. There is a little set on the horizon and he needs a really big score, a 7.48. Is that going to be attainable in these bumpy conditions? Just adding to his 5.17 and his 6.37. He had such a slow start, Shannon, and there's a set coming on the horizon. Do you think he's going to get himself in position to get one of these waves?
I think he's definitely going to be in position for it. I'm really hopeful that it gives him the opportunity to showcase his talent. He dropped some huge scores in the previous heats. If Taylor can get that big score, then he'll be through into the semifinals. So 1 minute on the clock. We just had a little hiccup in our room with our TV screen going out, unfortunately, but it's back. So Taylor with a paddle. He doesn't go for that first set wave. Looks a little bit smaller. He's moving around. He's staying super active, trying to figure out what what might come through with 50 seconds on the clock.
So time running out for Taylor Jensen here, needing a 7.48. So is there a set coming? It looks like Taylor's making a move. He's still got priorities. Paddling out. He's paddling south as well. He's scrambling for this. Has he got time to get the wave he needs? Needing a score on the borderline excellent range. Is he going to get wide enough? Is it going to allow that wall? Is he going to be in position? Does he go for the first wave or the second wave? Would there be time for him to go he's going to have to go for the second wave because he's out of position for that first wave. He should be able to catch this, but is he going to be too deep? It looks like it's going to race away. Phil Rasman has got priority, but he's not near Taylor. Taylor TJ Jensen, is he too deep for this? Can he find space? He's too deep for that. So sad news to see Taylor Jensen not getting the opportunity to get the score he needs. So congratulations, Phil Rasman. A huge upset. The Brazilian powerhouse Phil Rasman beats Taylor Jensen in the man-on-man quarterfinal. Shannon, over to you.
Wow, that was such a heartbreak. I really wish he was in position. He was just too far north, couldn't quite find the right position getting that wave. The good news for Taylor is that he still is not out of the title race. It all depends on what happens through the quarterfinals, semis, and who wins the event as to see if Taylor Jensen could walk away with his third world title. But with that, well done to Phil Rajman. Excellent surfing. Love that he stayed busy. He got the waves he needed. And with that, we're going to go to a recap and a quick commercial break, and we'll bring you back our next quarterfinal with Kai Salas and Edward Del Pera.
Some action. It's going to be Carissa Moore. Setting up big section for the Carissa Moore. This one looks impossible. Instead, she finds the exit.
Welcome back for quarterfinal heat number 3. Wingnut back in the booth with Shannon. That was an exciting heat. Not a lot of waves ridden in that heat, but man, were they exciting as we're looking at the current world champion. That is Honolulu Bloomfield, sitting with Rachel Tilley right there, big smile on her face. I wonder if it's finally sunk in that she is the world champion.
I think so. Man, so exciting to see Hano take that yesterday. She smoked. I mean, Lindsay had an excellent run, but man, Hano really put the nail in the coffin with that final yesterday. She's a really shy person, so all of this camera footage, as you can see there straight away, she just doesn't really want the attention on her. But she's a beautiful girl, and she's now the current world champion, which is such a cool thing for such a young girl to have accomplished.
And to bring that championship title back to Hawaii,
yeah.
It's going to be wish I could be on the island when she gets home. And she'll be getting home during the Triple Crown, during the Pipe Masters.
So fun.
That will be fantastic. I believe Sunset's on today, and the women are at Maui as well. So at Honolulu Bay. And so that the Honolulu combo, yeah. So that's fantastic.
That's cool.
All right, first wave being ridden.
Oh. Kai Salas.
So the wind might be a bit of an issue on the right. So now priority goes to Edward Del Pera, who's going to jump into this next wave. We'll see how he deals with the wind. A nice composure there as he gets a really clean nose ride, holding that nose ride through that critical part of the wave. So that's going to be a rough start for Kai as Edward comes out of the gate strong. He's going to work his way around the corner here. It makes just as much sense to go around the corner and get reset on that paddle back out. You know, not trying to make any points in there.
Exactly.
He just knows he's going to have a smoother paddle out, regain his breath, his composure, and looking at that lineup from paddling out on the right. Because both competitors in that last heat were pushed to the south and were forced to look at the left and the right off of that left that comes in the middle break. Just watch him just come off on his back foot there, just trying to stall and set up that wave. And here we have Edouard. Crossed up foot 5 at 10. He'll go back to 5, and that's where that composure really comes in. You know, he got a 10, which will slow you down a little bit, brought that foot back for the 5, and trimmed through that speed section, and with that big re-entry there.
And almost using, I love the way he opened up his arms and almost used his body with that wind block to slow himself down on the 5-2, so he wasn't going too quick. But here we go, Kai Salas, the Hawaiian. He's now currently the top pick for the world title, being that Taylor Jensen just got knocked out in the last heat. So if Kai Salas can just make it into the final, I believe he'll have the title, but that's based on points. We'll wait for all that official announcements from our WSL Longboard Commissioner Will Hayden-Smith with those exact numbers. But Kai Salas in the water, quick wave off, not going to match what Edouard put down. We do have some scores to come through, so waiting for those. First of the Del Perro brother Edouard, an 8.33.
So that is a strong first wave. We've found that has the power of those first waves, those first high scores, the impact it has on the other athletes is very interesting. We're going to go down to the beach live with Sam and Phil. Over to you guys.
So Phil Rasman, that was a bone-crunching, bone-shaking, one of the most exciting heats I've ever seen. You won. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling great. I want to say thanks for everybody in Brazil who is watching live. For my family in California, Portas family, thank you so much for all the support. And I'm feeling great. I just broke my board in the first heat of the day. And I'm using a different board, changing a little bit the fins to feel which fin will work better in this kind of conditions. But the waves are amazing. Taiwan is unbelievable. I want to come back many times.
Well, you clearly love the place, but something amazing happened in that first heat today where you landed the floater, the fin, the back of the board broke, but you kept moving. You know, that was one of the best ever broken board maneuvers I've seen.
Yeah, I did that huge floater. When I came down, I felt the tail coming up on my feet. I just put my back feet a little bit on front, and I didn't want to lose the wave because I want to come to the inside to change my board. So yeah, that was funny.
Now, it doesn't look like you can win the world title if you win the event because you won't have enough points to beat Taylor Jensen. But what are your hopes now for the rest of the event anyway?
I'm here representing Brazil, representing Jean da Silva, representing my family. I think not just this, I think representing the surf in the world. I really want to see surfing getting higher and higher, more people knowing about that. I had many friends who start surfing and change their life, so I think that's my deal, like bring the people for surfing to have a little bit more contact with the Mother Nature, and for me it's like therapy.
And a little message in Portuguese for all those fans at home in Brazil.
Galera no Brasil, muito obrigado aí pela torcida. Vocês estão acompanhando ao vivo pelo site da WSL, pelo aplicativo. Tô amarradão, pronto para mais uma agora na semifinal e vamos buscar esse título aí. O título mundial, infelizmente, não dá mais, no máximo o segundo colocado, mas o título da etapa ainda está valendo. Obrigado por todos aí da torcida. Aloha.
Thank you, Phil. Good luck in the semi-finals. I'm going to let you get ready for your next heat, and I'm going to bring Will Hayden-Smith into the interview. And Will, we've got a very interesting situation here because our #1 seed has now been knocked out. But what can happen? Who can still win a world title here?
So now that Taylor's out, Kai Salas, who's in the water, he's moved into the box seat. You know, his destiny's in his own hands. He got a second place in PNG. So if he makes it through this heat and makes it into the final, he's almost a lock. But we also have these people who finished 5th in PNG in the equation because Taylor finished 5th here. If anyone who finished 5th in PNG wins this event, they tie with Taylor, and we could potentially have a surf-off between one of them and Taylor for the title. That would be Edouard, Harley, Cole.
Wow, so okay, so basically if Harley, Edouard and Cole win, they tie with Taylor and have a surf off. If Kai gets second or first, he's world champion. If Antoine gets first, he's world champion.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at the moment, and things are changing every round. So we're gonna I'm gonna talk to everyone who's advanced through today. The winds just come up a lot, so we're gonna make a call as to whether we do go into the semis today.
Thanks very much, Will. It's all happening here in Taiwan. Back to Shannon and Wingnut in the booth.
Obrigado, Sam and Will. Thank you for that update. Congratulations, Phil, on that performance. It's always great to see that big smile when you show up at the beach, when you come out of the water, and when you pull off that miraculous ride into the beach with the snapped off back end of your board in your hands. And the great attitude you have about all of that. But boy, can you see that the wind is becoming a factor here.
Yeah, I definitely think that's going to play some big roles today in the decision-making to continue running this contest or not, but they'll wait until the rest of these quarterfinals finish to see what the boys would rather do. So still some big scores available out there. Edouard sitting with an 8.33 and a 1.33. Kai sitting with a 7.17 and a 1.6. So once again, Kai is currently in the driving seat. If he can stick it through this, he's going to be looking pretty good for that world title. But Edouard has been on fire in this contest. Gets that quick nose ride. Unfortunately, doesn't stick it. But here we go with Kai Salas. So straight to the nose, into the wind. He's using that wind on his body to kind of slow himself down in that hang five, which I really like to see. Goes in for the big re-entry. Nice little snap under the lip. Throws in a little bit of a layback there, which is really sweet to see. Goes for that second hang five into the frothy section, and he'll finish out clean, which is nice to see. So once again, working his way, continuing on to the inside. A little bit of extra scoring points maybe, but also to set himself up for that paddle back.
And that wave actually had more scoring potential through that inside section. He was able to get another nose ride, those big turns, and he was rewarded with a 7.17. So nice, strong score there. Not quite in the excellent range, but definitely puts him right back in the hunt. That 8.33 that Edouard Del Perro dropped for his first wave was a strong opening wave, and Kai answers back very quickly with a strong 7.17. So the heat of the battle, there are 20 minutes, 30 seconds left here, and it's a full-on horse race. Who is going to do better in this wind? Will Kai Salas, the more powerful framed Hawaiian, be able to push his way through this, or will the slight Edouard Del Perro be able to dodge the wind, handle those, absorb those bumps better? This is like Diamond Head, where Kai likes to surf all the time. He went out there and practiced in strong, windy conditions, so he kind of feels comfortable with it. That Donald Takia modified in the pink model, you know, sponsorship by Surf Garage, the support that he has, the Hawaiian contingent. Will we have two Hawaiian world champions this year? Will it be Kai Salas and Honolulu Bloomfeld?
Wow, that would be pretty amazing.
I just got chicken skin when I said it,
really
but I just realized it. So let's not put the cart in front of the horse, the Spam in front of the rice. Let's have this heat go through. There's over 19 minutes left, lots of waves, but you can now see white caps charging through the outside here. So it would not surprise me if they go on hold for the semis to see if the wind lays down, or give the athletes an opportunity to wait for tomorrow morning.
And that would be really sweet. Of course, we would love to see that world champion crowned in some really beautiful, pristine conditions, which those mornings have been looking really fun. At least the wind holds off for that first hour or two.
And
but
when
it's
it blows at a good direction. That
exactly.
morning wind is offshore, so it has less of a negative impact on the surf. So as long as it's still coming from that direction, I think the mornings are a good call.
Right, and we do know that the forecast is not looking very favorable for the next few days, but that morning tomorrow should still be pretty good. Going into later Friday, Saturday, Sunday, it's not great, which is why we've run as much as we have.
And that's the forecast for the wind. The surf forecast is still strong throughout the week and the weekend. It's the wind that is our nemesis here on this East Coast during this monsoon season, because it's the wind that generates this surf. It's been super consistent here, and the neat thing is there are a bunch of nooks and crannies on this coastline. As windy as it is here, we are kind of in an exposed point, much like Trestles is back in Southern California. This Jinzun Harbor has a little bit of a bump out and puts the wave out in the wind. But if you tucked into the harbor wave right now, you'd be almost offshore in those rights. So as we look at Kai Salas looking at this wave, Del Perro with priority taking it. Quick 5, quick 10, very composed, using those wings out there to slow him down, opening up the parachute, as it were. Nice carving roundhouse, lets the whitewater push him back around. Very controlled here. He wants to get a good second score, and this will definitely replace that 1.33. I can go out on a limb saying better than a 1.33.
I would agree with you on that one. We could be the judges for a moment there.
I like to stay away from numbers. I'm never going to throw one out there, but I know I'm confident he beat a 1.33.
And so here you go, Kai Salas, the Hawaiian, quick paddle once again, but that's okay. He's going to momentarily probably lose priority, but he'll gain that back as he will. Edouard is caught on the inside. So interesting point you brought up to me just before you came into the booth is that Edouard has won every heat aside from going up against his brother Antoine. So he'd won round 1, won round 3, came in second in round 2 when he faced his brother. Antoine has had the better hand this year so far. Will be really interesting if we can see them meet in the semis. But I would love to see 2 Hawaiian world champs.
Yep.
And with that said, we're going to go to a quick interview out on the beach.
Yeah, well, this is great. Yesterday afternoon, she stood on these cobblestones with a podium as her crew carried her on the shoulders and then soaked her in beer, and she smiled like a princess, and she said, "I think this is the happiest day of my life." My God, you broke the hearts or made our hearts jump and pitter-patter. She is the ladies' longboard world champion, and her name is Blomfield. And Honolulu Blomfield, congratulations again. Has it all sunk in?
Not just yet, I don't think. I'm still taking it all in. I'm so happy. I feel like I'm on top of the world.
I was talking to Wingnut post-event, and when you nailed that 8.83 and then a 9.77 to the wall, and you did it early, the chasing game was always going to be on for Lindsay.
Yeah, I don't know, I got 2 good ones early. My 8, I really tried to nose ride and hang 10, and then I got blessed with another 9, and I just tried my best and tried to hang 10 and got a little soul arch and tried to set myself apart, I guess, and I did, and I got a 9, so.
Lindsay led the totals during the heats, probably the most consistent of the riders throughout the heats. Did you feel like you may have been the underdog going into the final?
Yeah, I was really watching her, and she just kept getting like 8s and 9s, and I was actually going into the heat really scared, but I thought I just got to surf and have fun, and I tried my best and came out on top. So.
You're the champ.
Yeah.
You're the champ.
I really can't believe it. It feels surreal.
What does this mean for next year and 2018?
Yeah, I mean, I still have my goals. It was a really big goal of mine to achieve this for the past 3 years, but...
Was it mapped out? You put it in black and white?
Oh, no. Well, I mean, of course it's always a goal, but I wasn't really focusing on it coming into this event. I was like, if it happens, it happens. I just got to take it heat by heat, and yeah.
And just she's so cute. Dad came out to give her a cap, and she said, "Go away, Dad. Go away, Dad." You know what? The champ is here, and congratulations, Honolulu Blomfield. What a beautiful place to do it, Jinsin Harbour.
Yep. Thank you so much.
There she is, the beautiful Hawaiian. She's the world champ, guys.
All right, thank you so much for that, Mark. Congratulations, Honolulu. What a fantastic performance. Thanks for showing up this morning to watch the men do battle. We had a couple of waves ridden while that interview was going on. This is Edouard Del Perro getting a really nice long nose ride. You can see him going over those speed bumps, putting together a really powerful cut back into the white water. Going to get another big sweeping drop knee turn. A lot of spray off that turn right there. And the judges liking that one enough to give it a 7.40. Another good little nose ride on that inside section as he kicks out here. So strong second score for Edouard.
So driving into this last turn, started off with that nice hang 10, bounces off of the foam, comes through fighting against the wind. Love that little rail grab just to keep some control but add in some style. Goes for another drop knee cut back. So lots of variety being thrown in there, some combinations. Has a look back at the judges, maybe to the beach. Maybe his brother is there to show him, a little bit about what's going on. Beautiful long stretch hang 5 to the 10. This is now live action, so keeping super busy. Edouard Del Perro is putting so much pressure on Kai Salas. Another nose ride, great footwork, working his way back. Goes for a little bit of a speed check to get into this inside section. It's going to continue giving him some scoring points, but he kicks out. He knows he's done what he needed to there. With 13 minutes on the clock, We will have some scores to come through, I believe, from both competitors, actually. Edouard currently sitting in the lead with an 8 and a 7.4, but he's going to be looking for another excellent score. As Kai Salas is now just a quick in and out, so he's feeling some pressure. He's requiring an excellent score, an 8.56 to take the lead. And Wingnut, take us through this replay.
And look at the way he set up this nose ride, able to really relax, really compose, going even with all that chop up the face. Then he's going to have a big, sweeping, roundhouse drop knee turn there. Very nice, controlled footwork up to the nose again, finding an inside section with scoring opportunity, and that has been unique this morning. Again, nice rebound off the white water there, little kick out, fly away turn there. That is going to feel good. And that also sets him up so well, paddling back out on that right-hand side for that northern peak, that right-hander that has offered so much high-scoring potential. Staying busy over there while we have Kai Salas looking at this one, dealing with that wind, a little stall with his arm in the face of the wave as he's hanging 5 there, trying to let that wave get steep underneath them, increasing the degree of difficulty of that nose ride, and that wave just sinks out and goes away, so he kicks out. That'll replace a 1.60, but it's not going to be enough. He's looking for a 7.17, and that might even be more difficult after Edouard's last wave.
Yep. So we'll take this quick replay. So drags that hand in to set himself up and just continues dragging that hand to keep him in that critical section on the nose. Love the way he's just directing his board straight from that hang 5, but it doesn't really reform on the inside. So I like their approach. They would have paid close attention to that last quarterfinal where Taylor Jensen went down. He sat for so long waiting for those lefts, and they never came through. It was consistent early in the morning, but conditions have changed a lot. I love that they're sitting far enough north to get these bigger right-hand waves.
And as a surfer, having to adapt with the tide, with the wind, having to change your approach, heat by heat, look at what's going on and learn from the heat that's in front of you. And we can see both surfers now down on that right-hander peak. That is where Phil and Taylor were. They're not overriding that northern right peak. So I was a little wrong until I saw this wide shot. It'll be interesting to see as the tide is dropping out this morning. Look at that set building up outside of it. Will it wedge up for a right, or will we start to see some lefts being ridden?
So Kai Salas sitting with priority. Will he have a look at this wave? Let's see what happens. Decides to duck over it. Nothing too much. Love that little interview with Honolua. She, it's just been amazing to watch her over this last year grow in grace and maturity, and to just be such a humble winner of the world title. I'm so excited that it's gone to her. She surfed so far beyond her years, I think, in that final yesterday afternoon. So composed, that coaching bit from her dad just coming through to be relaxed and have fun, which really took her through for the win.
And it'll be fun watching her as the realization really sinks in. Yesterday, it was kind of like deer in the headlights. Did that just really happen? A little bit more in control of that emotion today as we watch Edouard Del Perro with a quick nose ride and out, seeing that shoulder is going to drop away so quickly. So again, the surfers are now more on the second peak that we have here of this 2 peaks wave setup, where there's the right seems to be shorter and the left runs away, and over to the left of your screen is where we've seen some of the bigger waves of the morning come through. So we'll see how this works out. Kai Salas needs an 8.56 at this point because Edouard Del Perro had dropped another higher score coming in. This is going to be a challenging heat, as they should be, right? Quarterfinals, there's no easy roll-throughs here. And with the conditions changing, the plan that you had while you were on the beach can change when you're out in the water.
So just under 9 minutes on the clock. Kai with priority in the red vest from Hawaii. Also a very humble competitor. Love that interview. He said he was so stoked, but he was just, you could see that seriousness still of competition on his face as we check live action here with Edouard. Love that head over the toes on that hang 10. He's going to fight around the section. It's going to open up for him just a little bit, decides to kick out, but Kai on a little bit of a bigger wave selection, but that wind really just shuts it down on him.
And I'm thinking that the athletes have gone a little bit to the southern part of it, and it might not. That right is going to be more of a challenge from that part of the lineup. So, again, it's easy for us to assume these things sitting here in the booth. Oh, I know what I'd do. Yeah, I wouldn't be this far in the competition, so I know what think I'd like to be doing while I'm out there. But 8 minutes left in the heat. Kai Salas needs an 8.83 because Edouard dropped a 7.67. So with a total of 16 points, there is a lot of work ahead for Kai Salas if he wants to move on to the semifinals. So if Edouard Del Perro wins this heat, he possibly faces his brother again in the semi, because his brother Antoine Del Perro, coming up next, will be facing Harley Ingleby. Now look at this set coming outside. All right, we've got Kai Salas with priority paddling over. This is one of those really nice peakier waves that will carry through that right if he can get in position for it. Look at the ferocity of the wind. That is that's the biggest challenge, and it's interesting because Kai has the larger frame. You would think he's more can do battle with this wind a little bit better, but maybe it's not battling the wind. It's avoiding it and working your way through it, and winding through it is what Edouard Del Perro has been able to do so well today.
So 6.5 minutes to go. Those interesting stats come through that we had coming through with Sam's interview with our longboard commissioner, Will Hayden Smith. Just to kind of reiterate some of those points for you guys back home. If Kai Salas can win this heat, then he's sitting in a really good place to take the win and the World Championships. But if Edouard Del Perro, Cole Robbins, or Harley Ingleby end up taking the win in this heat, they all had quarterfinal finishes in PNG, which is the same as what Taylor had. But with live action, Kai Salas up and riding, gets those 5 toes over, goes for a huge re-entry under the foam. Will he continue working his way? That wave shuts down in front of him, but that may have been something he was looking for to get a better score on the board.
And you can see that they were on that peak that sets up, and that left just maybe not, cleaner faced, but not as big, so I'm not sure what the scoring potential is there. Whereas Kai had that big critical section for the nose ride and that huge re-entry. So I think Kai's power and his comfort in the wind were showcased quite nicely in that one. Looking forward to seeing it. And here's the nose ride for Edouard Del Perro, able to shuffle his way back to the tail. Really nice. The way he hits that turn up underneath the lip is so nice, so smooth. And then that wave's going to get a little small here on the inside, but I think he can still manage to get another off the top and maybe even a little trip to the tip. So Del Perro getting a great little finish here to that wave, to that left. Will that be enough to go into his scoring lineup, trying to replace the 7.67 as we look at Kai with that big floater re-entry, riding the wind down with that great critical nose ride in that steep section of the wave. That'll be a good score for Kai. Definitely replaces 3.77. There's only 5 minutes left in this, Shannon. Will there be enough time for him to get another score to get ahead of Edouard Del Perro?
Yeah, 5 minutes, there's enough time for those sets to come through. It has slowed down a little bit. That might be due to that lower tide. Tends to just kind of slow those sets down. But as we can see, there's still some action in the water. 5 minutes to go. Edouard is sitting in the lead, but we will have some scores to come through for Kai Salas and for Edouard Del Perro. So we may have a situation change, maybe not. Kai Salas is chasing an 8.83. I don't know that he's going to get that for that last wave, but it might have improved his situation in some other ways. So hopefully for his sake, for that World Championship, he will still be in the mix. With 4 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. Coming up in our last quarterfinal of the day, we've got Antoine Del Perro, brother of Edouard, who's in the current heat, up against Harley Ingleby from Australia. So the two Frenchmen still currently in the mix. And
4 minutes left. Kai Salas has priority. He just needs to pick that right wave. He needs an 8.83. That's a huge number, but it is definitely within the grasp of Kai Salas. Waiting for that last exchange of scores to drop. We'll let you know if anything changes as we look at Kai scanning the horizon, hoping that one of those sets is going to frame up for him so that he'll be able to perform. Yeah, it's going to be interesting throughout this day. Look at that set wave break there over on the other side. Yeah, the unused other peak more to the north end of the beach. So we see Edouard Del Perro heading more over that way, realizing that there might be some potential over there. Well, actually, he's coming back from that left.
Yep.
So he is definitely on the southern end of it as well. So let's get a wide shot when we can, and we can really see what this lineup looks like again. with 3 minutes left.
And that wind is really starting to play a major factor in how this situation is starting to unfold. We saw it in the last heat as Taylor Jensen went down, our current world #1, knocked out of competition to Phil Rajman, the excellent competitor from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. And a score comes through for last of Kai, a 7.87, which moves in as his top score, but it's not enough to take him into lead. He now requires an 8.14.
But an 8.14 is a really good number. He really took a big piece of that off of his requirement. We're going to get another wave, the score dropping in for Eduard Del Perro, but I don't think it's going to change it much. So Kai using his priority on this one, stalling that nose ride, getting 5, trying to get a little cover up there. He's going to pull the tail out, unable to do it. That wave just not going to be big enough. So I'd almost say that was a mistake in priority usage there. Not a big enough wave. You need an 8.14. It's going to have to be one of those set waves to grab that score. Watch him set this up, and Eduard sold him that wave.
He really did, huh?
So see how he's dragging his hand, really unique. I love that technique right there, pulling in for a little bit of a head dip. Tail's going to come out. But even if he had pulled that helicopter out, I don't think that would have given him the score that he needed. And now priority is in the hands of one of the ultimate competitors. Not only is he a phenomenal surfer, but his competitive acumen is so strong, I don't think he's going to let Kai Salas get away. If I was Kai, I would make a hard left right there, paddle as far away from Eduard as I can, and try to get to that other peak.
I would do exactly the same. So Eduard Del Perro, he was our champion here last year at the Taiwan Open of Surf as a men's LQS event. So he's comfortable in the water. He's been at this break before. I do believe it's Kai Salas' first time out here in Taiwan on this trip. But Eduard feeling comfortable. He knows what it's like to win at this local spot, which is probably definitely helping him out a little bit. We've seen him. He just seems to be on momentum in this event.
Right. The only heat that he lost to his brother. And now Kai Salas selling a wave to Eduard Del Perro.
And look at that set behind.
So there's definitely some opportunity here for Kai. That's a really nice scoring wave there, I think, for Eduard, but I don't think it's going to go into his top 2. And so now he's got 30 seconds left out there. Is there a wave out there that will allow Kai to snatch victory from the hands of defeat?
So interesting one here. We saw it with the women's division. The girl who had the momentum, building those scores in each heat, taking the win, Honolulu Bloomfield. Can Eduard Del Perro put himself in that sort of position? He's had a lot of momentum going through this event with 10 seconds on the clock. Looks like Kai Salas is just out of position as he will not get that final opportunity to make it through. So Eduard Del Perro into the semifinals, potentially might meet his brother there. Coming up in the next heat, we will have Antoine Del Perro up against Harley Ingleby for our final quarterfinal, and I will be handing off to Sam. But before that, we'll go to a quick commercial break.
We have some action. It's going to be Carissa Moore. Setting up big section for the Carissa Moore. This one looks impossible. Instead, she finds the exit.
Welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing, the World Longboard Championship Tour final stop. We're going to crown a world champion, but we're not going to crown it today. We are going to go on hold after this quarterfinal for a 6:30 call tomorrow morning. Final quarterfinal in the water, Antoine Del Perro from France in red. Harley Ingleby from Australia in blue, joined in the booth here by Sam the Scholar Bleakley.
Yep, there we go. Sam the Scholar Bleakley, and #1 seed at the Longboarders Chess Invitational, which we'll be playing later. After my big result at Buckinghamshire last month in the qualifying event, Wingnut, I will be the #1 seed. You'll be #2 seed in the chess event,
Well,
so we'll get onto that later.
My reports and scores from Stalingrad, where I was at over the summer, we will see how you hold up against my game. Well, we're going to go down on the beach right now live with the winner of the last heat, Edouard Del Perro and Shannon.
Here with Edouard. Congratulations for making it through that heat. Those conditions look really intense.
Super intense. The wind is really strong, and I'm glad I knew the spot like this, so I was able to manage a couple of waves, definitely.
Awesome, and you seem like you've got a lot of momentum this year. You had the win at the LQS, so you know what it's like to win in these waters. Has that helped you kind of exceeding through the ranks?
Yeah, well, actually it was last year. This year I didn't have any win, but I had good finals, good matchup with my brother, with Emi in Europe. Definitely shredding it, so now I'm super stoked to get that quarter because the level is really strong, and now it's really open for the world title too.
Yep.
So I'm on.
Awesome, and is that in the back of your mind, that world title possibility?
I'm just focusing on the contest right now. I was not like at the point to think about the world title actually, but I mean, you think about it, just have to detach and just enjoy yourself in the water. That's the most important.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Looking forward to seeing your semifinals possibly tomorrow morning in better conditions.
Yeah, hopefully in the morning there will be some good timing, I think.
Awesome. Well, great job for today, and we'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you very much, Shannon, and what a big upset. Kai Salas going for that first world title, long overdue after coming second twice to Harley Ingleby in 2009 and Taylor Jensen in 2011, sorry. So, I mean, the wind was so challenging. We saw Taylor Jensen go down in the wind against Phil Rasman, Wingnut, and we saw Kai go down to Edouard in the wind. Wow. I mean, that was a big upset.
Pretty exciting here, and seeing who can maneuver themselves through the wind, slip through it, and I think Edouard did a really magnificent job of figuring out how to succeed in this wind. I was talking with Cole Robbins earlier, who was originally all excited about continuing on, but as the wind picked up one more notch, I suggested he might want to have some rocks in his pockets if he was going to try to succeed in this wind. So I'm really glad we're going to go on hold for tomorrow morning 6:30 call for a 6:45 start.
So very interesting. So now, unfortunately, Kai is out the race to win a world title, but Taylor Jensen is still a contender. If either Edouard or Harley win, there'll be a surf-off between Taylor and one of those surfers to determine the world title. If Antoine gets a win, he will win the world title. And Cole is also in the contention for this potential surf-off. So Cole, Edouard and Harley all got 5th place in Papua New Guinea, which is the same result as Taylor here in Taiwan. So it could all come down to tomorrow as we see our surfer from France, Antoine Del Perro, having a look at the left. Look at that wind howling. So both of these surfers, they haven't got a score on the board. They've met many a time before. They met last year. Harley took the win. These surfers know each other very closely. Many a heats exchanged. Very good surfers, but it's Harley who's got those 2 world titles, going for his 3rd world title. Antoine yet to get a world title at the WSL.
So definitely Harley with a little bit more let's say less pressure, more experience coming down to such a heavyweight heat where world titles are becoming on the line. As we look at that wind out there, we look at the surfers trying to be really selective, and there's a nice set wave. I like this pulled back look at our lineup, and we can see on the far right of the screen, I believe that was Antoine Del Perro. Where is Harley? No,
So there's Antoine having a look. So Antoine Del Perro from France on the nose, gets the 5, pedals back to the tail. Nice open face here. Big sweeping low roundhouse cutback. Love the way he used his arm into the wave face there. Again, using his hand, just smoothly leaning into that turn, rebounding off the foam. Gets an inside section there, gets a 10. Good surfing from Antoine. It's the busy type of surfing we're starting to recognize from the Del Perro brothers. See the strength of the wind knocking that board. Over to you, Wingnut, for Harley.
And there's Harley with a nice turn right in the top of the face of the wave. Nice big drop knee turn there after that nose ride. Again, cross-step footwork to the nose, steep, fast section of the wave. This is our check back, cut back. Let's see if that wave sets up for him on the inside again, holding that 5. Good first exchange from the two surfers here.
Great surfing, and I have a feeling it's possible that Harley might get out back quicker because it's much harder to get out back after you've got a left, a lot more duck dives. Harley's going to be able to have the advantage of using the current. However, he does look quite deep there, so it's going to be a race.
But I really like the fact that he has to go around that side of the break. It's going to help him realign himself with the scoring opportunity from the rights. But the sweeping cutback that Antoine Del Perro has there is so smooth, so fluid, and with power, flow, and grace. That's what the judges are looking for. I think they'll reward those cutbacks for sure.
A nice nose ride on the inside, finishing with a nice clean hit. So let's look at Harley's replay. Sets up, left, go right, stalls, 2 steps to the nose. There's the 10. Good nose riding from the surfer from Emerald Beach, Coffs Harbour. Sweeps back for another section here. Good footwork, gets another 5. Good footwork pedaling back off that 5. Readjustment, very windy there, but that board's staying in trim, and he gets a 3rd section to hit the nose. So 3 solid nose rides, a nice opening 10, really strong surfing. So very interesting to see what the scores. I mean, what do you feel? Do you feel that maybe Harley's wave had the edge there?
I like the scoring opportunity on Harley's wave more so than on Antoine's, and I think Harley took good advantage of them. I think Antoine's big cutbacks were really clean and powerful, but I think overall, in my opinion, Harley will have won that exchange. There's a set coming on the outside. We'll see which surfer is there for that one.
So
22 minutes left in this heat. We're going to wait. We don't have scores. You'll have them as soon as we do.
So it looks like Antoine has got priority. He was the first out back, so he paddled like crazy to get out there in time. So 22 minutes remaining. This is the last quarterfinal of the day. We're going to be reconvening for the semi-finals tomorrow morning early. We're going to have a 6:30 call for a 6:45 a.m. start here in Taiwan, Jinsun Harbor, hoping for clean conditions. We have got a lot of wind in the forecast, but even on those windy days, the mornings can often be clean. We've only got 2 semi-finals and a final, but we might be having a surf-off and wingnut. Scores dropping for Harley.
A 7.33 comes in for Harley and a 6.0 for Antoine. So as predicted, for once I got it right, Harley's exchange, Harley wins that exchange with a 7.33, and that is a really good confidence-inducing score. It lets you know that those rights that you were looking at were a good idea. As he locks into a nice 10, it's going to be a much smaller wave, but there's a sweeping cutback to show you that he's got it, if not better, than Antoine Del Perro.
Wow. Phenomenal surfing from Harley there. The poise, the composure, the hold on the nose, and then the projection and power in the tail work. So that first exchange, it was about the variety that was revealed from Harley that allowed him to get a score 1.33 points higher than Antoine. Antoine's sweeping cutbacks were phenomenal, but it was the nose work from Harley that got the biggest score. And look at this nose work. There's the 5, there's the 10, back to the 5, pedals back to the tail. Really good footwork and a powerful sweeping turn. This board really looks great under his feet, and look at the spray and the projection and the clean lines. Harley, to me, really looks on fire.
He looks really good. It's the best I've seen him surf. I love the way he surfs, but I think switching to that wider board, that wider-tailed board that you were talking about yesterday, really seems to suit him at this particular juncture in the competition. And what's really important is momentum throughout the competition, and Harley seems to have a really good flow going right now. As we look outside on a really big set wave, that's Antoine Del Perro on one of those big runaway lefts, and Harley had to watch all of it as well. And you can see there's a little bit of a stutter and a bump in Antoine's work there because of the chop in the face of the wave. But look at the size of that set. I'd be interested to see how the right off of that looked, whether the athletes have gotten themselves pulled down to this side again.
So a lot of duck dives required for Harley here to get back out. There we go. He ducked. He actually had to pull out from that duck dive. You could just see as he started, he'll come up without. There he's back on the board.
No, he's got stronger arms than you think.
There we go.
I saw him dip that rail and try to have to pull it in a little bit sideways because that's his bigger board. It doesn't go underwater quite as easily. Looked like that one also caught
Antoine on the head as well. If we can get a wider shot of this break after the replay, you can see how big that set was.
So much bump in the face, and look at this bump here. This is what puts him off guard. Just as he comes off the top there, you can see how he loses his rhythm, and at that point he knows he's going to kick out. He knows the wave's got peaky, less scoring potential. He's lost his rhythm, lost that tempo. He's working on adding to that 6.0. Scores will drop very soon for our French surfer, our 32-year-old regular footer, born in Marseille, based in Biarritz, runs a surf school with his brother Edouard. Edouard already in the semi-final. The winner of this quarterfinal will be surfing against Edouard. So will it be a Del Perro matchup, or will it be Harley Ingleby moving on to that semi-final? So Harley drops a 7.6 for his last wave. That powerful left-hander, that 5, that 10, back to the 5, that big roundhouse, vertical projection off the rebound, and then sweeping, flowing re-entry on the inside. Scores waiting to drop for Antoine, but at the moment it's Harley, our Australian, our 34-year-old regular footer with 2 world titles already in the bank. He's in the lead. Antoine playing catch-up.
Absolutely, and that was a great strong start as we see Antoine again right there, going on one of those lefts. They've definitely drifted to the southern part of this, trying to find the cleaner faces of the wave. So Antoine is way down the beach, you know, way to the right of the competitors' area and the judges' tower. The judges can see him fine. There's no risk of that. He's just trying to find cleaner water. But those big right-handers, I think, are going unused.
And that's one of the great advantages of Jinsun Harbour as a contest venue, is there's a lot of space there, and every competitor has been very positive about this as a contest venue. Look how far south our surfer is there, sitting
That's
really
Harley
far
right
south.
there. That the only surfer you can see is Harley Ingleby on the right-hand edge of your screen, and look to the left of him as this peak comes in. So they're set up where the left is really their only option. We get a replay of Antoine's there. Goes to the nose. Nice 5 there. Nice quick 10. Nice footwork back. He's going to come off the bottom and just kick out because it does not have enough wave there.
So Antoine's still very much in the game, our French regular footer. He's twice won the ISA World Longboard Championships and twice come second in the WSL, both to big-name Hawaiians, to Dwayne DeSoto and Bonga Perkins. Harley, he's had the luck in those big events in the WSL and got 2 world titles, but could have won more. He's been second before.
The luck, it's the skill. You don't win with luck.
There we go, Wingnut. You laying it on the line there. It's all about the skill here. So lining up for a left-hander there. We got Harley Ingleby, toes on the nose. There's a 5, there's a 10, pedaling back to the tail here. He has to readjust that foot, wide stance for that sweeping roundhouse cutback. And Wingnut loving the movement in this board. It's the widest board I've seen Harley compete on for a long time at these WSL events. And for me, this board is what's making a difference with his scores.
I completely agree. The smoothness, it's really allowing the flow. And we've seen Harley ride all sorts of craft, single fins, old mals, and we know that that's there. It's nice to see that this board is allowing that flow to be more forward in his presentation.
15 minutes remaining. Harley with a 7.6 and a 7.33. Priority with Antoine. He really needs to get rid of both of these scores. He's got a 6 and a 5.17.
He's looking at an 8.93 to take the win. So that's a huge score. He'd really like to get rid of both that 6 and that 5.17.
Very hard to get something in the 9 range in these bumpy conditions, as we see toes on the nose from Ingleby. A nice quick 10, pedaling back, and watch the sweep of this turn and the projection. Even when he gets a little bit caught in the foam, he can power off that tail, use those fins. He sets up for another nose ride, got that toe curled right over the nose there. Nice footwork, love that drop knee setup for this section. So Harley looking really busy. Is this going to be his year to get a 3rd world title? If he wins the event, he might be having a surf-off with Taylor Jensen to crown the 2017 world title. Wouldn't that be exciting?
That would be an amazing heat. They both have these gorgeous, sweeping, powerful roundhouse cutbacks. I think Harley's board is suited to nose riding a little bit more than Taylor's. I'm not saying one is a better nose rider than the other. I'm just saying that I think Harley's board, with a little bit of a wider outline, will allow him to have better footwork and nose riding. So that would be a super exciting man-on-man to the sudden death World Championship heat. That would be fun to see.
But our reigning French and European champion, Antoine Del Piero there, he needs to replace these scores. Yes, he could get the win with a 8.93 or higher, but really I think he needs to be dropping both of these waves and working at a more attainable 8-point score. As we see Antoine, our regular footer from Biarritz there, sets up for the left-hander, 2 steps to the nose, a little bit behind this wave, but the bumps on those faces look so hard to navigate, yet both of these surfers, they're in exactly the same situation. They had an opportunity if they wanted to come and discuss with Will Hayden-Smith, that we don't want to surf, but they were ready, they were geared up, they were out there. We can see the hand up in the air from our blue singlet surfer Harley Ingleby, asking for the situation from the announcer. He's in the lead with a 7.6 and a 7.33. Antoine needs a massive 8.93, pretty much a 9, but he wants to drop both of those scores and work on something more attainable, because we've seen in these bumpy conditions the surfers haven't been going into the 9 range wingnut.
It just hasn't had that opportunity to really have a clean face where that nose ride first criteria that we've kind of seen being really important. We haven't seen that opportunity with this wind bump. So getting a good nose ride, getting great big turns, maybe a big powerful re-entry. Can you get a 9 in these conditions? Yes, I bet they can, but it's definitely way harder than it was early this morning.
So the trophy cabinet of these two surfers is probably enough to fill a palace. These two surfers regularly take home the silverware. And in fact, I would love to see who's won more trophies over the year, because I imagine it'd be pretty similar, because Antoine has dominated European competition lately with his brother Edouard, often shared wins with Ben Skinner from the UK, but the amount of trophies both of these surfers have would be well into the hundreds, as we see Harley Ingleby getting another hang 10, that wide nose hot dogger model Billy Tolhurst board, really doing the business for this super skilled 2 times world longboard champion from Emerald Beach, Coffs Harbour. Harley Ingleby in the lead, but it's Antoine on the Minvel surfboards. He's playing catch up, needing to either get a score in the 9s or replace both of those scores with something more in the 8s, because Harley's not in the 8s, he's in the high 7s. So if Antoine does get something in the 8s, he'll need only a high 7 to get first position.
As we see that replay, locked in that 10, nice control up there. He's going to come back, get a nice big hit here, and the rest of that wave's just not going to give him a lot of opportunity, and he just jumps off. So I don't know that wave's going to go into his scoring line. Antoine Del Perro with priority outside, just under 12 minutes remaining, looking for a really big number.
So Antoine, sponsored by Oxbow, one of the great supporters of longboarding. Harley, sponsored by GoPro. If you Google Harley and look at his YouTube account, you will see some amazing point-of-view footage of tube riding, nose riding, and also riding everything. And Antoine, he's a very good shortboarder as well. These surfers are all-rounders. They will be dealing with that chop because they're used to surfing in a variety of conditions. But I just feel as if the waves that Antoine has got, they've had a little bit more chop to deal with than the waves that Harley has selected.
And then Harley has also been able to find really the scoring rights as well. So it'd be interesting if he's going to move back and try to find the right-handers. If we can get that wide shot again of the lineup, we'll be able to see where they are positioning themselves. They're virtually lost off to the right-hand part of the screen.
So there's Harley on a smaller wave. He's going to kick out of that. Harley, he got a 5th place in Papua New Guinea, losing in the quarterfinals to Kai Salas. We've seen Kai Salas bow out of the competition. He was beaten by Antoine's brother, Edouard, in the previous heat. Antoine now positioned for this wave. Is he going to go right? Is he going to go left? Harley there in the blue singlet, paddling out. 10 minutes remaining. Antoine looking for pretty much a 9. There's those toes on the nose. A beautiful soul arch from the Frenchman here. Really long hang 5 there. Setting up for the re-entry. Nice drop knee off the top. He's got some space still left on this wave. There's a 5. There's a nice tight 5 soul arch. This wave looking really good. A cleaner face and ending with a really strong rebound. I can hear a little bit of a hoot from his teammates, from his fans on the water's edge. Antoine Del Perro looking for a pretty much a 9-point ride to move into first position, but you would imagine that this is definitely going to help because it's going to replace both, at least one of his scores. Great nose riding from the Frenchman there, winged
The
up.
way he was able to negotiate that, you could see him go over the bumps in the face of that wave and still stay locked on the nose. Gets another score in there because it still has some good speed and face, and with that nice rebound re-entry right there, I think that's definitely going to go into his scoring line. Will it be an 8.93? I don't think it has enough to do that, but it's going to be a very strong score.
And it looks like with this wind now, it's so strong that the lefts have got a big lump in them, but we saw on that right that it had a fairly open face. He wasn't navigating bumps on the face, so that might say to Antoine, I need to look for more rights in the last 9 minutes.
And that's a lot of time left. And adapting and learning to the changing conditions in your heat, that's part of what being a great surfer and a great competitor is. And let's see if he takes advantage, and let's see if Harley noticed how well Antoine's wave turned out.
So Harley setting up for the left. There's 2 steps to the nose, gets a nice high hang 10, really phenomenal hang 10 from Harley Ingleby. Moves to the tail, big sweeping turn, setting up for this section, nice float. Does he land it? He lands that cleanly. Really loving that hang 10 out back. This is going to be a good score. Is it going to replace his 7.33 and put more pressure on Antoine? Waiting for scores to drop of Antoine. Clearly going to be the highest score of his campaign so far, because he's only got a 6 and a 5.17. But will it be the 8.93 he needs to go into first position?
Will, and if Antoine wins this heat, he ends up facing his brother in the semifinal. So that will also would have an exciting side story in it there, as so far when they've met together, it's been Antoine beating him in that 3-man earlier heat against Steven Sawyer. As we get a replay of Harley's, look at the 5, there's the 10, holding it nice and smooth, walking back, another little sidestep shuffle there to reset, but it's that sweeping roundhouse turn. The only one that has one like that is Taylor Jensen that I've seen so far today.
Loving the look of that board. I mean, the way it held in the 10, that was kind of pretty much a nothing wave, but he made something of that. Great surfing from our 2 times world longboard champion, Harley Ingleby.
And that score coming in for Antoine Del Perro is definitely going to be his highest score. It will not be the 8.93 that he needs, but it's going to put him right there with Harley. An 8.07. He only needs a 6.87 now. This thing is back within his grasp.
Wow.
You can see those point totals, a 14.07 versus a 14.93, with the highest single score coming from Antoine Del Perro on that right. So, as the momentum changes, has it shifted into Antoine's favor here in the final 7 minutes of the heat?
But remember, we're waiting scores to drop for Harley's last wave. A long hang 10 and big sweeping turns. Will it replace one of his 7s? We'll have to see. The judges will be looking at the video replay. There's 6 minutes remaining. Antoine needs only a 6.86 to move into first position, unless Harley replace one of his 7s on that last left-hander. 6 minutes remaining. Antoine in position here. He's got priority, but he's in second place. A lot of pressure. It looks like there's a little set welling up. These surfers, whenever they meet, it's always fireworks. They've had some fantastic battles over the years.
Very familiar to facing each other in competition. They know each other's games, strengths and weaknesses. There are no weaknesses. These guys can handle the backside. They can handle the front side. High performance end of the sport, nose riding end of the sport. It's who's going to make better choices in the remaining 6 minutes of this heat. Still waiting on Harley's score.
See the squareness of the nose on his Tolhurst there. Very interesting design. As we see, Antoine Del Perro gets a really nice long high 5 there. Is he going to find some space? Big re-entry coming up here. Can he hang on to that? He does hang on to it, but it wasn't a very clean turn. But is it the 6.86? I just feel as if he could have projected over that floater and kept that maneuver cleaner. He might have been borderline 7, but he might be scored down a little bit. He just got a little bit stuck under that lip on that turn.
And it looks like Harley's score is going to come in as we look at Antoine's wave again. Nice 5 there, shuffles back to the tail, and as he throws the board up there, he has to throw it underneath that whitewater and get pushed down. He did land it, but I don't think that's going to help him. Might replace that 6, but not enough to do it. And Harley's score is coming in for his wave, will be replacing his lowest score for sure.
And the judges really rewarding Harley's long hang 10. And it was interesting because it was kind of a nothing wave, but it was big enough to make something of it, and he held that hang 10 a long time. We've got 5 minutes to go. Harley Ingleby still in the lead. Harley Ingleby just drops a Well, we're still waiting for scores to drop for Harley, so I can't announce those yet because the judges will be now watching live action as Harley goes onto the nose. There's the 5. Is he going to get the 10? He doesn't get the opportunity for the 10, but great footwork pedaling back to the tail and a big rebound off the white water. Setting up for this inside section. He's got space. He's got time. He gets 10 toes curled over the nose. Stays on a long 5. He's got speed projecting into this float and lands it cleanly. Harley Ingleby giving that a shake of joy. He feels good about this. He feels like this could well be his year to win his 3rd world title. Scores coming in thick and fast from the judges. 4 minutes remaining. Harley still in the lead. Antoine still in second. Wow, a lot of exchanges there, Wingnut.
Yeah, I think, we saw Antoine catch a quick wave and get out because he knew it wasn't enough. He knows, Harley's had a couple of good waves that he's waiting on, so we'll see Antoine go to the nose, that wave declining in shape. You see how it's really tapering away? So he gets that beautiful rebound off the whitewater, but there's not going to be enough scoring potential. Smart move, get back out, try it again as we see Harley get another long nose ride, great footwork, smooth wraparound cutback here. He'll get a nice nose ride on the inside, very upright, very clean 10. But I think his previous wave was much better. Scores of that still dropping, and that other score comes in at an 8.17, his highest score. So he put more pressure, even more pressure on Antoine Del Perro, who now needs a 7.71 with 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. This heat, this momentum, this energy is going in Harley's direction.
So Harley in the past has been known for his powerful tail surfing, his speed. We've always known he's one of the great nose riders. What he's really done in this event is he's made a statement. I'm going to win these heats on the nose. But another thing, footwork. I noticed in previous events, Harley riding more lighter boards would sometimes do 2 steps and then readjustment, but he's been really sure to demonstrate the art of that cross step, pedaling back off those nose rides. So the footwork and flow has been backed up by critical long hang 5s and 10s and very powerful tail surfing. Harley in the driving seat here with an 8.17, still awaiting a score to drop. He's got a 7.6. It might well replace his 7.6. He has a 7.3 for his last wave. It doesn't go into his top 2, but he's still in that commanding situation, putting the pressure on Antoine, who needs a 7.71. Antoine, the surfer from France, in the red singlet, sitting with priority. 2 minutes remaining. Can he get it? It's choppy out there, it's bumpy, but he's got priority. He doesn't want to get himself out of position. Is he too far south? Is he too far north? We can't tell exactly from those images on the screen how far south he is, but it's so windy out there, Wingnut. It's really hard to get into the 8
Let's see if we
range.
can get that big wide shot again and take a look at see where the competitors are in the lineup. We'll see where Harley's sitting, where Antoine's sitting. Antoine with priority, with under 2 minutes remaining, and we can't even see them. They're so far on the southern end of the playing field. They're out of our big overview cameras shot way off to the right.
So they're sitting very near each other, both to the south. So Harley in the driving seat, but it's Antoine who's got priority, needing a really good score. But a 7.71, it's attainable. He's already got an 8.07. Can he get a score in the excellent range? He needs just borderline excellent range. If he gets that 7.71, he's got that spot to surf against his brother in the semi-final, and they both are in the running for the world title. Harley, he needs to win the event to be in the running for the world title. Statistics say that if he wins the event, he will have a surf-off with Taylor Jensen to determine the 2017 World Longboard Champion. A minute remaining, Wingnut, and they're both sitting so near each other.
Right. Will a set come? Will Harley try to sell a wave to Antoine? Will Antoine let Harley get a wave under priority that makes things even more difficult for him? Or will this heat end without another wave being ridden? We'll know in the next 40 seconds.
So Harley's going to stay near Antoine, whatever happens. You can see the power of that wind.
And
Great.
you can see them barely entering the frame on the far right-hand edge of the corner. They are so off of our normal wave that we are riding. It'll be interesting for them to look at this later and see what that choice. Obviously, the choice worked out marvelously for Harley Ingleby at this point in time. But
So-
remembering how this lineup changes with the wind, with the current, with the tide.
So we're getting down to our last 10 seconds. Is the time for the Frenchman? He's looking at his watch. Is there another wave? I don't think there's going to be another set.
This is
I
gonna
think
go
that
to
it's
Harley.
Harley who has got the victory. So congratulations, Harley. Commiserations, Antoine. Harley progresses into the second semi-final to surf against Edward Del Perro. Both Edward and Harley in contention for the world title, as is Cole. Taylor Jensen still in the mix. He might be having a surf-off with one of these riders. But commiserations, Antoine. Congratulations, Harley. Wow, that was a great heat, though. A great battle between two phenomenal surfers.
Absolutely, and join us tomorrow morning for the call. It'll be 6:30 a.m. local time for us to make the call. That's about 1:30 on the west coast of the United States. So stay tuned on theworldsurfleague.com. Follow all the action. We will see you tomorrow.
And 4 steps to the nose, great control, really good nose riding. Look at that footwork pedaling back to the tail. Lovely drop knee turn.
Then we're gonna escalate. I can see the look in your eyes, like a bright fire. I can feel you resonate. I can feel you resonate.
Dave here, nice footwork to the nose, locked in there, 5, 10 locked with those.
I can see the look in your eyes, like a bright fire. I can feel you resonate. You got the power.